é o recurso natural mais importante que existe no planeta Terra e também funciona como um motor para o desenvolvimento do Brasil. A água está presente na produção de alimentos, nos produtos industriais, na natureza, na geração de energia, nos momentos de diversão e no processo produtivo de quase tudo que compramos e utilizamos. Da nascente à foz, a água é compartilhada por todos nós e o nosso compromisso com ela é simples: cuidar para que não falte a ninguém e a nenhuma atividade econômica. Afinal, a água é uma só. A Agência Nacional de Águas e Saneamento Básico, a ANA, está aqui para ajudar nesta missão, trabalhando diariamente na regulação a fim de que todos e todas tenham acesso à água de qualidade e na quantidade necessária. É ela que faz as regras de referência para o setor de saneamento básico. Assim, contribui para a nossa população ter água nas torneiras e esgoto tratado, além de ruas limpas e sem enchentes. A agência também realiza ações de prevenção de crises, especialmente em relação a secas e inundações. Além de ser a entidade central de consulta de dados sobre a segurança das nossas barragens, a ANA também produz várias informações técnicas que ajudam estrategicamente a nossa sociedade. E a ANA não está sozinha. Ela atua em cooperação com várias instituições de forma integrada e participativa, e é a sua contribuição para o país que desejamos às atuais e às futuras gerações. Acompanhe a ANA nas redes sociais e fique por dentro das atividades da agência, que é referência em cuidar das águas do Brasil.
Em 2013, o Rio Pinheiros foi declarado rio morto. 80% do rio era esgoto.
Era horrível, era vergonhoso.
Em 2019, a Sabesp e o governo de São Paulo encararam um desafio que parecia impossível: trazer a vida de volta para o Rio Pinheiros.
E olha que bonita essa imagem.
Olha que beleza, é a vida voltando no Rio Pinheiros. Olha o tamanho das tilápias que tem aqui.
A Sabesp e o governo de São Paulo foram na raiz do problema e ligaram mais de 550 mil imóveis à rede de coleta e tratamento de esgoto.
Eles trabalharam muito, não foi fácil.
Collection system. Thank God, now I can call my family to come and have lunch here in my neighborhood, which looks much better today. This is an achievement of us all, so preserve what is ours, do not litter. Our life is going back to the Pinheiros River, and Pinheiros is going back to life. Sabesp and the government of São Paulo. Brazil is a blessed country.
Diferentes e belezas diversas. Dizem que 12% da água de todo mundo está aqui. Um mundão de cores e culturas tão bonito assim precisa de cuidados, de proteção. São tantos territórios para cuidar e ambientes para sanear. Ainda bem que tem gente trabalhando com muita dedicação para diminuir os riscos à saúde da população. Essa é a missão da Funasa: promover a saúde pública e a inclusão social por meio de ações de saneamento e saúde ambiental, levando às pessoas o direito ao acesso à água de qualidade, ao esgotamento sanitário, a ambientes saudáveis e à dignidade. Um trabalho que é referência nacional e se tornando referência internacional. Mas ainda temos muito trabalho pela frente, porque são muitos a incluir socialmente, com direito ao saneamento e à saúde ambiental. São quase 35 milhões de brasileiros sem água tratada, 100 milhões sem esgotamento sanitário. Não é possível tanta pobreza por trás de tanta beleza. É para melhorar essa realidade que a Funasa trabalha. Melhora o abastecimento, melhora a qualidade da água, melhora o esgotamento do início ao fim e melhora a coleta e o destino das coisas não aproveitadas. Para melhorar o sistema de abastecimento, a Funasa financia sua implantação e ampliação, que é para evitar as doenças que atingem a população. Para melhorar a qualidade da água, a Funasa fortalece os municípios com conhecimento e com recursos, que é para as nossas crianças terem água boa para o consumo, como manda a legislação. Para melhorar o esgotamento, a Funasa fomenta a coleta e o tratamento até o destino, que é para ninguém passar desgosto, sofrimento ou adoecimento. Para melhorar a saúde de todos, a Funasa também cuida dos resíduos sólidos e para eles dá um destino final, porque é nosso dever moral pensar na próxima geração. Para melhorar a vida de quem está nos campos ou nas florestas, a Funasa lançou o mais transformador programa de saneamento rural da história. Porque cuidar de todos os brasileiros, não importa onde eles estejam, é a nossa obrigação. E assim a Funasa vai seguindo, trabalhando firme todo dia, oferecendo mais a quem menos tem, buscando sempre a melhoria, na condição de vida de todos, criança, jovem, adulto.
Trying to improve the lives of everyone, the youth and the elderly and everyone, because we are a country of joy, and if it's up to us, we will have an amazing future, like poetry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Brazil Water Week 22, Brazil Water Week, the most important water and sanitation event held in Brazil. I'm very pleased to have you here in this opening session. This event is being held by ABES, the Brazilian Association of Environmental and Sanitary Engineering. From today to Friday, we'll be together sharing knowledge and experiences in almost 40 hours of content with experts from Brazil and other 19 countries. If you want to follow the session in English, all you need to do is click on the link at the right, at the upper right of the screen and change the language. Our content will be available on this platform for 90 days for everyone who registered. Tomorrow you can watch the agenda that we will have today. All you need to do is click on watch again, and we will have the participation of Funasa, Sanasa, Sanitary, and many other different important organizations. For this ceremony, we would like to invite Mr. Alceu, Guérios, Bittencourt, the National President of ABES, Mr. Marcel, Sanches, Secretary General of the National Board of Directors for ABES, Mr. Luiz Pladevall, ABES President, São Paulo ABES President, Mr. Pedro Maranhão, National Secretary of Sanitation from the Ministry of Regional Development, Ms. Verônica Sanches da Cruz here, Director President of ANA, the National Water and Sanitation Agency, Mr. Miguel da Silva Marques, President of Funasa, the National Health Foundation, Mr. Rodrigo Garcia, Governor of the State of São Paulo, Mr. Benedito Braga, President of Sabesp, Mr. Loïc Fauchon, President of the World Water Council, Mr. Esteban Leigue, President of the Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering, Ms. Jennifer Mowatonga, CEO of Water Research Commission from South Africa, and Mr. David Michaud, Water Director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the World Bank. I'm very honored to have you all here with us. Now I will pass the floor to Mr. Alceu Guérios Bittencourt, ABES National President, to share his welcoming remarks. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to have you all here, all of those who are taking part in the third edition of the Brazil Water Week. This is an initiative created by ABES with the objective of expanding our exchange with other stakeholders. Brazil definitely needs to expand its relationship with other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also other countries in the world. It's been successful so far. Due to the pandemic, we had to change our second edition into an online edition, and once again, we are here holding another online edition of this event. Of course, there are limitations, but this has also allowed us to have greater international participation. Today's agenda and this week's agenda will be very broad, and we will be focusing on many different areas, We will have a session on circular economy, which is an important discussion in the area of water cycle and sanitation services in other areas. We will also be talking about the environment and climate change, and we will also be addressing many other different issues for the provision of quality service. We'll be talking about planning, regulation, funding, capacity building, and efficient management as well. We will also be focusing on a central issue for us, which is achieving SDG 6 and also universal access. So this is a major issue to us. How can we bring quality service to everyone? And this means focusing mostly on those that do not have access to the service due to lack of income or because they are in remote areas or in rural communities. Are also people who are living in illegal settlements, which is also a very important and big problem to us. So we need to know how we are going to serve these people with the best services possible. So when we're talking about universal access, we need good regulation, good contracts, and also a good public management of our system as a whole. So that's the discussion that we've been holding in Brazil as we had the implementation of the new regulatory framework. We know that this needs to be our focus. We need to fight the areas and deal with the areas where we have deficits in efficiency, and we need to improve the effectiveness of our services, and we need to become more successful. We are in a sector in Brazil where we have a lot of successful cases, and in ABES we understand that all the transformation needs to be made taking into account everything that we have done and not dismantling everything that we have here, because we know that we have systems that work very well. This is the focus of our discussion here in Brazil. We want to make sure that we learn from international experiences, because this will help us identify new ways, which is one of the objectives of our event. And at the same time, we hope to disseminate and talk about our visions and our practices to our colleagues from other parts of the world. I want to thank you, all of those who have supported us in the organization of this event. We are still going through a very hard moment, so I would like to thank all of our sponsors and also partner entities that have helped us build this event that has been built collectively by many different entities. So I would like to thank these entities and also the colleagues that took part in 7 thematic groups that we had, where we had very deep discussions so that we could design the sessions that we will be having this week. So I would like to really thank those that have helped us in organizing this event. I also want to thank the team that we have in ABES, coordinated by Josivan, who is our executive director, who's been intensely working on the organization of this event. And I would like to especially give a special thanks to our technical team, our colleagues, who together have been working to coordinate everything that we will be holding here. I want to mention our colleague Rosito once again, who has introduced this cooperative and participatory methodology, and who has also helped us in the coordination of this event among other colleagues. We have some colleagues here, such as Marcel Sanches, who is the National Secretary of our Board of Directors, and also the President of ABES São Paulo, Mr. Pladevall, who is also here with us, welcoming all of us. So now I will pass the floor to them so that they can give their initial remarks. So I will first pass the floor to Mr. Marcel Sanches, National Secretary. for ABES. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you this morning. I want to greet all of the million viewers that we have here today with us and who will be here with us following all of the discussions that we have prepared for all of you. I want to also greet my colleagues and also President Alceu and all the other officials who are here with us today. Well, I just want to say how happy we are here to be fulfilling this institutional mission. We are leading this debate around sanitation, and this is something that our entity has had as a mission for more than 50 years, and this is something that we have been doing together with our members, holding many different events such as Congress and other programs that we have been developing over the last few years. I want to thank all of our team and all of the organizing committee. And due to all of their work, we have been able to get to this week with a lot of quality work. We will have over 110 experts that will be here with us in the dozens of sessions we will be holding throughout the week. We have representatives from 19 countries, so we are talking about an international event, and this is part of our tradition here at ABES. This is the third edition of the Brazil Water Week, still on online formats due to the pandemic, but this online format makes it easier for us to also discuss this topic more broadly with other participants. I'm sure this event is going to be very successful. As our president mentioned, we will be talking about many different topics, and if you want to learn more about our agenda for this week, you just need to go to our website and also set reminders so that you can attend all sessions you're interested in. This is a very unique moment for us. As you know, we have a new legislation with new guidelines and new policies that target not only water supply and wastewater services, but also waste management and solid waste. During the Brazil Water Week, we will be talking about many hot topics. We will be talking about how we will be implementing the different regulations under our regulatory framework and how we will effectively include everyone. The idea is to leave no one behind and actually reach the whole of our population. This is a mission that ABES supports, and we will always be present to contribute towards this mission. So I want to thank you all again for your presence and wish you all a very fruitful event. Now I will pass the floor to the president of ABES São Paulo, Mr. Pladevall. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank ABES Nacional for placing all of this trust upon me and for us holding this event here at our headquarters. In our headquarters, after the renovation that we had last year, we were able to reopen it in December last year, and now we're fully equipped to hold events and also have different courses and celebrations being held here. So thank you so much for trusting us. And for those that have been here before, today we have a studio set up. We have been working together with the national ABES team, together with our local team, to hold such a unique event in Brazil. This is a third edition, and we know that we have a fantastic content ahead of us. It is going to be a 40-hour streaming of high-level content, as our president also mentioned, as the secretary Marcel mentioned. The content we'll be discussing is actually amazing, and is also an opportunity for those who haven't registered yet to register to participate in this event. We know that watching 40 hours of event live, it's impossible, especially if you're still at work. But this event will be available for 90 days for those who want to watch our sessions again. I want to greet President Alceu. I know it's not easy to be a leader of an institution such as ABES. It requires a lot of dedication We also have Marcel here, our secretary, who has been working intensely, and we know that we need to train new leaders. We have JPS, which is a group of young professionals working in the sanitation area, and we need to think about the future. And that's the objective of this event here, training new professionals in this sector. I had the opportunity to participate in the coordination of this event. It's been 4 months since we started working on the content we will be sharing with all of you today. Marisa, our coordinator, has worked intensely to make sure that we will have a very good event. I'm not going to mention everyone involved in the organization, but I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to have this event being held in our headquarters, and also for the opportunity of participating in the organization of this event. We have been working for many hours, but the result now is amazing, and you will all have the opportunity to see the content we'll be sharing with all of you. So once again, thank you so much for being here with us, and enjoy. Thank you, Marcel and Pladevall, for adding to our welcoming remarks. Now we will pass the floor to our guests. I will start with the National Secretary of Sanitation, Mr. Pedro Maranhão. Please.
Obrigado, Alceu. Bom dia a todos.
Thank you, Alceu. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation.
Seu Silva, é sempre salutar a discussão do saneamento, né? O saneamento
I'm always very happy to take part in participating in discussions about the sanitation sector. For many years, we have neglected this topic, and today we are discussing this everywhere. I normally say that we discuss this topic when we go to bars or when we go to Sunday lunch. So it's very important for us to keep having these discussions. When we are already talking about 5G technology on one hand, and on the other hand, we're still talking about sanitation that a lot of people do not have access to. So we are still in a medieval area when it comes to sanitation. And I'm glad that the federal government and the National Congress have passed the new regulatory framework on sanitation, because this is going to give legal certainty and help us with targets to invest in the sanitation sector. As we know, the sanitation sector, almost 90% of it relied on the government. But as the administration started losing its investment capacity, we had to attract private investors, and they wouldn't help us. They wouldn't come to our country because there was no legal certainty. But now, with the regulatory framework, we have been able to create that. And we have been very successful. We are breaking paradigms and revolutionizing our wastewater sector. This is something that is part of our reality. Now we see that we have a lot of people investing in the wastewater services in Rio de Janeiro. We have 5 billion reais being invested in Alagoas as well, in Amapá, and many different cities and states around the country. So we have been very successful, and we are very optimistic. And we are very optimistic about the implementation of the regulatory framework, because everything has been successful so far. And the private capital understood that this is an important issue, both from an economic point of view and also a quality of life point of view. Of course, not neglecting the environment. So in addition to making money, we are also helping the environment. And this is something that attracts foreign capital. And today we have been discussing a lot with international funds that are interested in investing in this area, because they understand that a regulatory framework will help us deal with the sanitation problems that we have in Brazil, but it's also an environmental program. I would say this is the largest environmental program in the world, because there are no programs in the world that will treat water and treat wastewater to guarantee access to so many people. So we will be investing billions and billions of reals to make sure that we end pollution in rivers and other streams in Brazil. If we don't attack the cause of the problem, we will never be successful. There are some companies that have been granted a concession contract, and they have started working already. One in Rio de Janeiro has already hired a lot of people, and in Alagoas as well, we've had the beginning of the implementation of these projects. So for the first time, we will be able to clean up our streams and we will be able to clean the wastewater in metropolitan regions in Rio de Janeiro, where there is not even 10% of treated wastewater. Believe it or not, we are talking about a very important touristic place in the country that still suffers from this problem. But we know that now that with the regulatory framework, we will be able to address this problem. And we want to invite ABES to hold a meeting together with us so that we can know exactly how we can help. Now, together with the National Sanitation Secretariat, we want to make sure that we will drive the implementation of this regulatory framework. My colleagues from ANA are here. One of them is Verônica, and she's going to be talking about regulation. The work of ANA at this moment is very important on the sanitation sector. We will have also the participation of Miguel. And we also have another challenge in the drainage area of things. We still don't know what to do, but I'm sure that we will find a solution. But I want to congratulate all of you for your initiative and thank you so much and have you all a great event.
Thank you, Secretary. Undoubtedly, we'll be in Brasilia very soon, and we'll be holding this meeting. We've already set that up. So as soon as this week's events come to an end, we'll set this up. Thank you so much for your words. Just like the Secretary has announced, we will now with ANA's chairperson, Verônica Santos, da Cruz Rios. She's the chairperson, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. I would like to first and foremost greet ABES, all the board members, all the executives, and invite to be part of the Brazil Water Week and congratulate you for the third edition of this event. It is an honor to be in this opening table at the third Water Week event and to see so many peers from the public sector and members and stakeholders from international entities who have worked for the Brazilian sanitation agenda. And also thank for the opportunity to exchange experiences, share knowledge as to sanitation in Brazil and in the world. I'd like to highlight that the water and sanitation universalization has as the main motto the 2020 new legislation. Like Secretary Pedro Maranhão mentioned, in June we will be celebrating 2 years of this new legislation. And the entire design of this new legislation, besides having the main objective, universalization of access to service providing, created mechanisms of collaboration between different stakeholders, states, municipalities, and ANA, which is the National Water Agencies that is part of the legislation, whose objective is to improve the legal framework and regulatory work in all levels in Brazil. So the National Water Agency has the competence and the accountability to give the guidelines to support states and municipalities with the objective of improving regulation and with that find a common objective, which is to assure access to from our population, water, sanitation, sewage, collection and waste and drainage and solid waste treatment. So we want to improve the legal framework and whose objective is to ultimately have a better legal security and also in order to bring more incentive and investment in the sector. And the Secretary Pedro Maranhão has been working hard on that in order to assure the private investment and expansion in the sector. And like he mentioned, the auction results are significant and show how much investors are trusting to invest in this industry, not due to the BNDES modeling, but also by FEP, with debenture that is been growing. So we see a great appetite in the industry. And all standard rules for sanitation have this objective to objectify, to have as an objective, have a gradual and over 80, to have the over 80 regulatory agencies to put in practice the best practices when it comes to oversight and regulation, best practices in the world in Brazil to improve the legislation and assure best services for the population in Brazil. Now, the regulatory legal framework agenda at ANA includes hearings and consultation in all stakeholders of our society, public, private, universities, service providers, vendors, so that we can have enough input to put together the best standards as possible with legal security, with the notion that the improvement is gradual and regional disparities need to be considered. Brazil has diverse scenarios where regulation is already state of the art, meaning with the best international practices being put into practice, and some areas with no oversight whatsoever, no adequate service providing. So our challenge is to have best benchmarking legal framework and best practices to oversee this service providing and the regulatory framework. ANA has a regulatory agenda that is quite extensive, meaning the current agenda is from 2021 to 2023 and has a standard set that includes all the stakeholders' participation with the objective to have good evidence base and technical robustness to have the best benchmark and practices for the sectors. As for the sustainable goals by ONU, ANA launched a publication called ANA's View about the 6 Sustainable Development Goal. And this particular publication was elaborated with several stakeholders, including the Regional Development Ministry, and more recently, ANA has also worked as a support from UN's universities to give support to public policies for the Sustainable Development Goal implementation. And ANA is also a benchmark for the Caribbean and Portuguese-speaking countries and Latin American countries, so we can have evidence of SDO's implementation in Brazil, SDGs in Brazil. So the national agencies of water, ANA, is at your disposal. It is very good to have ABES and all other members present to have your support and be part of the discussions through public hearing and discussions so that we can have input and evidence-based regulations that can actually cover all disparities in our country and assure gradually the improvement of access to sanitation and water, whose objective is universalization. So I thank ABES for the invite, and I hope everybody enjoys this week's event, Brazil Water Week. Thank you so much. Thank you, Verônica, dear chairperson. We will soon be in Brasilia, and I want to tell you that ABES has been working intensely about the regulatory work with public consultation, with sessions and all board members, etc. So ABES is going to working, and I want to thank all ANA technicians, very important technicians and stakeholders who have helped us design Brazil Water Week 2022. Now I have these other institutions who have supported us, and Funasa, Chairperson, Miguel da Silva Marques, President.
Bom dia a todos. Quero saudar inicialmente o presidente da ABES, Alceu
Good morning,
Bittencourt.
everybody. I would like to greet all the technical authorities and public servants, all everybody else present. Now, on behalf of Funasa, I would like to thank for the invite for being present in a sector of this magnitude. This is an international event to discuss issues related to water use, water sanitation, and Funasa couldn't be out of this. With the regulation and legislation change and the regulation of the sanitation that took place in 2020, sets a better environment for the legal framework. These are changes that splits accountability between the Brazilian public state and private stakeholders to service 100 million Brazilians who do not have proper sanitation. It is worth mentioning, while we talk about sanitation, we should think about the 4 axes of work: water supply, sewage, waste treatment, drainage, and our foundation works on the 4 axes, plus working on environmental health. Funasa was born thanks to a merger between FICESP and SUCAM. Their trajectory included to improve the Brazilian health with actions that include outbreaks, to tackle outbreaks, and rural problems. After the merger, Funasa is known as the main federal institution to contribute for sanitation universalization in nearly 90% of our Brazilian municipalities, with communities with up to 50,000 inhabitants, traditional communities. So Funasa has Brazil Rural Program. This program is to universalize rural sanitation until 2038 and service 40 million people who live in these areas. The SDR decided the guidelines and strategies for work in sanitation in rural areas and traditional communities. They are frameworked in 3 axes: technology, service management, education, and social participation. The other important project where Funasa takes part, it is the work group from federal government, which is work that include public stakeholders to drive water supply actions in the Northeast and the north of Minas Gerais. The workforce has the objective to bring water to 1.5 million people by October this year. Drilling wells, simplified water supply systems, cisterns, and water desalination. So far, Funasa alone will invest 490 million Brazilian real in drilling and in water supply systems that will supply water for 400,000 people who need drinking water, because those who are thirsty are in a hurry. This administration has done what no other government has done, finishing works for the most needed, like Mrs. Maria de Lourdes from Alívio dos Canções. I was present in her town. We inaugurated works there. This lady is 77 years old, and she kneeled. I was very embarrassed, actually, and she kneeled next to me and she said, the day before the inauguration, it was the first shower she ever had in her life. Actions like that makes us work harder to drive and bring this to those who need, to bring water to people who are in small communities, in especially the semi-arid regions in Brazil that historically have water scarcity. I also would like to wish everybody a wonderful event. I hope this week is very fruitful and rich to exchange experience and knowledge so that we make sanitation more accessible to all. A country with a society ready for new challenges. Brazil undoubtedly is at the right track for universalization. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, President Miguel. A few months ago, I had a meeting with President Miguel before Brazil Water Week. We asked for Funasa's support, and that took place, and that was very important for us to get this far. So I would like to again thank you for your input. Let's hear from the Governor Garcia, Rodrigo Garcia. He's in the countryside, so we'll hear from the governor of São Paulo now. So he just recorded a message.
Seja colocado o vídeo, por favor.
Let's have him on, please. Thank you. Hello, I am Rodrigo, the new governor of São Paulo. I would like to greet Alceu and Marcel Sanches, and also greet and welcome everybody in the Brazilian Sanitation Trade Association, ABES, Benedito Braga, Sabesp president, and on his behalf, I also welcome all stakeholders and companies who are now part of Brazil Water Week. I also congratulate ABES for its third edition of Water Week with technicians, experts, including national and international, exchanging experience, innovations, and best practices. Sanitation is more about water collecting rubbish and treating sewage. Is to assure health to entire societies, to preserve the environment for future generations, and bring dignity and water and life quality. With that, I would like to take the opportunity to reiterate our commitment with São Paulo and sanitation. We're proud of São Paulo. We are the drivers of basic sanitation in Brazil. In the past 3 years, with River Pinheiros reform, now more than 500,000 people have proper sanitation with no sewage, outdoor sewage. And that includes a significant improvement with new fish and better living with society. We also wanted to work in the Tietê River depollution with over $300 million investment benefiting 12 million people. With the same objective, Sabesp in the entire coastline has the Clean Wave program. In Ribeira, we also invested in the entire state. So the government is present in the Secretary of Environment Infrastructure with the action to universalize sanitation in the state of São Paulo. It is our mission to invest and find the best solutions so that our population not only has access to sanitation, but also assurance to live well and with health. With that, I would like to congratulate ABES in this debate that is so important for the future of Brazil. With the new legal sanitation framework, we made a fundamental step. So it is up to us, who are private and public key stakeholders, to give excellent service that will bring dignity to millions of Brazilians. I hope in this week we can enrich our knowledge in this debate, and also I hope everybody have a wonderful seminar. Thank you.
Estado de São Paulo, Rodrigo Garcia.
Rodrigo Garcia, Governor of São Paulo, thank you very much for your words. Now let's hear from the chairperson, Sabesp, the President Benedito Braga is together with the governor. So he also just recorded his presentation. So let's have him on. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to greet all participants. One more Brazil Water Week. Well done on the event. I would like to greet ABES chairperson, Alceu Bittencourt, as well as all directors and board for this event's edition. Congratulations for this international event that is a true benchmark when it comes to discussing solutions to expand sanitation services. A fundamental fact that we've been able to prove during the pandemic is the importance of sanitation when it comes to health. It is a major challenge for water expansion. The informal areas that grow in an unregulated manner due to accelerated urban sprawl. We have locations where there is no space for water sewage collection, so we face technical restriction, engineering restriction, as well as legal restrictions. Now, the new sanitation legal framework brought flexibility for these illegal settlements and areas. And also we have made a lot of advancements in social technologies and engineering, advancements that we have made thanks to programs like Get Connected and Cool Water programs, plus Clean Wave, Tietê River, and the new Pinheiros River. Pinheiros River is a great example where we implemented infrastructure to collect and treat sewage in under basins of affluents and creeks, as in several illegal settlements or informal settings. We have made great headway technology-wise, including new ways of hiring and contracting work, including performance-based work, meaning prioritizing results, outcomes, and not the physical elements that were once previously used for proving works. I'll give you an example. The first target for the new Pinheiros River, by the end of 22, it had set 533,000 economies connected to the network that would collect to the Bauri treatment plant. Now we've surpassed this number, and we have reached over 595,000 connections this month, previous month, April, meaning we've been able to benefit over 1,800,000 people. That is a city as big as Guarulhos. Now, thinking about BDR Pinheiros measurement shows water improvement with 86% of the measuring points below 30 milligram per liter, anticipating the objective that we had for end of 2022. The new Pinheiros River has two technical innovations that are incredibly important.
De recuperação da qualidade
the recovery areas in creeks, as well as the new oxygen model. These will work downstream where irregular settlement have made no space for implementing, installing sewage collecting assets. So it will capture in the creek at real time. Now we are at pilot testing phase, but we've already got positive results. So we have super oxygen process with better potential than traditional methods to improve the OD concentration in River Pinheiros. Also, at the new Pinheiros River, I would like to mention the union of state-run company and private companies and the Environment and Infrastructure Secretariat, plus the city, the population, the private sector, and the third sector. It's a true union to get to results. In summary, we're expanding sanitation systems to millions of people and recovering water bodies and the river Pinheiros. Birds and fish are being recorded seeing these areas through videos and photos of those who visit and are back to their margins. Pinheiros River is getting back to life, and life is getting back to Pinheiros River. This is our contribution, Sabesp contribution, for this very important project by the state of São Paulo, environment. We have learned a lot with this process, and we are confident that this is an example, a role model that can be followed by others in Brazil and in the world. I would like to wish everybody a wonderful event, and I hope all debates are very productive and fruitful and can help all of us in this great mission, which is sanitation. Thank you very much. Thank you for words. Sabesp is fundamental. They've always been present in all ABES events and discussions. So it is great. It is great to have them, especially in a recorded message like this. Now we have an international speaker. The first is the World Council President, Will. I also would like to mention, when I was part of the Brasilia Water Forum, and Carlos Rosito was invited to come in the setting up works. That's where Carlos Rosito saw this method, this discussion of sharing with several others, and he came and adapted to our reality. So we have this connection with the World Water Council. So I'd like to pass the floor to Loïc Fauchon.
Good morning, everybody, dear Brazilian leaders and officials, dear friends of water. Let me tell you how much I regret that sanitary circumstances do not allow us to be together in Brazil today. It's always a great honor and pleasure to meet and work with you, the water professionals of Brazil. You know who is recognized worldwide, and ABES has long been a distinguished member of our board. Everyone will understand that I have a special greeting for Benedito Braga. He has contributed to the development and influence of the Council before, during, and after his presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a complex world of complicated situations which follow one another in quick succession. The very rapid circulation of information from one end of the planet to the other contributes greatly to this. Social tensions, political confrontations, natural disasters. Today, everything is known, commented on, valued, or criticized. But global crises are here. Pandemic and war, both of which have consequences with effects in space and time that we still cannot measure. The principle of reality imposes itself on each and every one of us. We are committed to the course of the world, whether it will be worse or better tomorrow. More than ever before, the condition, use, and protection of natural resources will be the cornerstone of the future of this world. And in the first places, air and water, which are the receivers of huge and terrible pollutions. Collective studies within the framework of the global burden of disease, recently published in the Lancet, put the number of deaths due to pollutions at 9 million per year. This means that air, water, and soil pollutants kill 3 times more than AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. This means that we suffer 2 to 3 silent COVIDs every year. And this dramatic situation is getting worse. It's growing all around the world. Of course, these effects are concentrated in the poorest countries and regions, where 90% of the deaths due to these various forms of pollution occur. Water pollution itself is linked with about 1.5 million deaths every year, and lead alone accounts for more than half of these deaths. This confirms a very close link between air, indoor and outdoor, land, soil and underground, and water surface and aquifers. So, ladies and gentlemen, what can we do about such a low-profile disaster that is too often ignored by media and politicians. And it's to the credit of ABES, to which I would like to pay tribute, that this Congress is devoted to the subject of sanitation for all. Water sanitation in the future must be considered as a whole and not only as a curative act of purifying the water which has been used. Tomorrow's sanitation will bring together all the innovations which enable the natural environment to be preserved in its initial state, in a clean condition, allowing the survival of animal and plant biodiversity. And this is true of all natural environment, whether it is air, land, or sea. This is why we must already consider sanitation as an essential element of environmental policies and ecological developments. But we must go beyond and look at water for what it is. Water is a basic component in the air and in the earth, which will play an essential role in the survival of humanity or in its disappearance. Humanity, as the word indicates, is first and foremost mankind. And mankind can only progress in the search for peace and the control of development. Water and air are obviously at the center of this process. This is why 4 years ago, we chose water for peace and development as the main theme of the 9th World Water Forum, which was recently held in Dakar, Senegal. And at the opening session of the 9th World Water Forum, we highlighted 4 key points about water as a vehicle for peace. The first one is water security. More water, but less consumption. Technology and digital innovation will not do the job alone. Of course, we need to innovate and keep innovating, pumping, transferring, desalinating, recycling, increasing the amount of water available. But we also need to radically change our uses, our habits, and our behavior. Only then we will be able to share water for man and water for nature through nature-based solutions. Only then we will be able to secure tomorrow's water through a proper use of today's water. The second concerns the right to water, a collective and individual right which will gradually become a daily reality. We must make it enforceable by involving the legislative, the executive, and the judicial powers. The third is financial. First, cancellation of the water debt for the poorest countries and cities. Secondly, creation of a blue water fund dedicated to water security. And the fourth is to establish clearer and stricter rules for international mediation through good governance of transboundary basins. This will favor peace on riverbanks rather than war along rivers through the establishment of a global observatory for water and peace, development, and nature. All these actions can be summarized in 4 words: security, law, financing, diplomacy. Through them, water should unite instead of divide. These, dear Brazilian friends, are some of the issues I wish to bring to your attention on the occasion of the opening of this Brazil Water Week, Semana da Água do Brasil. I would also like to express the respect and consideration that the World Water Council and its president have for you. Have a very good week. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado pelas palavras do presidente Loïc Fauchon.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Now I will turn the floor over to the representative of the Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering. ABES is associated to this association, which has also helped us in the preparation of Brazil Water Week. So now I'll pass the floor to Esteban Leigue, the president of the Inter-American Association, to have the floor. Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here with you today. I'm sorry, but I will be speaking in Spanish. ABES is a chapter from AIDIS, which has been around since 1948. We have seen many changes that happened in America and the other countries. We know that how much water affects the quality of life of our inhabitants. And we see how important it is for us to preserve the environment through different actions that help the development of our humanity. Meu amor, ele está falando espanhol, eu continuo? Eu comecei a fazer, ele está falando espanhol, você quer que eu continuo ou não? Sei. Pro inglês. Eu faço para onde? Eu não sei. Sei para onde fazer. Quê? Não?
Académica, para que veamos nuestro alto grado de profesionalismo que podamos brindar para nuestros campos de acción que están dados dentro de nuestra circunferencia de nuestro trabajo.
Translation apologizes, but the speaker is speaking in Spanish.
Son los ODS 6, los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, principalmente en el 6, que es garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y saneamiento, su gestión sostenible y saneamiento para todos. Como verán, 3 de cada 10 personas carecen justamente del acceso a servicios de agua potable y 6 de cada 10 carecen de acceso a instalaciones de saneamiento gestionadas en forma segura. 80% de las aguas residuales resultantes de las actividades humanas se vierten en ríos o mares y esto no tiene ningún tratamiento, lo que provoca una gran contaminación. Dentro de esta misión que tenemos como ingenieros sanitarios, nosotros y ambientales, es inmiscuirnos en el desarrollo sostenible, justamente ligando nuestras 3 Américas, conectando los ejes económico, social y ambiental para que vayan convergiendo dentro de lo que es la sociedad, al beneficio de lo que es el desarrollo sostenible. Justamente creando un futuro sostenible para todos, que ese es el principal objetivo que tenemos que tener dentro de nuestras Américas. Reitero mis mejores éxitos al Brazil Water Week 2022, que estas deliberaciones y conclusiones nos ayuden a nuestros países y a nuestro continente a encontrar soluciones para que tengamos soluciones ambientales y de salud pública, para que brinden herramientas necesarias para lograr lo que es el tan anhelado desarrollo sostenible. Justamente después de que nuestra población ha sido azotada con la pandemia por el COVID, en el cual muchas familias han sufrido, espero que estas deliberaciones que se van a brindar justamente dentro de lo que es este Brazil Water Week sean compenetradas dentro de la acción para todo lo que es América, justamente para Brasil, que es el país más grande de lo que es nuestra América del Sur, pero que converge y nosotros todos podemos ir aprendiendo para el desarrollo y beneficio que sea dentro de las acciones que se brindan en nuestros países. Justamente nosotros a través de distintos eventos, con los distintos capítulos que tenemos a nivel de América, estamos convergiendo para lo que es la brindar el desarrollo sostenible, el mejorar la calidad de vida de la población. Vuelvo a reiterar mis mejores deseos para que este evento sea de éxitos, las deliberaciones justamente se brinden al alcance para todos. Este es un evento internacional, grandes prestigiosos han antecedido a la palabra y vuelvo a decir que sea un éxito total. Muchas gracias.
Muito obrigado, Esteban, por sua
Thank you
participação.
so much, Esteban, for your participation. Now, I would like to pass the floor to the Water Research Commission from South Africa. We have been working together since the second Brazil Water Week, and the exchange of experience that we've had with this commission has been very interesting because our countries have a lot of similarities and, of course, differences as well. So now I will pass the floor to Jennifer Mwanta, the CEO of Water Research Commission.
Hola, and hello. Good afternoon, everybody, but good morning there in Brazil. I am Jennifer Mwanta, the CEO of the Water Research Commission. It is a pleasure for me to be highlighted as one of the speakers at the opening of the Brazil 2020 Water Week. We understand that water is a human right. Sanitation is dignity and water is life. That is the mantra of the Department of Water and Sanitation here in South Africa. And therefore, we need to recognize that water is also an economic driver, particularly for development. Therefore, we must always be able to look for water and find water before we develop. In that way, we will not be overstretching and overstressing the already stressed water resources that we have in the world. It is very much important that we also focus on the sustainable use of water. That talks to looking at the different water sources and focusing on a water mix. That includes both groundwater as well as surface water. We have to respect the water value chain from the source to the tap. In most of our communities, we do not understand where the water comes from. We always see just water coming from the tap, and in some countries, water out of a bottle. And therefore, in this regard, we need to make water management and water resource management and understanding of water issues critical component of our school and university curriculum to ensure that there is an embrace of water issues and water sustainability within the world. As I have said, in terms of managing the full water value chain, we have to focus on the following. We need the correct skills, we need the correct infrastructure, but also we need the correct legislation. It is time that us as experts in this study and in this discipline, we need to be advising and informing our politicians to make the right decisions around water. We really have to, we have got no more time left to waste. We have noted the destruction that is coming in relation of the climate change impacts, in particular looking at some of the impacts which are related to flooding. In South Africa here, we have now experienced a few of such incidences which unfortunately have led to the loss of life. And therefore we need to be respectful and understanding and have the proper legislation in terms of managing water. But more than ever, in planning our infrastructure, we need to not just fix what has been messed up. We need to actually focus on the future investment. We really have to make sure that from the short to the medium term, we are focusing on adequate, fit for purpose, as well as proper infrastructure within our communities. We have to manage storage. We have to ensure that downstream water users are also able to access the water resources, which is a precious resource. And that would really go a long way towards achieving peace in the world. And this fits very well with the mantra or the slogan of the Brazil 2020-2022 Water Week. We need to consider climate change in everything that we do. We have to have early warning systems. But when we have early warning systems, we also have to have the necessary protocols of communication, ensuring that those that are responsible are able to actually make sure that there is less loss of life and impact to human life. Therefore, we should not only consider water value chain in relation to one of the key aspects we have to address at this conference. It's what we call wastewater. We really have to forgo that word and make sure that at every aspect, water is a resource. Therefore, I would like to say no to pollution, no to waste, and yes to a water secure and peaceful world. I would like to, from Africa the Sud, wish you a very prosperous Brazil 2020 Water Week. And with all those words, Jennifer Mulanto from the Water Research Commission. Ciao, ciao.
Muito obrigado, Presidente Jennifer. Excelentes palavras.
Thank you, President Jennifer, CEO of the Water Research Commission. Now we will be calling a representative from another institution that has supported quite a lot, the World Bank. So I will pass the floor to Mr. David Michaud, who is the Water Director for Latin America and the Caribbean and the World Bank. So, Mr. David, the floor is yours.
Bom dia a todos. Vou falar inglês, se está bom. Well, good morning, everyone. And I would really like to thank ABES for the invitation to participate in this opening forum. I had a chance to visit ABES and the new headquarters in São Paulo just a few months ago, and I'm delighted to now join such a distinguished set of speakers on this opening panel. For the bank, it's a privilege to be here also because we have had such a long collaboration, not just with ABES, but with many of the institutions that are present today in this opening session, of course, with the national government, and I met the secretary just a few weeks ago with Anna and Madam President, with Sabesp and so many more. And one of the reasons why for us it's a privilege to work with the water and sanitation sector in Brazil is that Brazil has always been at the forefront of the innovation in Latin America, and I would say even internationally. We have so many good practices that have emerged from the country that have been able to be shared internationally. And so to see this conference today being dedicated to the next generation of challenges that the sector is facing is for us a privilege to join. One point that I would like to highlight in particular is how Brazil, by passing recently that law on universalization of water and sanitation services, is at the forefront once again. Not so many countries have made a formal commitment, a legal commitment to meet the Sustainable Development Goal, and in particular for our case, SDG 6, and Brazil is one of them. And not only you have passed legislation that explicitly aims at universal water and sanitation services, but you have also put in place interesting mechanisms to try and achieve that target very concretely. So this is obviously for us an interesting experiment, and we hope we will be able to continue accompanying the sector as it moves towards that ambitious challenge. From our perspective, and I will emphasize points that have been made by many of the earlier speakers, we of course see that the challenge of achieving universal water and sanitation services, in particular in rural areas, will be significant. In that context, the challenge that Brazil is facing is not so different from many other countries. Access to those who are easy to provide access to has already been provided. So what remains are the people, the communities, the areas that are the most challenging to provide services to, either because of their geographical situation, their dispersion, or also in many cases because of their urban or informal conditions. We know that many of the informal settlements in Brazil still are lacking access to good water and sanitation services, but also because of their cosmovision or their particular social characteristics. Indigenous populations or minorities are among the ones that remain to be connected, not just in Brazil, but elsewhere. And so it will once again call for innovative solutions, and I'm certainly convinced that Brazil can show us the way in achieving this. In achieving these universal services, you have also highlighted interesting solutions going through those PPP models that are being proposed by the new sanitation law. And I think for many of us in Latin America, it is going to be an interesting experiment, one in which, as was mentioned by the Secretary and others, there are initial indications of success, but also certainly remaining challenges. I have to confess, I am myself really curious to see how financially solutions can be found to provide universal services without significant tariff increases and without significant fiscal transfers from the government. So that will be an interesting experiment. And then finally, I would like to highlight to a third challenge that we're seeing from our perspective, which goes a little bit beyond the narrow focus on water and sanitation, which I know is the primary focus of ABES, but it's really around water security, which has been mentioned by some of the earlier speakers, including Mr. Fauchon. For us, we see water and water security as a key in the sustainable development of countries around Latin America. Water is the lifeblood of the economy. It is the lifeblood of many sectors. If you're thinking about energy security, if you're thinking about food security, if you're thinking about social cohesion and livelihoods, you need to be thinking about water. In the context of a changing climate, for countries to be able to provide those water services in a way that is sustainable, that manages water risks, is really critical. We have, of course, all been following the significant drought that has been affecting some parts of Brazil over the last year and very directly impacting energy production and to a lesser extent food production. So these are concerns that we have, and in that context, I think the work that is ongoing in Brazil on reforming the water management, governance, and institutions and legislation is also quite an important one. And it is one in which the bank, once again, will be very keen on working with Brazil, in one sense, because we can always learn from the innovation that happens in Brazil, but also because hopefully we can provide some of our international experience to support decision makers in Brazil. So whether it's looking at the experience of other very large federal countries like India or the European Union or China or even Turkey and its relevance for the example of Brazil, whether it's looking at some of the modern concepts around circular economy, water reuse. It's been mentioned by other speakers. We will be very happy to share our knowledge and the knowledge of our clients with the Brazilian experiences, with the Brazilian counterparts once again. And then finally, I'm very happy to see in the program that is going to take place over the next few days that many of my colleagues from the World Bank will be contributing. For us, it is a privilege to accompany this Brazil Water Week virtually. So with that, I would like to thank again the organizers for inviting the World Bank to participate in the Brazil Water Week and wish everybody a very successful exchange. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Davi. Muito obrigado mais uma vez pelo apoio do Banco
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Thank you so much for your support. I want to thank the World Bank for its support as well. We also have the participation of we were going to have the participation of the Inter-American Development Bank, but unfortunately they couldn't attend to our events today. Now I will pass the floor to Daniela Loba, who is going to be the moderator of this week's event. It's the second time that she's our moderator for our event. And now I'll pass the floor back to her so that she can wrap up our opening ceremony. I would like to thank all of our guests for this opening session. And now I'll turn it over to Daniela. Thank you, Mr. President. Now I would like to invite the coordinators, the coordinators of this event. We have Marisa Guimarães, the coordinator of the technical program, and we also have the deputy coordinator of the technical program of Brazil Water Week, who will be joining us. Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be here today talking about our technical organization and also the process of organization of our program. As it's been mentioned, this is the third edition of Brazil Water Week. Everything started in 2018 with the Rio Water Week, which was a very bold event. We were very courageous to create an event with the participation of international partners. And in 2020, we started Brazil Water Week, which was going to be held in São Paulo, but unfortunately we were surprised by the pandemic and we had to reinvent ourselves, and we held an event that was online, completely online, and we've learned a lot from this process. At the end, we were able to expand the number of international guests that we had participating in our event. We were very successful in the holding of Brazil Water Week 2022, and now we are starting Brazil Water Week 2022. And this week we will be discussing the SDGs, the achievement of the SDGs, especially SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. We will have 19 sessions that have been grouped around 7 most important topics. The first one, we'll be talking about clean water and sanitation, which is the essence of SDG 6. We'll especially be talking about universal access in rural communities and low-income areas as well. We will be talking about the concept of universal access and the idea of not leaving no one behind. Our second topic will be on circular economy. We'll be talking about water reuse, sustainable wastewater treatment plants. This is all part of the circular economy. It's important to talk about these new concepts. And we'll also be talking about solid waste. Our third theme will be on planning and regulation, and we will be talking about the new regulatory framework, and we will compare it to other international experiences, and we will have also some international experts talking about our challenges and our experiences. We'll be talking about the role of regulatory agencies in Brazil. We will also have international experts talking to us. We will be also talking about some indicators that we have in our contracts, and we will be talking about reference standards being developed by the Water and Sanitation Agency. And our fourth theme will address efficient management, where we'll be talking about efficient energy management. We will also be talking about capacity building. Theme 6 will be about funding. This is very important. We will be talking about new perspectives and new funding, green bonds, blended bonds, and etc. And the last theme will be climate change and other environmental issues, such as sustainability. This week, we'll have the chance to hear from over 110 experts from many different countries and from many different partner companies of Brazil Water Week. As I said, we will have participants from Brazil and from other countries. The technical participants here in Brazil Water Week is not just about the program that we have created. Since the Rio Water Week, we have been working together as a team, and we have been cooperating with each other, cooperating with many partner institutions. For each one of the themes, we have created a working group responsible for everything, responsible for defining the sessions, for describing the sessions and writing the summaries, for creating the titles of the sessions as well. And also they were responsible for inviting the experts So all of our work has been the result of the work of working groups. We have held a lot of video conferences and sent a lot of emails. We have used all kinds of tools possible for us to exchange ideas and to reach the themes that we are going to be talking about during this week. We believe that we would have a very interesting program that will be covering a lot of different aspects. I would also like to thank all of the different professionals for their dedication and also the partner institutions that have helped us in the planning of Brazil Water Week. In addition to our regular sessions, since last week, we created the Brazil Water Week Connection, which during the break will hold other discussions and will share videos from national and international partners. This is a very rich moment to all of us because we will have the participation of directors, presidents, and also very distinguished officials from different organizations who will be talking about the themes that we will be discussing here. I hope we have a very fruitful event this week, and I hope that we can contribute to having universal access a reality in our country. And we also hope that we have discussions that will help us achieve SDG 6. I'm going to wrap it up now, but I'd like to pass the floor to Juliana Almeida Dutra, my colleague, who has been helping me constantly, and without her it would be impossible for us to get to where we are today. So I want her to kick off our Brazil Water Week. Ju, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marisa. I am listening to hear her talk, and I see how wonderful the Brazil Water Week preparation has been. Lack of sanitation can be a barrier to sustainable development, and the challenges to universalize proper access, quality access, have been at the core of all our discussions to build harmonization and alignment of the topic. There have been several meetings, like Marisa mentioned, with all our partners who were part of the session, the prep sessions. We had invites, discussions, constant pursuit to have technical quality levels in the topics. Now we are showcasing all that to everybody at the Brazil Water Week. So we thank Alceu's confidence, who is the president, and everybody who turned Brazil Water Week an international event in everybody's calendar, and everybody who is representing their own institutions. And we looked so forward to this, and now we're really kickstarting. I also would like to highlight the learning that we have had, all this exchange with Marisa, my dear friend, who teaches me so much all the time. I would like to hope everybody to wish everybody a great session, a lot of exchange about universalization. Have a wonderful week. Thank you so much, Marisa, Juliana. Thank you for your intense.
Por favor, a nossa sessão está encerrada. Eu devolvo a palavra.
Daniela, I'd like to pass the floor back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Alceu, and all authorities present at this opening. It is a pleasure to have you in this edition. And now we're gonna move on to our break talk, BWW Connection. So before the first technical week session. After the opening Water Week ceremony, let's follow our sponsors' video, Embasa and Funasas.
Da água que chega até a sua casa.
Now, the water gets to your house is everyday's Cobasa's work. The company is mirrored in water and keeps up with all innovation and changes, like the water legal changes and the scenario imposed by the coronavirus pandemic. We do the best for water supply and water sewage in Minas Gerais. We work as a team and we service over 11 million clients. We are driven by investment, technology, quality, and agility. Being like this every day is about having a commitment with sanitation, Cobasa, generating value to people by generating proper water. Water can give shape to people's dreams, just like Baraunas. I was afraid of coming because there was no assassination, etc. Now water gets here quickly. Now it's all very nice. Now we give Embasa gives shape to water to more people. They're proud of Bahia. Funasa. Think of a place that is blessed, Brazil, with so many different environments and diverse beauty. It is said that 12% of all the fresh water in the world is in Brazil. A world of colors and cultures as beautiful as this needs to be properly protected and cared for. There are so many territories and environments for sanitation. Thank God there are people working
Riscos à saúde da
fully
população.
dedicated to diminish health risks to population. This is Funasa's mission, to promote public health and social inclusion through health, environment care, and sanitation, bringing the rights to quality water, to water sanitation, health environments, and dignity. This is the kind of work that is a benchmark nationally and becoming an international benchmark too. But we still have much to learn and much to do, because there are many people who need to be socially included with the rights to treatment and water preservation. 100 million people with no sanitation. So it is not possible to have so much poverty behind so much beauty. To improve this reality, Funasa works. We improve supply, water quality, better sewage, and better collection of waste and waste management. To improve water supply, Funasa is implementing and amplifying to avoid diseases that reach the population. To improve water quality, Funasa strengthens municipalities with resource and knowledge so that our children can have proper water for consumption, just like legislation states. To improve water sewage and sanitation, Funasa collects and treats water so nobody suffers or falls ill. To improve everybody's health, Funasa also looks after and manages waste, solid waste, and discard it. So it is our moral job to think about the generation, to improve people who are in the
Programa de saneamento rural da
forests
história.
and rural areas, to improve rural Brazil sanitation program is to help Brazilians' lives wherever they are. This is our commitment. So Funasa is working that way, working strongly every day, offering more to those who have very little, always finding more to improve everybody's life, elderly, young people, and children, and the economy, because our country is just the one, the land of joy. And if it's up to Funasa, Brazil's future will be amazing, just like our poetry. Now, be ready. We will have relevant discussions in national and international about water sanitation. We'll have 7 topics, and the main core-centric topic is sustainable development, as set by the UN, potable water and sanitation to all, assuring availability and sustainable management of drinking water and sanitation. So let's move on to our topics. Topic 1, water, sanitation, and health to all. Topic 2, circular economy. 3, planning and regulation. Topic 4, efficient management. Topic 5, international expansion, coordination, and capacity building. Topic 6, funding. 7, environment, climate change, and sustainability. And we'll continue with Juliana Almeida Dutra. She is the coordinator at BWW. Juliana, we very welcome. That happened in 2020, in a very delicate moment back then. We needed to discuss several things, but we were going through a pandemic. 2 years later, after this whole intensity and fear that we went through, it became very clear the importance of discussing sanitation for quality of life and health. How do you evaluate? Sure, thank you, Gabriela. Every day we are impacted by the complexity that we have in the world, and we notice how much our objectives, not only work objectives, but life objectives, what results they bring in this entire process of dealing with this complex issue. Now, Brazil Water Week doesn't only want to be objective, but also the actions of 110 people who have made themselves available to work in preparation process, building process of this entire content that we're here to approach. Brazil has a major impact in sanitation because it's dealing with topics that leave the sustainable development goal number 6, but it still produce a lot of content about sanitation indicators. That is something very important for Brazil and the world. But here in we are still building and building sanitation coming from different municipalities who have been working for this entire process of bringing sanitation and health to everybody. We will also speak about 7 topics that have been thoroughly thought of and planned for over 70 people that during the Water Week process planning shared the experience and the building process in each and every one of them. So I believe what Brazil Water Week will have a major impact on the discussion and this delicate moment, because we're at this point of better understanding the complexity that we have been experiencing since 2020. We've got some time to talk, and I want to know from you, during this event, what topic was most relevant for you? I'd say 7 topics that are very important, that 7 topics that together, they put the pieces together as if it were a puzzle that brings answers and proposals for sanitation in Brazil and the world. By putting the pieces together, we know that the main critical point is to bring sanitation to the most vulnerable areas. There are a lot of obstacles and challenges along this process, and the idea is to understand how sanitation works. How can we actually implement this? Because we've been pursuing so many ways of making this reality happen, but we're still discussing solutions that I believe that are only ideal solutions in this process. So to understand how people live, understand how each and every person take sanitation in different scenarios, and how they can deal with all this process. What are the fees, the tariffs that can be charged, and make it affordable for people so that they can actually enjoy full sanitation privileges. Dr. Jennifer from WRC says, and I quote, she says, sewage is dignity and water is life, unquote. Since she said that, I've been reflecting a lot, because I think that is the main challenge. How can we bring dignity and life to extreme vulnerable areas that are present in several countries, not only ours? So here is the invite for people to join Brazil Water Week and enjoy this content. There's a very rich content for the whole week. Thank you so much, Juliana. Juliana, she coordinates this edition together with Marisa Guimarães, General Coordinator at BWW, who will very soon be joining us at BWW Connection. I would like to remind you that in May, Brazil Water Week have free connection sessions at our channel. Just get to the playlist link and the chat so you can access all videos. Now let's learn more about ABES. In June, it will be celebrating 50 years working for sanitation, for health, and for people's life quality. For 55 years, ABES has been working for sanitation and for the health and people's life quality, or quality of life. ABES' strength is in together facing all the challenges, but there's still much to get done. Our objective is to reach universalization of sanitation with treated water, collection and treatment of sewage, draining of rainwater, collection and proper destination of solid waste for all Brazilians. Sanitation with public health, water resource management, environment preservation. Everybody serviced with quality, with affordability and equity. ABES is a Brazilian trade association that gathers diversity and professionals of different companies that work in our industry. Professionals working in governments, public sector, public and private run companies, service and vendors providers, and universities. Here are some of the international entities who are partners, who are ABES partners. More knowledge, information, and excellence. Biggest platform for long-distance courses and workshops, universalization ranking and sanitation. National Award for Sanitation, the Oscars of Sanitation Awards, theme chambers, awakening new leaderships, new programs, capacity building. ABES also promotes events, strengthening debate and knowledge communication. Following the transformation that will follow the pandemic and social isolation, ABES has been working all over Brazil, working in all realms of government and all regions. 26 states, plus the federal district, the capital, with a relevant presence nationally reaching all in mainstream media and social media. Commitment is with transparency, ethics, and accountability. ABES is engaged for bringing more innovation, modern relationships, and being part of, come join us and be part of this transformation. Together, we will strengthen ABES and environment sanitation in Brazil. ABES, 85 years, 55 years. And here is my invite to you. Come join ABES. Come strengthen sanitation in Brazil. Now, the link to become a member is on the website. Now, let's move to our first theme session of Brazil Water Week. The topic is water, sanitation, and health to all. Welcome to this session, the challenges for effective universalization of water services in low-income areas under the regulatory legal framework and the UN Sustainable Development Goal, SDG.
Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Before we begin, before I actually introduce myself, I would like to inform you that if you are watching us, if you wish to follow the session in English, all you have to do is click on the top right corner and find the globe and click on English. I am Hernandes Silva de Miranda. I work at the National Agency of Water and Basic Sanitation. I coordinate water and sewage at the Service Superintendent's Regulation Department. It is a great pleasure to open the first session of Brazil Water Week first session and the Water Week promoted by ABES. This is the most important event about water and sanitation that we have in Brazil. This is an international event. Brazil Water Week is beginning today, and it will come to an end on Friday, May 27th. There will be 5 full days with nearly 40 hours of online content and over 100 specialists in Brazil and 19 other countries. Very soon, you will be able to see Brazil Water Week connection with talks, comments, and interviews. Brazil Water Week will be made available in this platform for 90 days. Tomorrow, you can watch today's presentation. Before we begin, on behalf of ABES, I want to thank all our sponsors, Sabesp, ANA, Copasa, Embasa, Funasa, AIDIS, and Sanitary. The challenge is the effectiveness of effective sanitation universalization for low-income areas, now sustained by Sustainable Development Goals, in specific SDG number 6, and also the regulatory framework here in Brazil. Now we're going to talk about the sanitation effective service providing at decent quality levels and the equity assessment. So how to assure water and sewage treatment for inhabitants in very low-income regions with housing and infrastructure levels at very poor levels. Now, the SDG 6 is the foundation for the debate, and in Brazil, specifically, we have targets that were brought by the legal framework and the new legislation. We will talk about physical and social accessibility and affordability. We will speak about most vulnerable populations in accessing these services. We will discuss technical and political solutions, as well as tariff accessibility, accessible and affordable tariffs and means for to subsidize popular tariffs so that everybody has access to water, sanitation, and health. We will speak as to how populations have been involved in public concession arrangements, taking into consideration the details, the technical details. There is a private company operating in Brazil that will be presenting in this particular session. So now, it is a great pleasure to welcome our special guests coming to this debate. Mr. Bianchini, Rio Water, Jean Martin, senior expert at World Bank, and Marcel Xavier Veiga, who is the superintendent for planning and development of the metropolitan region Sabesp. I also would like to say that helping the coordination, Juliana Dutra, who is Water Week and topic for this session. And in preparing this event, we have counted with the help and support Keila Nunes. She's from the National Sanitation Secretary and Regional Development. She helped to put together and design the session. Now, I would like to thank all the speakers, Maquet, Juliana. Now, let's begin the session informing that everybody who is watching us can submit their questions on the chat, and our guests will be able to answer after they present. We will be selecting all questions and questions to be addressed by our speakers. Now, without further ado, we begin the session. I will pass the floor to Mr. Alexandre Bianchini, Waters Rio de Janeiro chairperson. He's also an AIDIS member. Mr. Alexandre, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you, AIDIS. Thank you, everybody. On behalf of Waters of Rio, I would like to thank for the invite. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the project Waters in Rio. And can you see my presentation? Are my slides up? Not yet, Alexandre. How do I do?
Alguém tem que liberar aí, não? Hernani, vai compartilhar a apresentação a partir daí?
Hernani, I'm having issues sharing my screen. We're working on it. Just a second, please.
Só minuto, por favor, Alexandre. Se você quiser, o pessoal do apoio está trabalhando lá para colocar a apresentação.
We are now having issues with our backstage, trying to find your presentation, but you may begin. And while we wait for your slides to go up.
Estamos te ouvindo bem.
Can hear you very well. Oh, my slides are up. Thank you. We're here. Okay, all set. Fantastic.
Só um minutinho aqui. Bem, fala pouquinho da Águas do Rio.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about what is in Rio, the Aguas do Rio, which is like the company that I work for. There's a short video about the company, but I will skip it for now. We have been talking a lot about SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. But I think it's very hard for us to separate SDG 6 from the other 16. If you look at all of them, you will see that SDG 6 is part of all of these SDGs, from end of poverty, zero hunger, all of that is part of clean water and sanitation. And this is something that is very important. So today, this topic is something that cannot be disconnected from other topics. We know that we need to keep the environment and also sustainability in mind, because there is no other planet. That's the planet we gotta live in. And if we keep degrading the planet the way we are, the planet will respond to all of that, and it's going to be in an unfavorable manner, I'm sure. Today, Brazil has 16% of its population without access to treated water, and 40% of our drinking water is wasted somehow through leakages, illegal tapping, and etc. So 45% of our population does not have access to wastewater collection services, and out of this 45%, only 50% is treated. So if you have a city with 200,000 people, only 20% of the wastewater is collected and treated. So the numbers are very bad. I always like to draw a parallel with what happened with the world. When the world gets involved and fights for a cause, as it happened with the coronavirus, we are able to give a very effective response. And when the pandemic happened and people were scared of dying and a lot of bad things happened throughout the country, everybody has mobilized and tried to find a vaccine at a record time and do everything at a record time. But we know that there are human beings dying because of lack of sanitation since humanity started. And this is something that has always been neglected by all of us. And we have never tried to find results and find effective measures to avoid this kind of deaths. We need to deal with all of these numbers and deal with the consequences of these numbers. In the case of Rio de Janeiro, we have 7.3% of our population not having access to treated water. Rio de Janeiro is one of the most important states in our country, and 45% of our population does not have access to wastewater services. And out of these 45%, out of the 55% that have access to collection services, 49% of this collected sewage is treated. So around 20% of our sewage is collected and treated, a very negligible number. Today, the private sector is present in around 16% of the market in our country. AGEA has a 16% market share. AGEA is composed by Equipave, by GIC, which is the sovereign fund of Singapore, and Itaúsa, which holds around 10% of its shares. They are present in around 154 municipalities, 13 states, serving 21 million people. AGEA has broken a very important paradigm, working in cities with 3,000 inhabitants to cities with millions of inhabitants, such as Rio de Janeiro. Sometimes people say that the private sector will just go to the best markets with a lot of population. That's not true. We are breaking this paradigm as we are working in smaller cities and also larger cities as Rio de Janeiro. We cover 27 municipalities, 10 million, serving 10 million people. We have already generated 6,000 jobs in Rio de Janeiro, and we have been working for 6 months now. And of the 6,000 jobs created, 3.5 were created in poorer communities. This is part of our strategic planning. And we have also created 15,000 direct jobs. We have divided our concession into 6 major areas, as you can see on the slides, and we have an exclusive department that deals with these poorer communities. So we are in direct contact with a lot of leaders in these poorer communities. We know that we are a private company providing a public service, and we do that to its fullest. Of course, our objective is to be profitable. We're not ashamed of that. Every company has this as an end goal, but we know that we also have a social mission. We do understand that. And this is one of the most important pillars in our concession in Rio de Janeiro. We want to make sure we serve the poorer communities, and we have already started doing this in a very strong manner, working together with poorer communities. In the capital city, we have already been working with many poorer communities, and we have to invest 1.2 billion reais in poorer communities that are semi-urbanized or non-urbanized. So our project will be able to serve 56,000 people. And we also have social tariffs, which is also a very important point in our project. Social tariffs in Rio de Janeiro were practiced with less than 5% of the population, but we want to get to a much higher number. The unemployment rate in Rio de Janeiro now is at 14%. And if we have social tariffs just to 5% of the population, this is not enough. So we will apply social tariffs to more than 15% of the population, and this number might get to 20% of the population of Rio de Janeiro, especially during this pandemic moment or post-pandemic moment. We know that there is a very serious economic crisis going on. So in a very clear way within our strategy, we want to serve people with a fair price. So that's why we have social tariffs. The water charge today is at 60 reals, and the social tariff is at 20 reais. And depending on the area, it gets to 40 reals. We carried out a qualitative survey before we won this concession, and we know that this number is appropriate. We have already been working in poorer communities that have never been served by these services, and now we have solved the wastewater collection problem that these communities had. We now have also employees available to these poorer communities, and non-payment is lower than 50% in the first months. We know that this is not theory, this is practice. We see that as we provide adequate services, we can get the payment for these services. And we also have the program Come With Us. Vem com a gente. This program has more than 2,000 collaborators, and it's responsible for getting into poorer communities and responsible for revolutionizing, if you will, the provision of service to these populations. Regarding our responsibilities under contract, We have water treatment and catchment. This is something that is under the responsibility of SEDAI, and we buy water and distribute water. And we are also responsible for wastewater services as well. But the catchment of water is something that is under the responsibility of the local government. Over this last 6 months, we have invested 271 million reais, but by the 12th year of our contract, we will get to 19 billion reais in investment. And by the end of our concession, 35 years from now, we will have invested 24 billion reais. And we have also won an auction before, which has totaled a lot of payment, which has led to a lot of payments that we have made with the government. So we are committed to investing more than 52 billion reais in the state of Rio de Janeiro. If you look at the past 50 years, no other company has invested so much money in the state of Rio de Janeiro as much as we are committed to doing. In addition to these 52 billion reais, we have also commissioned a study that has calculated the benefits, the added benefits that we would have with these investments. In block 1, we would have around 15.6 billion, and in the second block, we would have much more. So we will be bringing to Rio de Janeiro around 100 billion reais in investments. We have also created an integrated operations center. We started setting this center up on August 11th of last year, and on November 1st, 3 months after the signing of the contract, we already had over 1,000 monitoring areas in Rio de Janeiro, and today we have over 1,600 data loggers spread throughout the city. So we deal with collection and also many different important areas, and we collect data on all of that. We also have another program called Infra Intelligent or a Smart program, and we have a lot of assets that are part of this program, and we have also been collecting data on all of these assets. As soon as we started our operations, we started 100 infrastructure projects, at least minor projects that have caused major impact. We are talking about short infrastructure projects that quickly solve the problems of our populations living in poorer communities. And the intention of this was to fix problems quickly. We know that we are going to be developing major infrastructure projects within the next 5 years, but we didn't need to wait that long to solve these problems. Sometimes we can just change some pumps here and there, or we can clean some networks and bring immediate results to part of the population. So this part of the population served right at the beginning of our concession has brought a lot of impacts to our city. We are now starting a lot of other infrastructure projects. We have around 163 minor infrastructure projects spread out throughout the city. This is an example of how the projects we have inherited looked like. This is in São Conrado, a very affluent neighborhood here in Rio de Janeiro, and that's what it looks like before, but now we have renovated it and it looks much better, as our city deserves. These are some of the pipelines that we have repaired here. We have already created 91.5 kilometers of network. We will start working in Maricá, which is a city that suffers a lot from water shortage, and we will be solving that. And we have already worked in poorer communities such as Pavão, Pavãozinho, Pavuna, Vila Ideal, Vidigal. Nova Iguaçu. So we have been working in every single municipality. If you go to municipalities in Rio, you will find that we are implementing and building a lot of infrastructure projects. We also have water treatment plants, sustainable water treatment plants, which will impact the Guanabara Bay. Today, the wastewater treatment plant is not treating as much waste as it could. There are some wastewater plants that in the past used to treat much more sewage and that today treat much less. So our intention at first is to, by the second year of our concession, to have these wastewater treatments working to their fullest and to fix our network so we can collect more waste into our plants. And this way we will definitely impact the quality of the bay that we have bathing Rio de Janeiro. So many of the facilities that we have in Rio de Janeiro today are not prepared to receive all the waste that we have in the city, but we will make sure that we will adjust that. There are three major pillars in this concession contract. The first one is the recovery of existing systems. There are many different plants in Rio de Janeiro. There are also many different receiving facilities that have almost 60% of their area covered by trash, and we are cleaning that up. So we will be recovering a lot of these infrastructures. A second important milestone is that by the 5th year, we'll be implementing sewage collection areas so that we can create a kind of buffer in this bay and make sure that it is fully recovered. The third milestone is the universal access to wastewater systems. Our idea is that in 2033, we'll be taking the forefront in Rio de Janeiro in this area. And our objective is to have universal access in all of the different municipalities in Rio de Janeiro. We have been successful in Block 1 and Block 4, and this was no coincidence. It was part of our strategy to embrace the Guanabara Bay. Today, all of the municipalities, except for Niterói, which is already managed and served by a private company, all of the other municipalities are under the concession area of our company. So this means we are leaders in the recovery of the Guanabara Bay, which is the major challenge that we have in this project. It's been 20 minutes, Alexandre. Can you wrap it up? Just 2 more slides to go. Well, we have also the Guandu Bay. I don't know if you remember, but there was an incident, an environmental incident happened a few years ago, and we are trying to deal with that. And I also want to say that we have been working with a lot of community leaderships. We are working with over 3,500 leaders. We also have the mangrove project. Our idea is to recover a mangrove that is also part of the city. This is beyond the scope of our concession contract. And we are also monitoring the quality of the sand on beaches in Rio de Janeiro. It's been 3 years since they stopped this monitoring, but in partnership with the local government, we have resumed this service. Today, almost 62% of our employees are self-declared black or mixed race. 72% of our trainees as well are black or mixed race. So diversity and racial inclusion is something that is very important to you. Well, regarding our sustainability goals, we have issued a lot of bonds into the market, and we have the goal of reducing energy consumption by 15%. The objective is also to have black and mixed race people in our leading roles, and we also want to have a greater number of women in our management roles. These are some of the goals that we have as well. This is the image of the Christ of the Redeemer. We're very proud of this sculpture. It's one of the greatest representations of Rio de Janeiro. We have promised that we will clean the Guanabara Bay, and I'm sure that this is something that we will definitely fulfill. We will do that in honor of the Christ of the Redeemer. Thank you so much, Alexandre, for your presentation. Thank you for giving this overview of these new services that are going to be implemented in Rio after the concession contract. We already have some questions here in the chat box, but we will be gathering them to be answered at the end. And it's very interesting. Everything that you've said is very interesting. And I'm really glad you are talking with communities, poorer communities. Now I will pass the floor to the senior specialist in the World Bank, Mr. Jean. You have 15 minutes. Thank you so much. I'll be sharing my presentation now.
Perfeito. Bom, primeiro, obrigado pelo convite.
First, thank you so much for the invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I will be presenting an initiative called Inclusive Urban Sanitation, and this is an initiative we have been working on for many years. This initiative allows us to rethink urban sanitation, and here I'm talking about sanitation in the English sense, so I'm talking about wastewater solutions and also individual solutions such as septic tanks and etc. And I want to bring some examples of how we can think differently to reach and to achieve access of sanitation for all. This is not an unknown situation to all of us. We know that in major cities we have very serious sanitation problems, and the global situation is also critical because there are 17% of the population in need of sanitation services, and only 43% of this population have safely managed wastewater services or safely managed wastewater. And with this challenge and with the growing population, we have other challenges arising, which is accelerated informal disorderly urbanization and occupation of urban areas. Unfortunately, the traditional planning and service provision plans are normally based on urban growth rates, on formal or urban growth rates. So how can we plan and provide services to everyone where the annual growth is above 10% and it happens in a disorderly manner? It's a very complicated situation. We have done some calculations in Argentina, and based on the current rhythm of expansion of our coverage, the provision of wastewater services to the population as a whole would take around 200 years. So it's not something doable. It's not doable for us to keep doing business as usual. Another impact that sometimes we forget is the impact of the lack of basic sanitation on our seas and oceans. And this is something that we have started to work on with the Santa Barbara University in California. So we are modeling what's the impact of our current sanitation services on the contamination with phosphorus and pathogens, and what is the impact on our coastal environments that are so important for local economies, tourism, and fishing activities as well. So we want to make this connection between sanitation and the health of our oceans. Many times we talk about plastic and solid waste, but it's not very often that we discuss the lack of sanitation or poor infrastructures and how they impact our oceans. Well, moving on. When we went from the MDGs to the SDGs, we went from talking about access to a safely managed sanitation. But this is a little bit complicated because all of the baselines started to reduce a little bit, because now we had to start thinking about a whole chain of sub-services or sub-stages that were equally important to protecting public health and also the health of our ecosystems. So once again, we had to change our way of thinking. And based on this situation, and out of the situation, we created our initiative some years ago. And I want to talk especially on this aspect of inclusiveness, this idea that all of the population needs to be benefited by proper sanitation services. And a simple example of this that happens quite often is we start implementing an engineering project that will just benefit 70% of the population because of many technical issues. So what do we do with the remaining 30%? Many times we forget this 30%, or we say that whenever we have enough urban growth, we will connect this population. But in our opinion, now we need to think of a menu of technical options to offer to this population, and we also need to have adapted technical solutions and incremental solutions so that we can achieve 100% access to sanitation services. And out of this initiative, we have created a lot of tools and methodologies that can be applied to help our partners find optimal solutions to their situation. And today I want to give you some examples of countries where they have adopted these kinds of solutions. Many times this was before the 90s. We have been thinking about that for a long time. I just want to show you that this is possible. The first example is of the so-called 4 Asian tigers that have reached notable success in achieving coverage. And I think it's important for us to look at the experience of other countries so that we can adapt them to our reality. There are some very critical points coming from these 4 countries, which is from the beginning of this change, it was a challenge. It was a very high-level challenge, and we saw that leadership, political leadership, was very important. They have decided that sanitation was a priority. So this is something that was part of their equation when they were pursuing higher quality of life. For example, in South Korea, they had economic and social development in rates that were equal to Africa's, but over the years, they have been able to change their reality, seeing that sanitation was part of economic growth. Another example coming from these four countries is the example of Japan, which also in the 50s and 60s faced problems with the contamination of their oceans. They had a lot of individual solutions and very few connections to the wastewater system. And they decided, today I think that almost 60% of the population is connected to the wastewater network, but they still have a menu of options of individual wastewater systems as well. So they have a menu that varies depending on the density of the population. So they have sewage networks, they also have individual solutions, and they also have a national system of help, so to speak, to help manage individual solutions in rural areas and also smaller municipalities. So they have a system called Jocaso, which is a kind of a septic tank with aeration. It's a very efficient treatment, but the government in the backstage developed a certification program for operators, and it also has a supporting system with maintenance and operation, making these systems more sustainable. So this is just an example. The country realized that they could not get to 100% access just relying on sewage networks. Another example that is closer to home is the example of Uruguay. It's been 2 years that since they finished this national sanitation plan. Once again, they got to the conclusion that they would not get to universal access only with the implementation of sewer networks. So they had to create new solutions for different areas. And they had to renovate and change their way of looking at sanitation, thinking about who would be responsible for what and where the funding would come from to fund these plans. So this now is that they have now a very modern plan with 2030 as their final goal. It is, of course, everything complicated because we need to change the sector as a whole, but they realized they wouldn't get to universal access if they didn't do so.
Dos últimos dois exemplos, exemplo das Filipinas.
Finally, I have an example coming from Filipinas, and I'll be talking about private and public partnerships. So they're in Manila. It's a city with 14 million people. They have 2 25-year concessions, and as part of these concessions, the operators needed to incorporate many sanitation solutions to meet the requirements that were under their contracts, and they realized that with the networks alone, they would not be able to reach their goals. But with all of their investments and with all this kind of contract, they went from 3% network to 15%, but at the same time, they needed to keep also cleaning services of over 100,000 septic tanks. And we're talking here about a very large population, let's remember that. But this is just an example showing that with the private sector, we are able to increase the access to the population, but we need to be creative again. And finally, another example that I like to show is the example of South Africa, which many years ago, they realized that creating a sewage network to 250,000 households, that would cost $4.5 billion. So they've decided to adopt the so-called sanitation frontier, or sanitation border, within which the population density was high enough to implement the sewage network. And outside of this area, this sanitation frontier, they were encouraging the creation of individual solutions that were well managed. In this way, they were able to get the cost down to $250 million to those that were outside of this frontier. So this just shows this awareness that we need to have to get to universal access. And just to finish, this is my last slide, talking a little bit about our initiative, which is not only to promote good practices, but we also develop some guidelines, some manuals on many different sanitation topics. For example, we have different connection network the programs on connection networks and the best practices. We have also published a guide on wastewater treatment and reuse. And now we are also working on guides on how to work on combined monetary systems as well. We have many other guides. I just want to show that we like to create these kind of reports and generate this kind of knowledge and also exchange knowledge with our partners and try to open our to think outside of the box, because for us to get to universal access, we need to be more inclusive and more creative.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Congratulations for your Portuguese. Very good, your Portuguese. I thought you were going to speak Portuguese, English, so I'm very impressed. And thank you for your time as well. It was perfect. Very updated, your approach in the news were very, and us at Anna, we are discussing a new regulatory standard for progressive universalization implementation. And our legislation in Brazil, that is actually based on our debate, enables these solutions plus the network. So evidently with some associated services, just like you've shown. So it is a major challenge for us to work this in Brazil. Since 2013, we've been predicting solutions that includes targets, etc. These are the international experiences, and our realities are very well aligned. Now we need to work to make headway in all these services, really. Now I want to pass the floor to Marcelo Xavier Veiga. He's the Superintendent for Planning and Development at the Sabesp Metropolitan Region Development. He will be presenting Sabesp experience. Thank you. Yes, Marcel, we see you. Now, we will speak about Sabesp work, about the low-income work, and with sanitation. Now, this is Sabesp profile. It operates in 375 municipalities, so 28 million clients, 0.6 million users. So it's one of the biggest utilitarian companies in the world, and has very expressive plan that is forecast for the next 5 years at 26.3 billion. So it's very expressive numbers that corresponds to 30% of all investments that is applied in Brazil. As to shareholders, 50.3% belongs to the state, the 13% at NYSC, and 36% at B3. So being listed and public run actually helps to accelerate the demands, and it's impossible to be profitable, so that we actually make work available and reach more vulnerable areas. As for the metropolitan region, is the metropolitan region of São Paulo is the 7th most populated in the world, and we have the biggest GDP in the world. So you can see 9,000 square meters with 7.9 thousand square meters of territorial extension. That is 50% of the state population. So when we look at the data, our region has a lot of diversity, a lot of discrepancy, And we see some images that is the face of Brazil, really. It's complex areas with prime real estate, as well as very poor areas where Sabesp works to diversify actions because we have very different user profiles. The metropolitan region includes 20.5 million inhabitants. The annual gross income is at 11 billion, assets of 41 billion, water connections 4.8 million, and sewage connections 4.7 billion. This is the scenario, and this is an overview of the metropolitan region. Here we have a bit of our reality and the challenges that we have to universalize the metropolitan region to water. In spite of the rates we have, 98% of the metropolitan region has water connections and 91% of sewage collection. But this is the scenario we have, because only 69% of the sewage is actually treated, so that we can take water and sanitation in the entire metropolitan region. Considering that our profile is what lacks, like you said, is the high poverty levels. 69% only have, so 3 to 11 million inhabitants live in the streets or in slums, and then the number is growing, and irregular settlements. So this is kind of difficulty we have for water providing and finding conventional solutions. But this is the kind of scenario that Sabesp is working to help universalization, and Sabesp has been working with social accountability and especially with Get Connected and Cool Water programs to try and pursue universalization of the service providing. Here, looking at the SDG, I agree. When we think about SDG, where sanitation to all, we think how that connects to other sustainable development goals, and we've got it all mapped so that we can have actions, so that we can work and meet the demands from the sanitation legal framework and the SDG, in special SDG number 6, but also helping other actions, other SDGs that are interconnected. As for the legal framework, it's Brazilian, and there is a new setup where you need to bring solutions until 2033. That is the deadline. So that's universalization of water. That's water collection and treatment. That includes all actions focused on loss reduction and process improvement. And article in the actual 26 actually says that we need to work in formal and informal settlements, finding social solutions, meaning you will need to address all the issues in all areas, and that is an increased issue. It's a very strong issue to be able to address. For that, we need very strong planning, because to develop and unpack all the actions and works in order to meet these demands, it needs strong planning. And planning is always based on contracts signed and underpinned by the law, and everything is monitored, reviewed, and has oversight with contracts and indicators, so that we have a better control of what the targets are and what is met. And this week we have, and now I would like to emphasize the old programs like the new Pinheiros, Get Connected, and Cool Water. These are means to find universalization the water and sewage services. Plus, it's connected to the loss actions so that we can have enough resource for our population. Here, I have a timeline. So in one glance, you can see how Sabesp has been working throughout time and how it started, trying to be better connected, interacted in its pursuit to find solutions. So together with the population, with the people, we have a number of actions that it's ongoing, but I would like to highlight these. There are more, of course, but Clean Creek program and the Get Connected to the Network, that's the 2012. That is about getting connected to the network. There's in special for low-income people, how to get connected to Sabesp network. The Cool Water program is trying to regulate and bring quality water to these areas and have a good use of its networks and do the best service providing to the population. And the new Pinheiros Rivers, it has a performance-based model contract, both Pinheiros River and Cool Water Sabesp programs. Now, the Clean Creek program started in 2007. It's in our partnership Sabesp with intervention with different areas, defined areas that together with the city of São Paulo, which is to depollute creeks, and the idea is to regulate the sewage and water treatment. In the city, also worked in the upkeep of all the areas, and most of these creeks, we did collaborative governance projects by the local leaders to work together with the local community to value this area, to have running water that is clean, valuing the property and the community. Here we have an example, and it's important to show that there are 161 creeks like this have been depolluted. And it's important also the operational teams are there following up with the indicators and targets to check if there are any issues and apply the necessary corrections. This is actually the post implementation of the program. The program is also part of the program, but it's very much population oriented so that we have best governance together with the population, identifying local leaders so that we can keep the best access possible. The Get Connected to the Network started in 2012, pursuing connection, especially in low-income areas, with PF 456, and this program was funded by the state government. The actions include homes connections to see the difficulties of that households have to do the works. So that means connections inside the household. So the hiring and the connections. So local people getting inside the houses, in special women to get in the houses, to have people adhering to the services and doing the works inside the houses. So we have 35,000 new connections benefiting 122,000 people, bringing 3.4 million liters of sewage that were not taken to the creeks. Speaking a bit about Cool Water program, like I showed in the beginning and mentioned in the beginning, there are irregular informal settlements. So you try to put together planning in work in these areas. These areas are irregular informal settlement areas. So it is necessary to work with the community. Whatever work do is not only about execution of works, but also community involvement, so that they realize the importance to regulate this service and bring sanitation, better quality of life, bringing also environment education so this work is properly developed. Only the engineering works is not enough. It is a recipe for failure, because in these regions, you need to bring awareness, environmental education, so they understand the importance of the service that is going to be carried out in their households. And so education is also very important. And you generate income because you're involving women and local people to work in this adherence program, so to get connected to the network. So we also connect local people to work with the works. It is very important, therefore, to work closely with the community, identify who the leaders are, together with the local community, so we find and have this close contact, so we can bring this perception to the community, understand the benefit they're receiving. So this is the work that Sabesp has been working. It is important to keep this together with the community, but also important to have this perspective, engagement, concern, with all teams, so we can have better involvement and engagement of our community. These are actions that are difficult to reach and difficult to have the works executed, but usually we pursue partnership with society and the city so that we actually reach the actions and make the actions feasible. So we need to have, in order to have access. Now, there's also citizenship, because in Brazil, everybody needs proof of address. So many of these people have no proof of address. So that is provides urbanization, citizenship with social tariffs. Having proof of address also means that one can buy goods and products and pay in installments. So it's an absolutely of important citizenship action, plus real estate valuing, better value to real estate. Now, the cool water program results. The focus is quality of life, diminish risk of contamination, and the connection works always looking for universalization, bringing water, and finding the means to invest in sewage, and also reduce losses, because since you bring, when you regulate these areas or these connections with social tariffs, you also avoid losses because people are better aware, because they're paying for the fee, even though it's a social affordability fee. They are more awareness about the water supply and the importance of saving and covering for losses. In this program, we have had 166,000 regulated connections. 77,000 have water plus sewage. Number of people benefited, over 500,000, 580,000. The liters of water, 21 billion liters of hour, and 40 billions of water that is not anymore wasted. This program is now funded together with the World Bank. We started the funding in 2018, so we are previewing 140,000 connections. And this program was acknowledged by the Global Pact as a success case by the SDG 6. So as you see, the results meet the demands that we see as a topic for implementation in the service providing. Pinheiros too. So all these models have been implemented and improved and adjusted to give the means to every scenario. Pinheiros is the same scenario. The cool water program also applied, but the main focus included the sewage solutions, meaning sewage treatment, moving it from water creeks, but as you can see, the engagement and commitment by the community is essential for its success. And in this program, we have actions connecting the community, very diverse communities, with the eco point, for example, and that was implemented, eco barriers, very strong work with environmental education, schools, and also challenges about proper destination of waste. Every single one of them, with the work that is executed, is to work with the community and notice the possibilities that we have to make local improvements. So they won't be following the characteristics. And now, what is important about the topic? The main highlights: planning, management, and constant learning, work to improve performance and make the corrective interface as needed. When about the timeline, that was to try and show how much learning it has been accrued and the expertise that has been accrued through time, so that we have this relationship closer with the local community, with the idea of bringing sanitation to the entire population. So this is an essential competence to have teamwork involved, fully involved, understanding the complexity and preparing everyone, the team, to work in these areas, because there are different ways, different characteristics for you to have this done. Sabesp has been working to find the solutions. So with the minimum defined scope, differently from what we would get one isolated contract works. Now we have minimum scope, better design contracts, so that we can do better service for the local solution. So you expect more global results, more well-designed results, to work together with the company so that we can discuss during the contract the best solutions to meet the needs of the set project. The projects are matched according to the local reality, because every community, every locality has its own reality. So it takes local features, local demands that you need to respect in order to work well and become successful in the project. It is important about the works. Community involvement is essential. If you only think about engineering execution, you will have a lot of difficulty to assure access, understanding, and service, meaning to keep this service at a proper format. Because when you bring environmental education and the citizenship benefits, and the community understands the benefits, they take ownership and they become a partner in the solution pursuit. They really get involved and committed with the local leadership, organizing the rest of the inhabitants to get closer to what is being done, to better understand, so we can better manage the local actions and help and assist and service the community as best as possible. As for social tariffs, unfortunately, we've run out. I'm on my last slide. The social tariffs, we have 10, 12, 20 real for water and sewage. So this entire population, these areas, they are serviced by this very small and cheap tariff, plus the importance of integrated actions with other stakeholders. This is essential because we leave everyday works and the most difficult things you live for. In order to find rationalization, you need to have articulation with different stakeholders. So the key word is partnership to make the understanding and actions feasible. That is absolutely crucial to find the results. I mentioned about the SDG 6 focus. This is the foundational for other SDGs like one, poverty and basic access. Number 3, about transmissible diseases, waterborne transmissible diseases. And number 11, to have more inclusive communities. So you see, when you focus on SDG 6, indirectly, you're also impacting SDG 1, 3, and 11. And I'd say there are other SDGs that are also benefited by number 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Marcelo, bringing experiences by Sabesp that are vital for us to help include vulnerable populations into our system. You know that today we are widely discussing how we can effectively serve this population versus just making these services available. How will we be able to meet the goals that we have in our regulatory framework. And all of the talks that were presented here today have shown that we need to try and have full provision of these services. And our law, our legislation allows us to use other solutions beyond our network to measure our success as long as we meet environmental requirements. So Gian has talking about important solutions, and Marcelo has talked about other network-based solutions, how we can incorporate this population into our network. And we've also had another speaker talking about the solutions in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you all for all your presentations, and now I want to ask a few questions that were submitted in the chat box. I would ask you to be very brief in your response because there are many different questions, or else we won't be able to go over many of them. So first of all, I have a question for Mr. Alexandre Bianchini. I will actually ask 3 questions at a time. We have one from Peterson, who is asking, what are you doing with payment default? Even those that benefit from social tariffs, how do you deal with that, with non-payment? That's one of the questions. The second question is, what is the financial leverage for the blocks in Rio de Janeiro? What is the leverage that came from the National Development Bank, the BNDES? The third question is by a representative from Lux Engenharia. What is the current pollution rate that you have in the Guanabara Bay, and what's the rate of success of your programs as well? There's also a third question asking if there are numbers related to the water losses in these communities. I ended up asking 4 questions and not 3. Sorry. Well, regarding non-payment and this reality in poorer communities in Rio de Janeiro, as I mentioned before, and Marcelo also talked about this, service provision is very important. So when you enter our community and when you're trying to generate jobs, and we need to remember that we enter communities not with the police, but to actually help the quality of life of these people, to increase their quality of life. And this way citizens feel respected, and they really feel like they have to pay. And we see that non-payment rates are going down in a lot of these poorer communities. Regarding BNDES and its participation, that doesn't really happen. We have just internal leverage. The National Development Bank, the BNDES, does not participate in this process. Now in the second phase, we will have a different scenario. Regarding the Guanabara Bay, today we have 55% rivers in this bay. 5 of them are not polluted. Out of this 50 that are polluted, 5 represent 50% of the sewage that is discharged into the bay, and we will be focusing on those to solve our problems. We have a network of around 60%, and we believe that by attacking the main problems, we will be able to deal with this problem in the Guanabara Bay as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your brief responses. Now I have a question to Jean Martin. These are some questions that were in our chat box. You still have questions to submit your question. We have a question from a representative from Sanepar. he mentions that the Japanese government subsidizes a good portion of the tariff in the systems that you've presented. But he highlights that the systems that you've shown are important because different forms of treatments to reach universal access are always welcome. So he's asking, how do you see these issues, especially regarding subsidies and tariff, based on examples that you've shown? There is a question here from Cesar Marinho as well. It's actually not a question, but he reinforces that the having dialogues and discussions is very important for us to advance in these areas. So I want to elaborate on this. First, talking about decentralized solutions and other solutions in other countries, and also talk a little bit about appropriate sanitation systems. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your questions and comments. It's true, in the case of Japan, subsidies are important, and they are still important. They have programs for promoting the implementation of these solutions. I mentioned one of them, which I believe where I believe almost 40% of the capital cost is subsidized, and then maintenance costs are covered by clients. But there are some other regions and areas where they are more vulnerable. So in these cases, subsidies are a little bit higher. But just for the capital part of things, there are also different tariffs depending on the area, just as it happens in Brazil. And I think that subsidies are very important, both for sanitation services as well as for individual solutions. Many times I've taken part in discussions where people would say that individual solutions are just under the responsibility of the client and the government shouldn't meddle, but there are many examples now where the government subsidizes the sewage system, and that's why they think that they should also help with individual solutions. I'm not saying this is a one-size-fits-all solution. You know that every region and every city will find a different solution, and that's why we need to have dialogue. We won't be able to find a silver bullet that will solve all of the problems. Maybe in the national Uruguayan plan that I mentioned before, they recognize that there are some different types of sanitation solutions that could work in most of the country. But after that, of course, you need to start holding discussions with municipal governments that are responsible for individual solutions, and then we need to know what to do. So dialogue plays a key role in this matter, and that's what we say in our initiative. Everything starts with dialogue. And in the case of Uruguay, but in many other countries, we created a national plan that brings together all of these ideas to help us really make sense of the dialogue. The goal is not to just make ideas concrete in the document, but it's just like to kick off the conversation. Now I will move on to questions for Marcelo. The first question from Rafael Barilho. No, actually, this was a question for Bianchini, and I've already asked that. So from Rafael Lavigne Lemos, who's asking, how do concessionaires, irrespective of it being private or public, where in areas where the in areas where the government doesn't really act, how they can guarantee legal certainty. Meaning, he's talking here about legal certainty in these more vulnerable areas. How can this be integrated into the work developed by service providers and regulatory agencies in such a way to ensure certainty, legal certainty? Another question for Marcel is, as Sabesp is a mixed economy company, how do you hire residents from poorer communities without going through a formal selection process? No, actually, there is one more. Also from Rafael Barilho. I see that he's repeating the same question. I want to know if there are numbers referent to water losses. Well, if I understood the first question correctly, I think he was talking about how safe it is for you to enter an illegally occupied area. So these are consolidated areas, as I've shown you. These areas that have been there for a long time, these areas are very important. And when we started this contract with the local government, we started finding ways to make things work. But normally we enter consolidated areas. If the areas are not safe, Sabesp will assess and monitor together with municipal authorities so that we don't enter dangerous areas. So far, we haven't had any case like this, but our teams, before starting a project at communities, we assess our risks and we work together with municipal authorities to make sure that we are safe. But if we do not try to solve the problems in these communities, we will keep losing water. We need to remember that water is still being consumed in these communities. So that's why today we agree to building projects in these communities, or else we are losing water. Of course, that if there is a community, if it is a company that is, if it is a community that it's dangerous or something, then of course that we won't be working in these communities. But whenever possible, we go to these communities, and this is what's happening with some of the funding programs we are carrying out together with the World Bank. These contracts are not really under the scope of Sabesp. We hire companies that within the scope of the contract, we need to try and have performance and solutions, and we find companies that will execute the projects and will also carry out social work locally. And within our performance contract, this requires flexibility, and the company needs to work on solutions and also interact with Sabesp daily. But the companies are the one hiring people at communities. So as companies win the bidding process, of course that we're going to define the minimum scope to be fulfilled, but the hiring of these people at communities is something that is done through companies that were granted the bidding contract in these areas. Well, regarding losses, water losses in these communities, in our water balance sheet, we have a water losses index that is not only specific to a community, but actually to a whole area, to that whole region. So we monitor these water losses index, but it's not specific to a small area, but to a bigger region. And as we structure the projects, normally we add parameters from neighboring regions so that we can define references to try and have better performance in these contracts.
Temos aqui mais algumas perguntas, mas o nosso tempo está.
We still have a few questions, but our time is almost up.
Eu vou passar então uma pergunta para cada.
So I will just ask one question to each of our speakers.
Em relação ao senhor Alexandre Bianchini, há uma pergunta que é o seguinte.
There is a question for Alexandre Bianchini regarding the payment of permits. It's a question from Julio Cesar. He's asking about permits and if the payment of these permits will not increase tariffs. No, the contract says it very clearly. The tariff that we implement is the same one that we have inherited from the previous company. And we have also, of course, done calculations that take into consideration many different factors. We just increase the tariff just based on inflation and other factors as provided by contract. There is another question regarding the removal of pollution. He's asking a little bit more about water losses in the Guanabara Bay as well, and in Rio de Janeiro, and also other important factors. Water losses in Rio de Janeiro are at around 45% in communities. So, for example, we entered for our community this month, and we have implemented a macrometer, and we saw that the consumption now went down to 21 cubic meters, and we believe that we will get to a loss at around which is going to be lower at 30%. That's what we hope. Regarding the amount of sewage discharged in the Guanabara Bay, if we calculate, well, in the area of the Guanabara Bay, we have around 35 cubic meters per second of water. So around 20% of this is treated. So we have a disposal of 28 cubic meters per second. So it is a very high amount of sewage discharged into the bay. But as we build projects around the bay, and as we have different projects implemented throughout their process, we see that this bay can renew its water within 18 days as it exchanges water with the ocean. So we see that the turnaround of water is quite great. So it's not just about projects, but it's also about educating the population. When you're talking about the pollution in this bay, we're not just talking about sewage disposal, but we're talking about littering as well. These are things that we need to address, and we need to be protagonists here. We cannot just build infrastructure projects and wait for things to happen. So this project is not just about investments. This is a project about solutions. If the Guanabara Bay is not completely recovered by the end of the contract, we won't have fulfilled our mission. So our objective is to fully recover the Guanabara Bay. Thank you, Alexandre. There is a very objective question here for Marcelo, asked by Flavia. She's asking, how much is the social tariff provided by Sabesp today? It is 10.20 for water and 10.20 for sewage. So it's 20.40 in total for both services. Josiana Aparecida Rossi from Cezanne asks to Jean Martin about the approach that was presented by the three speakers. It seems to me that she wants you to elaborate a little bit on how in illegally occupied area you are making sure you reach a universal access. This is a question I'm asking to Jean Martin and also to our other speakers, if you can add anything. Well, this is quite a complex question because there are many dimensions there involved. We have to assess risks of where some people are living, and if the risk is too high to allow them to keep living there, this is another question. So it's not just a matter of sanitation. And I think this is a very broad discussion, and within this discussion, we also need to see if the risk is okay, and then we need to think of appropriate solutions, appropriate sanitation solutions for these people as well. Maybe we can have condominium-based solutions or individual solutions or another kind of solution. There are examples in Bolivia, for example, in La Paz, where they have this idea that if you are in an area where the sewage network cannot get to due to technical or financial issues, then we create individual solutions so that one day when urban growth gets to these neighborhoods, these populations will be able to connect to the official network. This is a way of looking at the challenge. I don't know if I've answered your question. Marcelo, can you repeat the question? The question is how to implement solutions for these illegally occupied areas, which is something that you already did in the projects that you presented, but I want to know if there is anything to add. Well, I've already made some comments about this, and I think that based on the examples that were shown here, we need to try and find alternative solutions. So if it hasn't been done yet, it's because it's not easy. If it was easy, somebody would have done it. But that's why it's important to study alternatives. And I think it's important in this process to work together with communities and try to find innovative solutions. But in some cases, it might be infeasible, and maybe local solutions are better. In the case of the metropolitan region, this is not really the case. For example, in São Paulo, that's not the case, but I think that we should approach this in a case on a case-by-case manner. So we know that sometimes we won't have conventional solutions. As I mentioned in my presentation, we know from an engineering point of view, sometimes we cannot be as traditional, and we need to think outside of the box and think differently from what you have been thinking so far if you want to have these places achieve sanitation goals. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Alexandre? I really like what Marcelo said. If it was easy, it would have been solved. It would be solved by now. And that's why we still have 17 SDGs, which are 17 problems. There's no way of addressing SDG 6 alone. Things are interconnected and intertwined. And when you deal with a problem at a community, it is as if you were dealing with all of the different problems of that community. So we cannot just find a solution based on SDG 6. We need to look at all of the SDGs. Well, we are reaching the end of our panel. We have 2 minutes to go, and I will ask Jean-Martin to just answer a question. You have 30 seconds. A question from Ana Cristina Escrava from Ana. You talked about a limit for networks in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a minimum density for the implementation of networks? There are 2 examples, an example coming from South Africa and from Uruguay as well. But they do have different limits depending on the country and depending on the region. They calculated, based on their reality, their limits. So the density for each type of solution, I do not have the numbers with me right now. I can, if you want, look for them and forward them. But the work involves many different stakeholders in Uruguay for them to decide what would be the density for each region and to decide what type of solution they would use. But this was a very extensive exercise that counted on the participation of different stakeholders. Ana Cristina made this question and we worked together at ANA, and this information for us will definitely help us in the development of reference standards. But we know that everything will depend on the reality of each country. I can share it. Thank you. Well, for those participants whose questions were not addressed, unfortunately, we didn't have time, but we will forward your questions to our speakers and they will get back to you. And now, just to finish our session, I would like to thank Marcelo, Jean-Martin, and Alessandro Bianchini for having accepted the invitation to be here with us. To the participants, I would like to remind you that Brazil Water Week will continue, and now you will have BWW Connection. Thank you.
Acho que fechamos. Muito obrigado, viu, gente?
Thank you all. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the BWW Connection, our talk show. We have just watched the first technical session of the Brazil Water Week, challenges for the effective universal access to sanitation services in low-income areas from the perspective of SDG 6 and the Sanitation Regulatory Framework. This SDG 6, Clean Water and Sanitation by 2030, one of the 17 SDGs established by the UN, will be part of our discussions throughout the Brazil Water Week. I have here with me Marisa Guimarães, the General Coordinator of this edition, and Juliana Almeida Dutra, the Deputy Coordinator of this event. Welcome, welcome, welcome once again. And during the break, Juliana was saying that she wants to talk a little bit about this discussion that was taking place just. Can you talk a little bit about this, Juliana? This has been a very important discussion because we've seen how companies were sharing with all of us, and we actually have more than 600 viewers, and we want to thank you all for attending our event. We've noticed that organizations and institutions were sharing their concerns with us. Alexandre Bianchini from Águas do Rio, the waters in Rio, has mentioned that they have 3 major milestones: the recovery of systems, implementation of sewer collectors, and universal access to sanitation services. And he has also mentioned how important the engagement of society is. The Águas in Rio has also different programs that work together with leaderships. They also have a program called Come With Us, Vem Com A Gente, which was also presented by Alexandre. And this is very important to all of those watching to realize that without the engagement of our society, we won't be able to achieve our sustainability goals. Another point that also raised by Jean Martin, who is the senior specialist in water and sanitation from the World Bank, was inclusive urban sanitation. I thought that was very interesting. And he shared the experience of the Philippines, Japan, South Africa. So he talks a little bit about some mechanisms to correct mistakes and errors. He talks about societal engagement as well. But a point that caught my attention was how infrastructure is a public health objective shared by everyone. I also liked when he mentioned about this multisensory approach. And then Marcelo Xavier, the superintendent for planning at Sabesp, he talked about the Se Liga na Rede, or connecting yourself to the network, and other different programs that embrace SDG 6 to bring clean water and sanitation to vulnerable areas in São Paulo. Some of the main points he mentioned were the performance-based model, which is something that is quite innovative to the market as a whole. He also talks about models adapted to local realities, because sometimes we need to adapt our models according to the population we are serving. And he also talks about the adoption of social tariffs. And there were many questions in the chat box about this, about social tariff, about how much the population is charged, and etc. So, and at the end, Marcelo was saying that SDG 6 is also part of other SDGs. He talks about SDG 3, which is about welfare, and SDG 11, inclusive cities. Now I'll pass the floor to Marisa so that she can talk a little bit about what's going to happen throughout Brazil Water Week. And I would also like to thank you all who are still here with us, and let you know that we have a very rich program ahead of us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's already afternoon. It's actually 12:30. I think we started out well, right, Juliana? Our first session was indeed excellent, and we've put on the table essential topics such as universalization. Just it seems simple, but universalization in with this type of focus, the focus that we had in our first session, exactly as we planned. So going straight to the point, we planned. I would like to speak a little bit, Danny. May I? I have a couple of minutes. How to build this up? How did we get this far? Oh, the Brazil Water Week planning is not just mine, Hernani, and everybody else who was on the other side, who's worked with us all the time. This is not a topic only ours, it's collective building. Since the very first moment, it includes entities, institutional partners that are actually strategic stakeholders that give us focus support. And that means national, international stakeholders. That means speakers also who work on planning session discussion, who discuss the actual topic design, the questions, set keywords for every session too, because the universalization topic is so broad, so comprehensive. But what is it that we really want to discuss? What are we adding? What is actually driving this forward? All of this has been happening actually inside the work groups. In this time, during Brazil Water Week preparation, this is not new, mind you. We've been repeating this since Rio Water Week, this collective strategic work with strategic partners. We've been doing this collectively. We have 7 work groups with 7 different topics. We started now with water and sewage, and we're going to continue now with circular economy. Very soon, we'll have a session that will address the concept of a circular economy, which is reuse water, really, that we should never overlook, really, especially when it comes to water scarcity. And what are the extra assets that we can use for water supply, for industrial or rural applications? Water, for reuse water, has more and more economic value, and it will be further discussed in the next session. Today, we're also going to speak about the legal framework in Brazil. For Brazil, we have several changes, good new things, complicated things. We place targets very clearly, clear targets for universalization that needs to be embedded in all contracts, but also new contract models and use of contract and hiring. And that is going to be a major piece for the discussion of today's event in the afternoon. New business models, differences between the models, and here in Brazil, we have service providing contracts as well as listening, active listening of international, active listening of other countries who have experienced similar scenarios to ours, and that will be very enriching for our learning experience. But going back to the first point, I would like to highlight the importance of all the partner institutions and tell you we would never be able to get anywhere without, we would never get anywhere. Thank you very much. Undoubtedly, this exchange is incredibly important. By the way, congratulations for the amazing work. Now, at BWW Connection, today, there will be Water Research Commission. They do water research in South Africa with its CEO at WRC, Dr. Jennifer DeLonga. Let's have her video.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jennifer Mulwantwa. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Water Research Commission in South Africa, and I'm pleased to present to the Brazil Water Week 2022 on water, health, and sanitation for all. The Water Research Commission is the Schedule 3A entity. It is a public entity mandated to support the Water Ministry on issues related to water security. It is funded through a water research levy, which is a unique model that ensures that year on year, there's adequate funding for water and sanitation research. We prioritize our water and sanitation research in support of legislation, national policy, cross-sectoral policy, and master plans. Therefore, our key focus areas are on water resource and ecosystems, water use, wastewater and sanitation futures, as well as water utilization in agriculture. We also drive innovation acceleration through partnerships and best practice through generation of knowledge products for the sector. The reason we are focusing on water research in South Africa, we have also started with identifying the emerging threats. And not only are these applicable to South Africa, but some of them are actually a global threats as well. So population growth and rapid urbanization is definitely one of those areas, because we understand that by 2050, 66% of the global population is projected to be urban, and settlements therefore continue to go unplanned, and some of them in South Africa particularly are growing into the flood zones. We also have got aging and prohibitive costs of new infrastructure, particularly where we're looking at current sewer and centralized wastewater treatment facilities, where we're looking at the refurbishment of infrastructure as well as repairs that are very costly. And the cost of also implementing new sanitation and infrastructure is very expensive. Water scarcity and stress is one such threat. We know that by 2030, half of global population could be facing water shortages. It's even more pronounced in South Africa because we are a semi-arid country which receives less than the average, global average in terms of precipitation. Our demand could therefore outstrip supply by 40%. So climate change is the fourth such risk, and it is projected that in South Africa, the West is going to be very dry. That is where we're going to be having challenges around droughts, but also we know that the East is going to flood, and there we are going to be having challenges around the frequent and prolonged, as well as very intense floods that are happening in the eastern side of the country. Our drivers of changes identified include climate change, aging and unsustainable infrastructure, water stress, as well as population growth and rapid urbanization. Therefore, in looking at the issues around water security, we have focused on the sustainable use of our water resources. For that, we are developing the protection of the water sources as one of the critical areas that we have to look at. And we need to refocus our minds and understanding around the utilization of water. Globally and most prevalent, most people, when they're talking about water sources, they're looking at your rivers and water that they can see, which we know to be called as surface water. However, we need to also start looking at the use of groundwater, rainwater, as well as wastewater, which should not be seen as a waste, but rather as a resource. In doing all of this, it is important that we have assessment and focusing, particularly in the development of early warning systems, in order to be able to understand where are we coming from, what is the current status, where do we want to get to, and how do we then deal with challenges. But most importantly, when you have these systems, you need a communication protocol that is going to ensure that everyone in the value chain, as well as different stakeholders, users, and communities, as well as government entities and authorities, are able to communicate effectively and are able to put in place the measures that need to be implemented to ensure that we're able to deal with challenges as they arise. Therefore, it is very much important that we monitor the state of our infrastructure, and in particular looking at quantity. So are we able to convey all of the water that is coming in through precipitation or rainfall? And where necessary, are we able to also store this? And it's important also to focus on storages of the future, taking into consideration our understanding around the increased evaporation and evapotranspiration that's going to be linked to climate change. We have to definitely be able to monitor for quality, but also consider multiple use. We have to ensure that water is utilized, which is fit for purpose. So for drinking water purposes, you're looking at potable water, but the waste out of that is coming out of that potable water then can be reused for other things such as reuse of grey water for agriculture, subsistence, agriculture and gardening. We can look at the reuse of the actual wastewater at a large scale for agricultural sector support. We can look at the use of the solids in terms of our multiple use, but also we have to focus on the linkages between climate and water. We have to understand that water and related data is critical in managing. They always say that if you cannot measure it, then you cannot manage it. Therefore, we have to ensure that there is availability of data and we're using that data for decision-making purposes. We have to also re-engineer and innovate our thinking around new monitoring tools and applications. We have to look at the use and the sharing of the resources and the skills and the people around the entire value chain of water so that we don't have duplication and waste of resources. We also have to look at the use and development of big data protocols and experimentation for transboundary as well as groundwater systems. We need to relook and consider remote sensing, which includes the integration of Earth observation data and satellite remote sensing for monitoring eutrophication. In South Africa, we have at the Water Research Commission developed a system where we are able to use satellite information to monitor the state of the dams and the reservoirs, particularly the state of eutrophication, which has an impact on people. We also have to be able to have improved rainfall prediction and use radar systems as well as ground-based rain gauges. We have to be able to allow or at least have real-time or near real-time monitoring and utilize the data that is coming out of that to make information which can be utilized for decision-making. Therefore, we need to map and characterize our areas, take into consideration that 10% of our land surface provides for 50% of runoff. Therefore, we need urgent protection and management, particularly of our source waters, to ensure that it is not wasted and it is managed properly. We also have to develop tools for ecological infrastructure management. Groundwater use in South Africa has really not been taken up a lot, and that is because of our past and our use and view of groundwater as more inferior water compared to surface water. And therefore, in our capacity at the local level of management of water, we are more focused on supply issues, but not necessarily availability, management, and sustainability thereof. For an example, our very own South African Reserve Bank has got a water demand of about 100 kiloliters a day, which can be fully met by the estimated yield of basement groundwater of about 155 kiloliters a day. However, because we don't have that focus on groundwater, currently we are discharging this wastewater from the basement of the Reserve Bank into the stormwater system, and that is a waste. And therefore, if we could recycle and look at other uses, we could actually save a lot. Therefore, multiple uses of water services, it's not a very common practice. But in South Africa, take into consideration, we've got rural communities, we've got different and not a homogeneous city type of town communities. We really are driving the use of multiple water use services. And for that, we are focusing mainly on community-driven schemes, which we have found that they are cost-effective, they reduce vandalism through the pride and the uptake by the community and the protection of these systems, but also that improves food security as well as stimulating local economies. In terms of climate change, we know that the science is well established in terms of the prediction, in terms of the forecasts, and therefore we know particularly that Southern Africa will become drier. But even within there, we know that the East will be more wetter than the West. Therefore, we need to have specific and effective, fit-for-purpose infrastructure for water to deal with both areas. We need to be refocusing our attention on groundwater recharge within the eastern side, and also how do we store and reticulate some of that water that will be abundant within the eastern side to ensure that we've got balanced system. The Water Research Commission does also provide climate advisory panel, which was established by the WRC, and that is utilized for seasonal forecasts working with the South African Weather Services. I will just now go into some of the projects that we have engaged in, and some of them are ongoing. For example, in terms of monitoring water quality, we have always relied on conventional methods of data collection, taking samples, sending them to the laboratory, depending on the turnaround time, then you have got data which you can use for decision making. But sometimes that process is very prolonged. Therefore, we have looked at water quality monitoring, which has got what we call real-time data collection. And for that, we are using what we call fish telemetry. And there, we have developed a manual to monitor water quality and behavior remotely in real time, particularly in the inland aquatic ecosystems. The main aim was actually to increase government, community, and stakeholder knowledge uptake, as well as to ensure that the data that is collected is converted into information that can be used for decision making. So in essence, you use what you call fish biotelemetry, where a tag is attached to the dorsal fin of a fish, and that is used as a sensor which generates temperature, oxygen, turbidity, conductivity, as well as flow information or data. And it also provides more information around the fish behavior in its natural habitat, their migration, as well as movement. And with that project, we have found that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, who are the authority on conservation, have implemented and are taking up this project and seen it as a value to them. So from a health perspective, we have to acknowledge and know that whatever happens, be it from an air quality point of view, from an environmental and land point of view, everything lands in the water. And therefore, water in our Department of Sanitation in South Africa, we have said that water is life and sanitation is dignity. And therefore, it means that water also contributes largely in terms of health. So we wanted and we have created a knowledge hub around contaminants of emerging concerns. And there are two significant areas of research that we are focusing on. One is focused on new and emerging contaminants. And here we're looking at some contaminants such as endocrine disrupting chemicals, antimicrobials, pharmaceuticals, pathogens, chemicals, as well as microplastics. Central to this research, it's really the management, the understanding, the disposal, the use of all of these emerging contaminants, and how as a country we need to have an implementation plan around how we deal with these challenges. But also we have focused recently on wastewater, use of wastewater surveillance for environmental purposes, where we're able to use it as an indicator to focus monitoring as well as testing, and to be able to allocate more of our resources at hotspots as well as areas where they are mostly needed. But we also should be able to scale this up, or we were able to scale this up during the current pandemic, where we have used the wastewater-based surveillance for epidemiological analysis, where we were able to utilize the indicator information from our wastewater treatment works, and by testing the COVID RNA, and at that level you are able then to come up with information and inform the relevant Department of Health as well as the communicable diseases to say that this is where we're picking up an increase of indicator organisms of this COVID-19, and as a result, in terms of testing, in terms of applying more education and awareness, then you can be able to focus on such areas. We also have utilized the same information to be able to link it together with the National Institute of Communicable Diseases, where they provide the information of testing on an ongoing basis. And we can be proud to tell you that we have in the last at least year and a half been able to be at the forefront of creating awareness, or at least ringing alarm bells around the rise in terms of the different waves as have been identified in South Africa and globally. We also have looked at sanitation in looking at the entire value chain of water. Previously, focus would be on water security separate from sanitation, but we all know that as there is source to tap thinking and movement towards focusing the research that way, is that we have to include sanitation in the research that we are doing. But that has been informed by the current situation in South Africa, where we understand that it is a major challenge, and from 2017 going back to 1996, the country had only then reached about 83% of reach of sanitation. But within that 83%, we know that only households with access to improved sanitation were served with waterborne toilets connected via sewers, or what we call wastewater treatment works. Therefore, there is still a significant portion of the population, particularly 36%, which rely on on-site sanitation alternatives, and 22% of those are improved, while 14% is still unimproved. Therefore, there is a backlog on top of a backlog in terms of what needs to be addressed. So South Africa is embarking on a program that is called the Ministerial Water Services Improvement Plan. And we find that as the Water Research Commission, the work that we are doing has placed us in the right spaces, and we have also looked at opportunities to also consider broader set of interventions. And we know that we are also looking at revising our norms and standards, and WRC has responded to this challenge of sanitation by rolling out a strategic program around sanitation. Therefore, we have what you call the SASTEP program of sanitation, and its vision says, upon conclusion of the SASTEP program, a rejuvenated South African sanitation industry should have emerged that not only creates jobs and contributes to the GDP, but also is a global leader in the application of alternative sanitation technologies that provide everyone in South Africa with access to proper sanitation that minimizes pollution, promotes health, and also safety and water security. Basically, we need to rethink how we have looked at sanitation. Not all sanitation should be through pipes and reticulated system, but we need to ensure that sanitation, like water, has to be fit for purpose. The Substep Trust strategy of the Water Research Commission and its partners is aimed at looking at the modernization of off-grid sanitation, and it's looking to offer a new toolbox of sanitation options. It's looking to decentralize and reduce pollution, also should be coupled with the digital economy, but also build sustainable principles, particularly on the issues around nutrient, sludge, and water reuse for easy adoption by the users. We want to build a water-sensitive infrastructure and technologies that are adaptable and easier to replace, but also are able to be expanded or also be moved from one place to another, but also be able to respond to challenges, particularly when we're looking at the recent droughts and floods in specific areas. There are certain off-grid options that have come out of the Substep program, and the most important thing around them is that they are modular, and therefore they can be removed from one site and placed on another site because of their design, but also they can be expanded as and when the need arises because of that modular kind of configuration, which is very different from the conventional. One thing that's very also positive around it is that they're manufactured in South Africa, but also they are fully recyclable. There is no need to top up water to flush. Hence, there is where there is no continuous water supply, the implementation of this off-grid system would not be an issue. Some of the options or examples are the clear recycling toilet, the new generator, Aramlu and Dewdrop, and all of these have got central and important to them water efficiency that is as easy as the EnviroSen or the Easy Split, where we are looking at the separation of the solids and the liquids and are also focusing on finding subsequent use both for the liquid and the solids. But most importantly, when you need it for a household, it would be a different type of a module. From a dense population, it would be a different type of a system that you would do for a household compared to a school or a clinic. And we are hopefully hoping that the uptake of this project will be implemented where it is needed most at local government level. Water sanitation and health requires an integrated approach. We have to be able to think out of the box on a differentiated approach, which must be fit for purpose, determined by the size, the area, as well as the climatic conditions. We have to only make sure that central to everything that we are doing, there is a standardization of quality at every level. That way, making sure whether you are in the rural area or you are in the city, the standards of drinking water, the standards of sanitation are the same. We have to focus on the development of early warning systems, particularly focusing on indicators and surveillance protocols. Communication protocols, particularly cross-sectorally in government, is going to be very important, because when the alarm bells are rung through the early warning systems, everyone needs to start playing their part, but integrated approach must be taken also in terms of how the decisions that are made are impacting on one another. So education and awareness of our people is very much important. They need to understand what are these new systems or technologies, what does it mean for them, and that way we should be able to influence or at least change their view and thinking, and so that they can move away from seeking all of those conventional systems that are not efficient, that are no longer effective, that are costly, taking into consideration our low growth of our economy. In all that we do, we have to be open to community or user feedback for continued improvement. Hence, it is important to carry our communities with us as part of the research that we are doing, as part of knowledge uptake and dissemination, and making sure that when we come up with innovation, they are not left behind, but are able to support the government in the uptake of such innovation. From South Africa, I would like to thank you and say ciao, ciao. Enjoy the Brazil Water Week 2022.
Muito interessante, informativa.
How interesting and very informative to have the video talk by Water Research in South Africa. And we can tell several of the issues that she touched also take place in Brazil. That's why this exchange of experience at Brazil Water Week is about sharing different realities, and that is why it's so important at a point where the world is still suffering lots of the impacts of climate change and other issues. Last week, the UN released a report that showed that the main indicators reached new record levels in 2021, actually making global heat becoming worse, and we are trying to prevent catastrophe. That means investment on clean energy. Studies like this, launched by the UN and the Water Research Commission, whom we've just heard from, presents challenges and solutions, and the whole week of the event we will hear more experts from Brazil and international experts. So besides Marisa and Juliana present in the studio, we also have online the National Vice President at ABES, Mario Guerillo, the ABES Director for the Northeast, Vanessa Brito, and ABES Parabiso, José Breto de Lima. Hello and welcome. Now, I would like to begin with you. As soon as we started, she mentioned about the threats and the challenges. Can you trace a parallel to Brazil?
It sounded like she was talking about Brazil. Jennifer started her remarks before talking about the work of the Commission by highlighting the threats in the world today. And we think about Brazil, she was talking about the accelerated growth of urban population. I think that we have seen this before. Sanitation problems in major cities and how challenging it is. We always have to try and keep up with the pace of our populational growth. This is a challenge not only in South Africa, but also for us. The cost of renovating infrastructure. We have infrastructures in major Brazilian cities, but we know that they age quite quickly and they need to be replaced. And for you to do that, you need to have very well structured programs that will allow us to have financial resources to do that. And they face similar problems. In South Africa, we find a lot of similarities with the kind of organization and with the kind of cities that they have there, which are similar to the ones that we have here. They also face economic problems and crisis. And this is a challenge that she mentioned and that we also face here. She also talked about water scarcity and water stress. She also talked about groundwater management and surface water, and the way that they deal with that is a little bit different from us. We normally have better management of groundwater, but we also have this constant threat of water stress, especially given this last threat presented by climate change. So I think this helps us draw a parallel, showing that we can move on with our conversation about technologies and also innovations and our pursuit for universal access. I enjoyed learning about two important projects. One of them involves many different organizations and technicians in the world, where we see that they are developing tools for sewage monitoring to track SARS-CoV-2 in sewage. This is a tool that they are using and that Brazil also uses. We saw this last week during the special session on wastewater surveillance. And we know that this tool is extremely useful for epidemiological surveillance because this way we can foresee growth curves and we also can foresee waves of this disease. So we can detect the virus in the sewage 2 days before, 2 days later we see clinical manifestations, then 2 days later we see hospitalizations, then we see the beginning of deaths, and we see a reduction in cases. So this is a very important tool, and we are very much aligned with what they are doing in South Africa, and I think this represents a major gain to the world as a whole. Another important project that she called, I like the name actually, a fish-based project, where they use fish with sensors to try and track the quality of water and the amount of water resources, such as turbidity, dissolved oxygen, eutrophication. So this is also a very powerful monitoring tool. And these are just the 2 projects I would like to highlight among all of the amazing projects she mentioned. Great. Juliana, can you talk a little bit about the challenges? How can we address these challenges? And what do you think about what Jennifer said? As Marisa said, it sounds like we are talking about Brazil. It's all very similar to what we have to face here in Brazil. Well, leading on from what Marisa said when she was talking about COVID surveillance, we know that sanitation has a lot to offer to us, a lot of things that we haven't tapped into, because as a society we haven't been able to realize the importance of sanitation. Jennifer talked about the use of water and understanding the system. As a society, we do not know very much about how the sanitation system works, and we should, so that we would use the system better. Another important point that she raised, and that I see that we are still trying to work on, has to do with indicators. Marisa and I, when we started our technical discussions for the Brazil Water Week, we talked a lot about this, about how much we need to talk about indicators, how much we need to show indicators that demonstrate how the SDG 6 is being implemented in Brazil, and how these indicators are being discussed. And she says that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And this is one of the greatest needs that we have. We need to manage our results and also our investments in water resources. She also talked about the multiple use of waters. And at some point, she was showing some images about this. And she also talks about how important for us to monitor these reflections so that we can see how multiple use of waters are happening throughout Africa. There are many different cases in Brazil and out of Brazil talking about multiple uses, and we will have some discussions on this topic during the Brazil Water Week. Another point that she raised at the end was an integrated, the issue of having an integrated approach around this area. In Brazil, we have the regulatory framework where we are still learning to take advantage of this process. So thinking outside of the box is also another important point that she mentioned. I think this is very important, especially when you're talking about vulnerable areas, because we tend to replicate areas from normal residential areas into other areas, but we need to take into consideration the different habits of these populations. So we need to think about how we can work together with the population so that they understand our objectives and the importance of water for health and also for other many different areas. And just to finish, and I'll pass the floor back to you, Dani, she talks a lot about education and awareness raising and understanding the system and how individuals influence this system as part of our society. So I think this is very important for us and for all of the other countries who are living in vulnerable situations with a population that does not really understand a lot about sanitation. Well, I also want to hear from our other participants. I want to hear from you about the challenges that you're facing in your regions and what you're doing to face these challenges. Querino, can you start? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here participating in such an important international event promoted by ABES. This topic is extremely relevant, as we've seen before. The organization needs to be congratulated because this has been a great start. I was here in the opening ceremony and we are talking about very relevant topics. This video of Jennifer, just reinforcing the words of Marisa, the research carried out in South Africa could be generalized, definitely, to Brazil. The scenario is very similar. The problems that they face there are very similar to the ones that we face here. She starts by talking about the threats, and these are all the threats that we have here. She also talked about the concentration of the population in urban areas. She says that 66% of the world population will live in urban areas in 2050. We have already exceeded this number. Our urban concentration today is larger than this. The occupation of areas in an unplanned manner is also another threat. So the occupation of risky areas, areas that are prone to flooding, and also areas of instability. And this makes it harder for us to serve this population with our services. And this is a challenge. This becomes a challenge insofar as we find these difficulties to make the service reach these communities and the population. Another threat is related to infrastructure, to the installed infrastructure. We have aging infrastructure with technologies that can be replaced today. However, this substitution, this replacement is quite expensive. And maintenance is also quite expensive. So this is actually a challenge that we have to face in the entities that provide these kind of water supply and wastewater services. And it's also a challenge that other entities have to face. Another threat is water scarcity. We are more and more witnessing events that are related to water scarcity, and they are normally a consequence of another threat, which is climate change. And this is going to become even more frequent. And water scarcity, as we've seen on the video, can lead us to having half of the world population facing water scarcity problems. And the demand is greater than the supply. And this is, of course, a huge challenge to be faced. The fourth threat, as I already mentioned, has to do with climate changes. Over the past few days here in Brazil, we are having to deal with very cold weather, and it's been a long time since we last had such cold weather, and this is also a result of climate changes. This will become more and more frequent. We'll have to deal with more floods, droughts. So these are extreme weather events that hinder our actions in the sanitation sector. Well, I will stop here. There are, of course, many other topics that I could be touching on and that are extremely important, but I will give the opportunity to my other colleagues to make more comments. Thank you, Guerino. If we can, we will get back to you. Now, Vanessa Brito. Good morning, everybody.
Aqui nós, na região Nordeste, né, nós somos 9 estados, estamos aqui também com a presença de presidente.
In the Northeast, we have 9 states. We have also the presence here of one of our presidents, the president of one of our associations, but we have basically the same characteristics as presented by our colleague Jennifer from South Africa. Bahia, Ceará, Pernambuco, Paraíba, Rio Grande do Norte, Maranhão, Alagoas, and Sergipe. This represents the northeast of Brazil, which is a region with a lot of very dry areas dealing with water scarcity and water stress influenced by climate changes. However, this is a historical problem that we have in these cities, and we need to try and find strategies to deal with water stress. So our actions here are very much focused on serving the population and on trying to take water to most of the population. The publicly owned companies here in the northern region try to preserve our resources and reduce our losses, and also transfer river streams so that they can take water to remote municipalities that are affected by severe droughts. In the state of Bahia, for example, we have a very large area of approximately 57% of the state is in a semi-arid area. So we are constantly dealing with water stress. So we have this chronic situation we have been working on through actions with a portfolio for guaranteeing the water security in this state. So we are working with subsidies, trying to deal with the specificities of every region and also the characteristics of these regions. We are also developing technologies to deal with these complexities and situations, trying to create appropriate technical solutions to these areas, and also creating coordination across our region. So in the northeastern region, we have been discussing with each other due to our similar characteristics. We have been trying to improve the development of our region, taking into consideration social benefits. As Jennifer mentioned at the end, we need to have the participation of our community, the engagement of our society. We need to know what the community needs, and we need to be assertive when we're working together with this population. And we also need to take into consideration the characteristics of the region. Jennifer also talks about ecological issues and ecosystemic services that are very much present in our region. We also need to be able to integrate the 4 components of basic wastewater services with environmental issues so that we can promote services, sanitation services, and ensure universal access to these services. So these structural matters need to be integrated into our reality. We need to have better management of our watersheds. We need to have better connection across our watersheds. We need also to focus on our ecosystems, and we also need to invest in human development in water resources, making sure that we have the participation of our communities in our research, making sure that our decision making as well involves our population and society. So I really enjoyed everything that he said, and I could see how many similarities we have with Brazil, especially with the northeast. Now I want to pass the floor to José Dantas de Lima, who will be talking a little bit about Paraíba. Can you talk about the challenges that you have in Paraíba specifically? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raising these questions. Before talking about Paraíba, the video was extremely interesting. Jennifer was talking about multiple uses of water. She talks about sanitation. Translation apologizes, but I'm getting feedback.
Com aldeias, com comunidades de baixo porte e busca principalmente nessas soluções que elas apresentam, buscar nas comunidades o potencial para melhorar o gerenciamento desses serviços e tornar todos essas ameaças, vamos dizer assim, de forma mais branda para quem convive naquela área. Então, o outro ponto importante do Instituto que ela coordena é a cooperação e engajamento de classes, via pesquisa. A África do Sul, ela enfrenta uma grande crise hídrica, da mesma forma como o nosso país. E essa escassez hídrica, ela impacta nessas áreas rurais, da mesma forma como também impacta em áreas rurais do nosso país, onde há pouca disponibilidade de recursos hídricos, seja eles superficiais ou subterrâneos, de forma que a pesquisa é muito importante no sentido de buscar soluções. A África do Sul ela enfrenta grande e essa escassez hídrica, ela impacta da mesma forma que a pouca disponibilidade de recursos hídricos, seja eles superficiais, que a pesquisa é muito importante.
Como é que é o nome dele? José Dantas? Você me ouve bem, José Dantas?
Agora sim, deu
microfone. Estava com um probleminha de áudio, né?
Isso, parou a microfonia.
There we go. Did the feedback stop? Okay. You can continue now, please. Go ahead. All right. I will briefly put forward how important it is that, as you mentioned in the videos, to get water security, to have sustainable water use. Can you hear me? You had an audio issue? Hi, José. Maybe you're getting some feedback. Are you listening back to the audio? It might be too loud. So when you speak, a few seconds later, it gets back to you. We have something what we call delay in TV. So if you can lower your volume and have only your microphone as you speak, I think we will get through this issue. Can we try that? Is it better now? Looks like it. Yeah, the technical team is letting me know that if you have YouTube open, you should close it as well, so we will not have this audio loop, this feedback. That's what's causing some confusion. Can you hear me well now? I'll continue then. I'm sorry once more. an important point when it comes to the issue of water safety, where she mentions the sustainable use of water with the protection of water sources, whether they're special water sources or from rainwater or wastewater. We need to show and bring an assessment of the use of waters through the warning systems, whether it's through communication protocols or by monitoring the infrastructure that's implemented. And this can perfectly be used in research as well in our country, as it already happens in a few cases. Another point that I find very important is the issue when she mentioned the environmental quality, where she uses creation of communication networks, knowledge, focusing on emerging contaminants. These emerging contaminants are a worldwide concern, and it should also be used to better options here in our country as well. Our focus here today is basically with microplastic contaminants, but there are many other contaminants that we can monitor. Another point that we touched on is the monitoring of water quality through fish, through biotelemetry of fish that can measure through a sensor several parameters such as temperature, turbidity, flow rate, and this reduces the time in assays and provides faster results with precision with improvements. Another point that is brought up and that is similar with our country is when it comes to sanitation in South Africa, in 96, they had 49% of the population had access to sanitation. They now have 83% since 2017, but only 61% of these 83% have adequate sanitation. These are numbers that are similar to what we have in our country, in Brazil. And as a result, due to this overview that was developed, if South Africa has implemented a ministerial plan where everything was adjusted according to the issues that were identified in the diagnostics, the standards were normatized and they were reviewed to implement a sanitation strategy in the roles of the country. Her conclusion is quite important. Water, sanitation, and health require an integrated approach. There's no way not to connect these 3 points. Something important as well, the standardization, which should be done throughout all steps of the processes. So all processes should be standardized. The use of indicators is essential to observe better control and monitoring of services. And lastly, seek education on the new system. Try to create awareness where this awareness may be used with adequate technology, with scientific knowledge, and the knowledge of research networks. Going back to the Northeast region of Brazil, the state of Paraíba, at the start of the video, we mentioned the issue of climate change. It's an important point. And the climate change, both here and in Africa, these frequent and intense changes, with a flooding, for example, last week, the driest city in Brazil, Cabaceiras, in 10 hours had rainfall of 104 millimeters. Cabaceiras, for example, to give you an idea, has 450 millimeters of rainfall. In 10 hours, we had 104 millimeters. So in the last 48 hours, we had 204 millimeters. These are extreme events that have an impact in the population and an impact on sanitation. So I believe that the video is very important and maybe applied, and this knowledge can be used in our country and in the Brazilian Northeast. Thank you, José Dantas, for your clarification. I would like now to invite back on stage the National Vice President of ABES, Mario Guerino. He said he wanted to talk a little more. Can you give your final considerations, final remarks? We have just over a minute. I'll be very, very brief. I think it's the creation of communication protocols. This is so important. The sanitation sector here in Brazil always had a lot of difficulty in terms of communication. And this is a major challenge as well. I think that the implementation of communication protocols will make it easier to have population understand better the actors involved so that they can work in an integrated fashion, and this will certainly benefit the population, which is our main focus, the main focus of the goals, particularly SDG 6, which is the focus of our work at this event. This is what I wanted to add. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our guests who participated. Now, let's look at the videos of our sponsors, AGEA, Funasa, and ABES-SP. At the same time, there are days of prosperity and sharing happiness and joy. There are days where something important may be lacking. In those moments, we look for someone who can be next to us and who can help us. The desire to do good is in our nature. This commitment with the places where we go through is the legacy we want to leave behind. AGEA, our nature moves life. Extend the line from 230 kilometers, starting in the city of Campinas. You get to Ribeirão Preto. This is the size of the work that we're doing underground with Funasa. We are reducing water losses and saving energy. Funasa now has one of the best rates of water economy in the country. In times of little rain, avoid waste. Use water consciently. Funasa, life comes first. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is awful. Oh, this is so great. This is so sad. Some people throw everything on toilets and down the drain. Condoms, diapers, everything. This can cause damage on the tubing and go back to your home. Please throw the trash in the garbage. Sanepar, Paraná, the land of working people. I thank you for the participation of Juliana Almeida Dutra here in this studio, and our online guests, Mario Guerini, Vanessa Brito, and José Dantas Lima. Marisa Guimarães will stay here with us, and Brazil Water Week is in the ABES channel and on YouTube, in addition to the special sessions that happened this month and that you can rewatch. Tomorrow and Thursday, the show Young Professionals for ABES Sanitation will have workshops at 3 p.m. Don't miss it on the ABES YouTube channel. Let's move to 2 more videos from our sponsors, ANA and Sabesp. Water is the most important natural resource we can find on Earth, and it's also the driver for Brazil's development. Water is present in producing food, in industrial products, in the nature, and in generation of energy. Also in moments of joy and in the production process of everything we find and use. From the spring to the delta, we can all share the water, and our commitment is simple. We need to care for it so that it will never be lacking for anyone or any economic activity. Water is one. The National Agency for Water and Sanitation, ANA, is here to support this mission, working day in, day out in the regulation so that everyone can have access to quality water in the necessary amount. ANA creates the reference rules for the sanitation segment to contribute to so that our population can have water and treated sewage and avoid floods. The agency always works on the prevention of crisis, particularly when it comes to droughts and flooding. We can also provide data on the safety of our dams, and we have several technical information that can help our society. The agency is not alone. It works in a partnership with several institutions in a connected, participative manner, and it's its contribution to the country that we want to save for both current and future generations. Follow us on social media, and please learn about our activities as a reference for taking care of waters in Brazil. If a river is polluted, it dies. In 2013, the Pinheiros River was considered a dead river. 80% of the river was sewage. By 2019, Sabesp and the government of São Paulo faced a challenge that seemed impossible: to revive the Pinheiros River. Sabesp and the government of São Paulo went to the root of the problem. They connected over 550,000 properties to the sewage collection network. I read in the newspaper about the cleaning project by Sabesp, and I was surprised. And look how beautiful this is. This is life coming back to the Pinheiros River. Look at the tilapias. It's a pleasure to be here and see it being reborn. This is an achievement for all of us. So preserve what is yours. Don't throw trash on the streets. Life is coming back to Pinheiros, and Pinheiros is coming back to life. Sabesp, the government of São Paulo. Just an information, I said Sanepar as the name of our sponsor, and it's written for me. I said AIDIS, and it's Sanepar in fact. So I'm sorry. We thank our sponsor, Sabesp, ANA, Copasa, Embasa, Funasa, IGEA, Sanasa, and Sanepar. In a few minutes, you will see the session on water reuse as a strategy to increase water resilience in smart cities. Enjoy your session.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Antes de me apresentar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before introducing myself, if you want to follow this session in English, click the button on the upper right corner in the video. My name is Renato Jani Ramos. I am coordinator of the thematic board for water reuse at the Brazilian Association of Sanitation. And we have the satisfaction of having another session of the Brazil Water Week promoted by ABES, the most important water event, international water event conducted in Brazil. From today to Friday, we will have almost 40 hours of online content, over 100 experts from Brazil and other 19 countries. Soon, you'll be able to see BWW Connection, which is the schedule for the breaks, where you can see videos, lectures, interviews, and so on. The content on Brazil Water Week will be available for 90 days on the platform, so that everyone who enrolled can watch it. Tomorrow, you will already be able to watch today's agenda. Simply click on Review Content. We thank our sponsors, Sabesp, Copasa, Embasa, Funasa, IGEA, Sanase, and Sanepar. This session is centered on water reuse to increase water resilience in intelligent cities, smart cities. So I'd like to welcome my dear guests, Menahem Giphaben, consultant from the World Bank, Israel, and United States. Nuno Broco, executive president for waters in Portugal from the ADP Group, and Stella Goldenstein. She is the national coordinator for the International Finance Corporation, IFC, for 2030 Water Research Group. Thank you all for participating and for accepting our invitation. To learn more about our guests, simply click on the upper right corner on this video. You can learn a little more about them. In this session, we will also have the support from Ramses in the chat session. So if you're watching and you want to participate by asking any questions on chat, our guest will answer your questions at the end of the presentation. I'd like to start by discussing this important topic, the reuse of water. We have been discussing reuse here in Brazil, and we will discuss the global scenario, but we have seen a lot of difficulty in implementing the reuse. I think it's important to have this diversity in the water mix. We've been discussing this for a long time, but we still are walking with small steps. We're taking baby steps. So first, I'd like to invite you, Menahem, to give us our presentation so we can learn a little bit of what you've been doing in Israel to bring this to our reality. So Menahem, the floor is yours.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Sim, perfeitamente.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Perfectly. Okay, just a moment. Let me share the screen.
Share screen.
Where can I share the screen? There we go.
A gente já vê sua tela também, Menahem.
We can see your screen as well, Menahem. Just a moment, please.
Já estou aí.
Okay.
One moment. Não vejo a... aqui.
Just a moment. Okay.
Aqui vamos.
There we go.
Então, vou falar da economia circular no setor.
I'll talk about circular economy in the water sector, the use of resources in sewage. Recently, we've had the concept of circular economy that, and among other aspects, refers to the recycling of resources contained in urban wastewater and solid waste. This concept is being promoted by international associations such as the United Nations and the World Bank, as well as government associations and universities. This concept in sanitation means the reuse of resources found in urban sewage. This is a concept that has been known and applied for a long time. The current innovation in this concept is to change from the point of view of seeing sewers as a source of contamination to a source of resources. This new activity of promoting this concept is positive, and it can provide major stimulation to expand the implementation of reuse and to promote a wave of investments and research activities on new resources that could be recovered from urban sewage. This presentation is mainly concerning the current practices for reuse and recovery of resources from urban sewers and the opportunities in developing countries. Before we talk about reuse, we need to remember that 70 to 80% of the sewage generated in the world is being released without treatment, particularly in the countries in development. And this is the main concern when it comes to urban sewers. The promotion of reuse through the concept of circular economy will also help to reduce the percentage of untreated sewers, and this is an additional benefit to the concept of circular economy. So what is an urban sewer? what is the main content? The main content is water. 99.9% is water. It also has organic matter, chemical matter, nutrients, NPK, chemical energy included in the organic matter, potential energy, thermal energy. The potential energy depends on the location, the topographic location of the way of the sewer network, and additional materials such as cellulose and others. The main resources that can be recovered from urban sewers is water. There's 99.9% is water. We can also recover fertilizers, NPK. We can also recover energy with methane gas, hydroelectric and thermal energy, sludge products that can be used for agriculture and construction, and other components that are still under investigation. This can be shown graphically, what can be recovered from urban sewers, from treated urban sewers. Now we'll talk about the water resources, what uses we can have from water resources coming from urban sewers. First, in agricultural irrigation, in landscape irrigation, such as parks and green areas in cities, environmental and recreational uses, such as wetlands, artificial lakes and pools, also in dams, also recycle in buildings, using it for toilets, the protection against fires, washing trucks, industrial uses. It's very common to use it as cooling water and to use it as water to feed boilers and process water, heavy construction, direct and indirect drinking water reuse, meaning turning it back into drinking water. It's the same thing, but in a direct way. We will cover that. I will start with the water reuse to irrigation of agricultural crops. 70% of the water available in the world is used for irrigation, and in developing countries, it's over 80%. The main use for water reuse is irrigation. Currently, only a small percentage of the water is used for irrigation is coming from water reuse, but in specific areas with water scarcity, the amount of water for irrigation coming from reuse can be much greater. In Israel, 6% of the water used for irrigation in the country comes from treated sewers. The worldwide reuse of water for irrigation is estimated to be 20 million hectares in the world irrigated with water for reuse. Treated sewers, partially treated sewers, and untreated sewers. It's around 7% of the total irrigated area in the world, and it could be even greater. Millions of people in the world, particularly in developing countries, depend on the reuse for its feasibility, including farmers, distributors, and sellers, and consumers. Over 200 million farmers in the world practice water reuse. So a lot of developing countries depend on the reuse of water to have food. Here we have an example of a city in Africa where the reuse of water is practiced without treatment. We can see here an area in the city that is irrigated with the water coming from sewage, pretty much, and it is used to irrigate vegetables that are sold in the city and even sold for export. This is not a great way to do water reuse. Now I will talk about Israel. Each country has a different focus when it comes to water reuse. I'll show you the focus on Israel. In Israel, 90% of the sewers are reused in irrigation. It's the highest level in the world when compared to other countries. Other countries are around 10, 20%. In Israel, we have 90%. The concept in Israel is we treat it after collecting it from the sewer, and we store it in a stationary location to use every drop of water. We will not allow a drop of water to go by unused. The idea is to be efficient in irrigation, so both in storage and using efficient irrigation methods, which in most cases, practically all cases, is drip irrigation. With this concept, we can irrigate larger areas than if you're not storing water and if you're using inefficient methods for irrigation. So all the plants in Israel follow this concept. The pre-treatment, but we use preliminary treatment in the wastewater plants. We use pre-treatment to send it to the water reservoir. And from treatment, the wastewater gets to the reservoir, then it moves to irrigation using the drip irrigation method. Now, the type of treatment here may be anything, but the condition that generates a high quality effluent that will not cause anaerobic conditions in the reservoir. Here we have some examples of the type of reservoirs in the treatment plants. We have 350 reservoirs. They from a very small volume to volumes that are over 12 million cubic meters. Most are around 1 to 4 million cubic meters. Here we have a plant, which is a reservoir that was built over 50 years ago. In the Nan reservoir, and the pre-treatment is in anaerobic lakes for irrigation later on. Currently in the new plants, the new systems, we have a higher standard of treatment. In most cases, we use activated sludge and storage. And in this case, we also have the storage as a treatment process, while here it's just for storage. Here we have pictures of, we have the reservoir that is filled before the treatment for the start of irrigation. Here's the reservoir empty. This is the water coming from a reservoir. Here's half empty, half full, but there are several points here, red points, that are filters, membrane filters. So the water is filtered before it is used for irrigation. So it goes through filtration and chlorination before being used in irrigation. Now I'll talk about the nutrients contained on sewers. I conducted a study a long time ago, and the content of nutrients in the effluent for irrigation with cotton with the water from a reservoir and the NPK concentration compared to the commercial use and application of, in the case of irrigation with water. And I concluded that the effluent from has 50% nitrogen, 50% phosphor, and 30% potassium chloride. This is by using drip irrigation. If you use flood irrigation, it goes down by 50% because there's a lot of water wasted. And 80% is available for plants. 85% of the nutrients are available to the crops. It might be a little lower in reality, but the effluent has nutrients, so farmers like to use the treated wastewater. Now I'll talk about direct and indirect drinking water reuse. First, we have the unplanned indirect reuse, which is a common practice in the world. Wastewater is launched into the river and another city is capturing water downstream. This is an indirect drinking water reuse. It's unregulated. But in the last few years, we have seen several projects for planned reuse, drinking water reuse. We have 3 examples here. I will not go into all the processes, but I will mention the cities. These are major cities. The first is Windhoek in Libya that has already been using this type of drinking water reuse for almost 50 years. This is an indirect reuse with the effluent from the plant being released in the city's water supply. In Singapore New Water is another famous case that has membrane treatment, and the wastewater is sent to the reservoir where you also get natural water, where it will still move to water treatment. This is why it's called indirect. And we also have the Orange County Water District in Los Angeles, California, which also uses indirect treatment, bringing the effluent into the water table, the local water table, and it provides water to the city. The application of drinking water reuse is limited, but direct and indirect drinking water reuse is inevitable in the future in urban areas as well as other areas, and it will be an essential element for a sustainable water future due to the fact that many cities are growing and do not have enough water sources around them. The technology is already available. New membrane processes have already been developed. There are already examples of success, as I've mentioned, and the technology cost in case of membranes is going down. I'd also like to address energy. Menahem, you have 5 more minutes, just so you know, okay? So I will skip this introduction, but in activated sludge plants, we use energy by the production of methane coming from the anaerobic treatment of the sludge. Here we have storage tanks for methane gas. This is a plant in Buenos Aires. Here we have electricity generation in the Belém wastewater plant in Curitiba. There are other methods to generate methane. This is in Santa Cruz, Bolivia. This is a major city that has 5 major plants for anaerobic treatment. And in 2006, we had to increase the capacity of the plants. And the method we chose was, one of the choices was to cover the anaerobic lakes and capture the methane from it. And we can see that the biogas here is burning, and it's not used for energy because in Bolivia we do not, there's no promotion of small private generators, but this is an important thing that gives us an idea on the content and the use of using energies. In activated sludge, there's a consumption of energy, and this is what is produced by the plant. And with some effort, you can go a little higher, but it's difficult to be high enough in percolating filters. It might be high enough because it doesn't consume energy for biological treatment. But it might cover the needs. In covered anaerobic ponds, you can generate more energy than it's necessary to operate on the plant. To end, this is an example of a system that I believe is most important for reuse, that is the most adequate for developing countries, which is where we have the non-reservoir. It has 2 anaerobic ponds for pre-treatment. You can cover them and generate energy and get methane and have generation of energy, and then use the wastewater for irrigation, both the water and the nutrients, and an additional benefit. And it has very few excessive sludge, and there's not a lot of cost to treat it. So there's only this plant. So this is in Santa Cruz in Bolivia, but it's not part of the plant. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Menahem. I was going to invite questions so that in the end we can have all speakers and then you can answer all the questions. Let me now call our next speaker. Nuno, are you ready? Thank you, Renato. Yes, I'm ready. I'd like to share my screen. First, I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this meeting and to share with you part of our experience in water reuse. Let me show you the group ADP Valor in Portugal. We deal with water supply. This is a 100% government-owned Portuguese company, Águas de Portugal Valor. It is a young company, was founded only 2 years ago, and it's based on these 4 pillars you can see here: innovation, technological evolution, engineering and operation, and a circular economy. And the reason why we came here today is to share with you this project that we have been developing to modernize our systems. And let me begin by showing you this image. Many of us are highly concerned about climate change and its impact on our business, which is water management. After COP26 that took place last November in Glasgow in Scotland, many of us became increasingly more concerned because states made commitments. But the fact is that 1.5 degrees C temperature increase is becoming a remote, if not impossible goal. So many of us are concerned. We see increasingly more extreme events related to water, either water scarcity. In Europe, we have seen droughts, especially in Portugal. We have very low levels of water available. Today, 11% of the European population already suffers with water scarcity in 17% of the European territory. And in the Mediterranean region, about 20% of the population is under water stress. And in the summer, the number goes up to 50%. That is, the situation in Europe today is already concerning. And if we think about 2030, most of the regions in Europe will in fact be affected by lower rainfall and pouring rain or very heavy rain concentrated in a short time. Now, Portugal uses water mainly in agriculture. In Europe, about 60% of the water is used in agriculture, and in Portugal, it's much less than that. But still, we see a concerning situation because the country needs water for other uses. In Portugal, we have our population is highly urbanized, that they live in cities, and so we do see urban use of water, a high level of consumption in big cities. Now, water management is becoming increasingly more complex. The water cycles, as we've known, is becoming more complex. Cities have to begin to use non-conventional water sources because we see water scarcity. The price of water is higher, and there is an increasingly higher perception of water value, the value that we all give to water. Also, the availability of technology. So today, technology is available, more affordable, and we also have legal and regulatory mechanisms that help us value the water cycle byproducts. So the cycle of water will change. It will be different in the future. Our children, the next generation, will certainly have a much more complex water cycle. Many other products that will be circulating in this water cycle. Now, in terms of water reuse, Europe does not have a high level of water reuse when compared to Israel. Spain is the one European country that has the highest water reuse rate. The most recent numbers point to 60%. So Spain reutilizes approximately 60% of the overall water reuse in Europe. But the potential is huge, 6 times higher. So we can grow our water reuse levels 6 times. Looking at Portugal, well, Portugal is a Mediterranean country and water stress has always been part of our history. It is not something new. But what we've seen in the last 10 years is that agriculture is growing. It has become one of the top propellers, one of the top focus of our economy in the last 10 years. Agriculture currently uses 72% of the water used in Portugal. The main sources of water. In fact, if you think about urban centers, we have seen a change in the quality of water. If you look at our structure, we see a large number of water treatment plants. So the water we consume today has a much higher price, a much higher value. So there are many reasons to reuse water. In many cases, we already have the water treatment plants to treat and then reutilize water in agriculture. Despite all of these factors, what we see is that water reuse in Portugal is far from our targets. Approximately 1.2 or 1.4% of the of the served water. Just to give you an idea, the average in the European Union is 2.4%. So Portugal, although we face water scarcity, we have a low level of water reuse. However, when you look at the water we consume, it is already retreated. It's already served water that was treated for consumption. So, but about 2 years ago, we asked ourselves, what are the obstacles for us to have a higher level of water reuse in Portugal? The fact is that we do not have a policy for water reuse. We looked at the root causes and we found 6 important factors, 6 important challenges that represent bottlenecks for us to grow our water reuse rates. First, because we have different views in water management. Agriculture and the water supply companies have different views of water reuse. So we must have a standardized view on how to manage our water resources. Also, we need regulatory instruments to manage the water scarcity. That is, our regulations are now obsolete. Now that we face the situation of water stress, we lack more adequate regulatory instruments. The reuse of wastewater was always considered a secondary activity. So whenever we had a project to reuse water, we had to obtain a license to have this kind of activity. It was not part of our contracts. And I'll go back to this issue because it is important. The 4th factor you see here was lack of trust. It was, and it still is a problem in Portugal. So we have to work with all stakeholders to build trust by citizens in the water that we use today in Portugal and also in Spain. That is, the fact is that we all consume products that were irrigated by treated water. So the other issue is that our farmers are far from urban centers, so we see this distance between the supply and the demand. Finally, there are many projects for water reuse in Portugal, but the scale is still very small. So we see a number of pilot projects, and they now must gain scale so that we have a higher level of water reuse. Finally, but certainly not less important, the new water byproducts from the water cycle can generate new business. So now we have to begin to work on these new products. Looking at the legal framework in 2019, Portugal enacted new regulations together with the European authority. We tried to foster, we tried to incentivize water reuse. So not look at it as a secondary or ancillary activity and make it a core activity for water management service companies with the same level of acceptance and with the same value of other services. So by making this small legal change, we opened doors for water reuse. So now we have non-conventional water sources that can be accepted. Secondly, we see price equality. So this treated wastewater that can now be sold according to this regulation will be sold at the same price as any other water supplied to consumers. So we have a minimum price that can be enough to amortize the cost of assets along their life cycle, so that the assets can be amortized during the contract. price stability. So the companies in the ADP Valor group try to maintain prices stable for consumers. And these aspects allow for our sustainable operation. So we consider this new legal framework has been really important. Now, we do not have a perfect system. In fact, we still have to improve some aspects in our legal framework. We must clarify and also speed up licensing processes, also work with our authorities to, because today we see a need to limit the water intake and limit the volumes that are sourced in each territory. Also environmental licensing, something that can be acceptable to all stakeholders. But the legal framework, as we see it, is not enough. We have approximately 1,100 hectares. This is our area of operation. So we are a key player, and we're actually a very active player in many players, leading pilot initiatives and working in partnership with a number of other organizations, developing environmental work. In fact, I'm going to share with you some examples of our initiatives, so you can understand how we're dealing with each one of these bottlenecks. The ADP group, when we concluded this analysis, we had our strategic plan where we could have 20% water reuse until 2030. So this is our strategy split into 3 phases. We've concluded the first 2 phases, and we're now working on regulatory aspects. The ADP group has a strategic plan. We were able to successfully implement the plan in its phase 1, and we're now working on rates and the cost of wastewater, treated wastewater. Now, we have some examples of good practices in some regions. So we are using this, we are reusing water to wash our streets in the region of Lisbon. Another example is the IKEA cooling system. They are now using water from reuse. We are also using water or recycled water to irrigate parks.
5 minutinhos, tá, Nuno? 5 minutinhos.
You have 5 minutes. Yes, that's fine. Now, this is in the Algarve region. We are using recycled water to support ecosystems. We have a number of examples of water reuse. We have some communities that are reusing water for tourist plants, for example, the golf camp, the golf court you see here. And we also have a number of other initiatives. The first one that I'd like to mention is this plant where we produce beer from recycled water.
Eu peço desculpa,
I apologize because I interrupted the other video. Just wanted to share that message with you. Our group, ADP, Valor, the water company in Portugal, does not produce beer. But this was an important campaign, to show our people that if it is safe to drink beer made from recycled water, and so this water is also safe to water parks or to be used in farming irrigation. So this was our marketing campaign. But this is the video that I wanted to share with you, where we talk about our initiatives and partnerships that we have to deal with the water stress in Portugal. Wastewater from urban centers can be recycled in our reuse project. We went to Tar de Beja to see how this water is treated in the plant to be reused in agriculture. The wastewater comes in and is therefore cleaned. Yes, we have a stabilization tank where the water is kept after it comes from the city of Beja. This is basically residential sewage. So it comes in and then it goes through a process to remove fat, and then it goes to the stabilization tank. And after that, we treat the effluent, and then we feed this system of filters. At the end, you have the wastewater treated. Belmontes is a farmer and he's a partner with this project. Yes, we are reusing water, specifically the water that comes from this plant. It has a higher load of fertilizers already in the water, and this is good for us. It's good because it improves the quality of our crops. So we learned this kind of technology from Israel, where they have more experience using this technology. Now, so these are some of the initiatives that we currently have now with the new regulatory framework in Portugal. We have this approval by public health authorities, and I believe these points were key for us to be successful in this strategy of the Portuguese government for water reuse. First, we want to bring innovation for the water management industry with new approaches, new ways of thinking. And well, we already have a lot of technology that has been developed. So, but above all, we need to change our way of thinking and develop new partnerships. This is important. The second topic I'd like to highlight is related to having a fair value for water resources. The price of water for farmers, the water they need for their crops, is not always priced fairly. So it's very difficult to compete when you have to pay for water and the price is not as fair as it could be. So we must take care of this. Then again, new business models. I think water reuse will provide opportunities for new business models for the companies that decide to adopt innovation and new partners, actually having customers who are not the traditional customers of water management companies. Now, The example we've shown you of the marketing initiative with beer is key, and it shows the importance of partnerships. If you want to do a tango, you need two. You need two to do a tango, and for water management, the same thing applies. Next, we must work together with regulatory agencies, both on the economic front and also on the environmental front. That is, we need a solid partnership to work with these authorities, with these regulators, because that is key for our success. So now, if you have questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them. Thank you. Thank you, Nuno, for an excellent presentation. We have a number of questions for you, and we will ask them in the end. We're a little bit behind schedule. Let me give the floor to Stella. Stella, you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll move on to the Q&A, if that's agreeable to you. Yeah, thank you, Renato. Thank you for inviting me. Now, this topic deserves a lot of discussion. First, a brief comment about my organization. The 2030 Water Resources Group is not very well known, not yet, but our organization is hosted by the World Bank Group, also connected to the IFC, the World Bank arm for private project financing, projects that can make sense on the social, environmental, or governance front. Now, the first thing I'd like to mention is that, I mean, this is a lesson we all had to learn in the last few years, and so it became clearer after the crisis we had to face. We had situations of water scarcity in the last few years, and they have exposed this fact. I mean, we don't have to explain that in details in this meeting, because we all know that. I mean, many of our cities in Brazil, especially our large cities, they are facing water stress. And this has to be faced holistically. I mean, not only when you have a crisis, because it requires planning. And you cannot face this problem by simply investing in building more resources. No, we have to change our management standard. We need cultural change. And above all, we need the coordination of different kinds of initiatives. So reservoirs have to be looked into. Systems integration is also key. Consumption reduction too. But as it is now clear, water scarcity is going to be intensified in the future. We will witness more extreme climate events, and it requires innovation from all of us, from different stakeholders. And this is a growing trend. So in regions such as Sao Paulo, we have, I mean, the whole region of Great Sao Paulo, we have seen studies showing that water availability, I mean, the total availability and flow of water tend to reduce approximately 20% in the next 15 years. And that can be a dramatic problem. So innovation is urgently required. Innovation, new technology, new business models, new financing mechanisms, and a new regulatory framework so that we can take a broader array of actions. Water reuse is extremely interesting because it articulates both sides, supply and demand. However, I think it is important to say that water reuse is feasible only if it is part of a broader group, of a broader array of different actions to ensure water safety, because only water reuse will not generate the availability at the volume we need. So let me talk about water reuse in our cities. So let me talk about two initiatives that we have in the 2030 Water Resources Group. Actually, both were a bit frustrating. The first thing, we looked into urban reuse, or what we call urban reuse here in Brazil, which is a concept that most people understand. So we reuse wastewater to wash the streets, to irrigate parks, to wash buildings, trains, and in order to boost this kind of water reuse in Sao Paulo, in the state of Sao Paulo, and basically in the city of Sao Paulo, we spoke to some of the main water supply companies in Sao Paulo. We organized a meeting with them because the way we work, I mean, we build partnerships with the stakeholders in each initiative, in each industry. So then we organized these meetings to discuss why we do not have a systematic water reuse in urban centers, in urban areas. And they all answered, well, our regulations are not favorable. We need new regulations that can favor water monitoring, that can build trust, and not have such high cost as we see today.
Costs that are inherent to the monitoring, not necessarily related to the quality. And we propose, together with the operators, a new regulation. We proposed it to the state government, which is responsible for regulating both the sanitation as environmental regulations. And the state government had some objections, but they accepted the concept and they published a new regulation. And what we saw is that after a few years, there was no major increase in urban reuse, which to me shows that the main issue was not the regulation. But the main issue is the fact that the flow rates for urban reuse do not justify the implementation of units for wastewater treatment that are exclusively dedicated to that. So we worked with the second type of reuse for urban areas, the industrial reuse. In this case, the entire regulation is ready, it is done, it is prepared. And why is that? Because the quality parameters have to be discussed exclusively between the producer and the buyer. One offers the input, the other buys the input, and among them, they have to define the parameter. It's not an environmental issue. There are labor issues related, but there's enough regulation for those issues to protect the worker in the industry in case the water quality thus requires it. And what we've seen in the case of São Paulo, it has low applicability. The major water-intensive industries have left the region of São Paulo. They have left the metropolitan region of São Paulo, and in their majority, they went to the countryside in this region where water scarcity and water stress is once more a major issue, even for some of the industries that have left the metropolitan region of São Paulo. But we have seen that the reuse cannot be applied generally and irrestricted. And you have to understand in what situations it is applied and where it can provide advances and when it comes to water security. And the major issue is how to enable the feasibility of reuse in the situations where there is the potential to expand water security, whether it's for productive activities, whether it's for sanitation services, the sanitation operators. And we started discussing the reuse of wastewater for industrial activity in the metropolitan region of Campinas, which is one of the areas where water-intensive industries have relocated due to several types of difficulties in the metropolitan region of São Paulo, including water stress. And in this case, instead of being a frustrating experience, this is an experience we believe will be extremely successful, but that has required several types of innovation. We have key learnings that we believe may be replicated into other regions. The first of these learnings is that even if the concessions in the possession of treated wastewater is something granted by the municipality, the reuse solutions in most cases will go beyond the scope of the city. So we'll need to analyze the water balance and the possibility to reuse the treated wastewater regardless of the city's limits. This leads to new arrangements, new economic arrangements, new business arrangements, new business models. Another key learning is that reuse, in addition to providing availability of water for public supply, that is, since the industry will not have to capture so much water, but it will use treated wastewater, it provides greater water safety, even if it does not lead to more water for public supply. Why? Because the grants are very limited instruments. What does it mean? When it comes to scarcity to crisis, the grant for productive activities may be reduced or suspended. And if that industrial plant uses water, it has a warranty, a guarantee, because the consumption in public supply, if it's generating wastewater to be treated, will allow for the reuse. In 2013, 2014, in the metropolitan region of São Paulo, which is a crisis that also happened in other states, that the industries in the petrochemical plant in Capoava and Mauá were able to expand their abilities because they were using reused water, while many other industries were facing issues. But the fact that a certain wastewater treatment station is no longer releasing their effluents in a certain area and is sending them to reuse, therefore releasing them in another area, this requires complex studies, very detailed studies, and in the regions where we truly have little water, many of the bodies of water depend on the effluent to ensure subsequent uses. So these studies are quite delicate, quite sensitive. Since we're talking about solutions that go beyond the municipality, this often requires the work between different public utilities. They have to work together because the water balance in a certain river and the location of the companies that are using the reused water may require crossing cities, going beyond the borders of a municipality and going beyond the utilities areas. And the technical studies have to ensure this on the one hand, but the business models, the commercial agreements also need to provide for this type of solution. One last major key learning is the idea that we need to have a few major consumers that enable the investment so we can, based on that, provide reused water to other smaller users of the reused water. How can I study such a feasibility? First, environmental feasibility. It's what I've mentioned, right? It's the water balance that will be changed, and I have grants granted to both water capture and water release, and with the reuse, I will change the conditions that led to these grants. So there needs to be a careful study of the impact of these changes on how the water is captured and released, and to what extent that will affect other consumers or the ecological flow. The economic feasibility, financial feasibility, has other important aspects that we need to mention. First, the greater costs for reuse is with logistics, that is, taking the treated wastewater from the original location to the consuming industry. This is why we need to have anchor consumers and or important industrial hubs. The second issue, which is a major issue and that will define the financial feasibility, is that the values that are charged for the rights to capture water are irrelevant. They are not significant. There's no difference in the set of inputs of an industry, how much it's paying for the capture of water. And reused water will always be more expensive, so that leads to an issue, and we have to overcome it. Another issue we find is that a good portion of our water treatment stations still have a less than satisfactory quality. So we have to improve the wastewater treatment station's quality, not to have a burden in the price of the used water, not to burden it with all the investment that is required to ensure high quality water that can be reused. One last item, going back to the issues connected to the management of water resources, is the fact that the grants here in Brazil are given even in situations or in basins that are considered critical when we're talking about water availability. They are provided without having goals for reducing criticality. That means these offers are made frequently. They're more generous than the criticality of the water availability would make you imagine. So this is also an inductor, so industries will not be interested in investing in purchasing or having contracts for reuse, even if they are under the risk of not having the availability of water in situations of a greater criticality that they have gone through. And from what we see, we will go through them again, even knowing that reuse has to be planned a few years in advance. We can't just, when things become critical, try to start reusing water as a last-minute measure. How can we face all of this? Stella, 2 minutes to conclude, please. Of course. When it comes to the PCJ basin, we were able to bring utilities so that together they could have a regional plan. And at the same time, in parallel, we are working in a few projects to move forward when it comes to charging for the use of water. And we developed one digital tool to support the basin committees. They define the value of the amount charged for the water use, and they're pressured by political issues due to the fact that in the Water Basin Committee, we have the regulators of the water resource management and the payers. Therefore, it makes it very difficult to make a decision if you don't have a secure technical grounding. So we developed the two to have the technical support. When it comes to the grants, we have proposed and we are discussing. When it comes to how much to charge as well, we're discussing both with the federal and the state level government models when it comes to management plans for grants in critical basins. When it comes to the wastewater coming from wastewater treatment plants, in the metropolitan region of São Paulo, we've developed with Sabesp a project that is extremely well developed to optimize the performance of the wastewater treatment plants to have an effluent that will be reused with much fewer costs. When it comes to the logistics, we proposed to the state government, and it was incorporated that in the economic and ecological zoning made by the state government, there will be a guideline where new districts, new industrial districts, and wastewater treatments should be preferably located next to each other, so as to reduce the costs, the logistical costs for it. So we talked about reuse in industrial, and in urban reuse, we will have to move further. We will have to work in recovery of subterranean and surface water basins. We already do it in an unplanned manner, and we will have to move with the concept of social responsibility. The society has to understand this as safe, as necessary, and something that is financially viable. We always work with the idea of environmental permits. This is an interesting document, but the social permit will still be the object of a lot of work. Here's an image I like to work, which is a puzzle. We can adapt it and think it for a number of issues connected to policies that can only be solved in an integrated manner, where each one of the pieces will have a dialogue with each other. The control of grants in the center has been to be connected with the distribution, the presence of water-intensive buyers with the environmental aspects. There are several pieces here, several parts. I will not discuss each and every one of them. I've mentioned several already. And in many of them, we are already working. And here on the left, we can see the work, the topics we're working on, trying to provide answers to all the restrictions, difficulties, obstacles that we face today to water reuse, to move to planned and controlled reuse of treated effluents. And here on the right, the list of products and solutions and the direction we've been taking with each of these problems mentioned here, and which is worth discussing. So thank you very much. I'm sorry if I went over time a little bit. So thank you. Thank you, Stella. We had a great discussion. I'd just like to mention a few of the points we've discussed here. I think reuse inevitably to happen will have to have the association between demand and offer. if we can't get this combination, it won't be feasible. We talked about raising awareness. We saw on Nuno's presentation, as well as yours, the issue of scale. We will have to work with a scale as well. And we will have 10 pipelines for reuse to happen, and it needs to be implemented. So this is one aspect, this is another aspect. What is still to come? And what is still to come, how can we work to go even further in the issue of water reuse? And then we go to the purpose. We can never forget the purpose. Reuse to minimize water stress. There's only just justification because we need to reduce the water stress. When we talk about demand and offer, how can we bring both together? There are some industries that have the need for reuse, but the adduction of the reuse to the industry makes it very expensive. So we need to think about individualized systems for reuse. The industry already has the resources inside, and it needs to work the reuse internally. So it's the individualized water reuse system. In other situations, the plants producing reused water need to be close to their demand so they can offer this in a manner that makes sense. I think this is the discussion I wanted to bring up. And I also wanted to mention some of the questions that we got from our audience. So the first question is for you, Menahem. Considering that 60% of the irrigation in Israel comes from water reuse, how did you work with creating awareness of the population and of the government to accept that? You're muted, Menahem. There we go. Well, it's the opposite. There was no need to raise awareness for the government. It all came from the government. This is the advantage of being a small country in the desert. The government understood that if we did not solve the water problems, the country would not exist. And first, the water and sewer in the country is the responsibility of the government. A city receives water, it generates sewers or sewage, it has to be treated, but the wastewater belongs to the government. It's not a decision made by the city. On the other hand, the farmers. It got to a point, I was in Israel back at that time, when the government told the farmers, listen, there's no more natural water for irrigation. You will have to move to use of wastewater. If you don't want to do it, you will no longer be a farmer. And this is how important the participation of the state, it's very important. Israel is, it's not a regular case, as it's a very small country. And in a desert zone, the government understood that without this, the things will not move forward. But there are other countries that are larger, such as Brazil. It has many states, each state with the different aspects. It's difficult. But I think that the state has to participate and has to lead these processes. Otherwise, things will not move forward. I hope that the plans that we're making here, what we discussed on Stella's position, for example, will avoid us getting to the situation where we have to say it's either that or things are not going to work. Stella, you mentioned that the urban reuse was a frustrating experience. When you're moving from, when it comes to urban reuse, working with tax incentives, for example, couldn't that contribute to have this being further implemented? I'll mention Senator Ben Cardin in the United States. He had a decree looking for tax credits in the US. Couldn't we do something similar also in urban reuse when it comes to the public utilities, even if it's for indirect drinking water reuse, but having a fiscal benefit of some sort and tax incentive. Couldn't that be an alternative? Renato, I think that the first thing we need to do is to prevent the use of drinking water for urban activities that do not necessarily need that level of quality. This is a role of the state, of the public power, and it doesn't involve tax credits or tax incentives. Today we have the situation where our utilities, even in regions where there is water scarcity, they do accept selling drinking water for less than noble uses that do not require drinking water. Whether when they sell it to cities and the cities are selling it to industries, or even the utility is selling it to uses that are not as noble. So before we move to tax credits and to other financial incentives for reuse, we need to ensure that we will not waste drinking water. So this is the first issue that I think is key. I think that yes, we could have fiscal incentives, and sorry, Nuno and Menahem, I will talk about something that is kind of specific to Brazil, but our sanitation utilities pay social contributions and taxes. And then we could have a specific incentive provided that the resources are reused in investments when it comes to sanitation. But I do not think that there are any other tax incentives that we should grant. We have here an issue that can be solved in other ways. Nuno, in your opinion, knowing that there's a need for water in Europe, and we see that reuse is so far behind. I give a typical example. I have a client this week that said, give me 2 or 3 reuse plants that I could visit in Europe. And it was difficult to find in the size that he wanted because the plants are either too small or they simply do not exist. And you see desalination as a major focus still in Europe. Why is the focus on desalination and not in reuse? What do we need to do to change this mindset? No, notwithstanding the incentives that Europe has been given to reuse, this is a topic that has been difficult. And Menahem, a little bit ago, mentioned a situation that to me is quite symptomatic, and that I think that will lead to the evolution of the mindset of many lots of water users, and it's related to the existence of alternatives. While we still have alternatives, while they are still cheap in agriculture, getting cubic meters of water from a river, for example, is still cheap, we will not be having reuse of wastewater. Spain is a good example. Spain is the country in Europe that has the largest use of rate of reuse, precisely because there's a very fertile region with these alternatives. There are 2 or 3 alternatives, that is rainwater, we reuse water, and desalination. And desalination is more expensive than reuse. So in this case, all the water that can be reutilized, it is reused. So while we still can have the idea that there are still alternatives, and that often there's this obsession that it's not correct, and all these alternatives are not directly connected to an economic value that inhibits the use of water of high quality for less than noble efforts, we will not be able to move ahead with reuse, because effectively, if we have a business model that is associated to reuse, and if we have to support the capex and opex of this operation, the reused water has a cost that has to be paid by the final user. Thank you. I have a few other questions here. Briefly, the issue of toxicity and pathogens. I think this is a consensus. Today we have technologies that can ensure reuse water in the necessary quality. So I don't see a concern around this. There's a lot of issue around waste. We talk about reuse. There's a question here asking about, in addition to working with reuse, shouldn't we also be thinking about waste of water? Yes, we need to work with awareness with all aspects. So waste has also to be controlled. There's no other point to that. And there's also the question in the Australia, Singapore, Namibia, California, don't we have any newer plants for reuse that have come up in the last few years? Would anyone like to field this one? I can answer that if you want. Last Friday, we had a tender process for a reuse plant. That might be the new largest plant for reuse in the South America at Funasa in Campinas. Even though we're discussing this here, things are already happening here in Brazil. So as I mentioned, there's at least 10 more projects that are about to happen. I think what we need is to make them feasible. And this is going through several processes, including legal tender and bidding. We still have issues in Brazil that make that process slower or make it not happen due to several reasons, whether it's due to requests for certifications or for companies that have not understood the process trying to stop it, and so on. 30 seconds for each of you to make your final remark. Can we start with you, Nuno?
Yes, about the last question. We already have some water treatment plants, and we do have clients, we do have customers to use all of that water. I mean, this is not applicable to the whole country, but in the south, this water is accepted to be used in golf courts, and the wastewater treatment plant already has enough capacity to supply this water that is needed. Menachen, your final 30 seconds. Well, for the last 8 years, we've been talking about scarcity of resources, and a lot has been said about water reuse and how we can generate resources from algae. There are actually plants and lakes all over the world that are using algae. This is something being researched right now, and we've been researching that for more than 50 years. We still lack answers to the questions. But I hope this new concept of circular economy will help us reach solutions so that we can have some benefits from algae. Maybe energy, I don't believe energy can be generated from algae, but maybe other products to replace plastic, for example, because plastic does not decompose quickly enough. Now, Stella, your final 30 seconds. Can you unmute, please? Yes, I want to emphasize the need for us to have public policies that can provide incentive for water reuse. Not necessarily providing financial incentives, but when I say they must provide intense incentive, we must have policies to ensure that wastewater treated water will not be considered less noble. And also the intake of raw water will also be managed under clear regulations so that we can identify where we can have productive action and where water reuse really makes sense. Yes, thank you. I want to thank all three of you because it is for people like you who help us build this circular economy towards a better world. I know it is a tough path, but you make the difference. So thank you very much for being with us. Our next talk At 3:15, challenges and opportunities in the transition of legal framework and operators in water management systems. Again, these talks will be recorded, so you will have access to the links and you will be able to see these talks again. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
E após a sessão reuso de água como
After this session, water reuse as a strategy to improve water resilience in smart cities. We're back in the DWW Connection studio with Marisa Guimarães, General Coordinator of Brazil Water Week. Marisa, welcome to our chat. Now I'd like you to begin talking about how we are building this initiative. So we had volunteers from ABES, they all worked together for us to build this meeting. Well, this is what I like the most. I really like to talk about the Brazil Water Week making of, because since our last meeting, we are trying to conduct a very participative process, also involving international strategic partners. So not only our partners here, so we have voluntaries in different regions, and they all help us and they build together with us. I mean, that's people from partner organizations, people who are great partners, people who have been working with us all the time, participating in the discussions. Now in ABES congresses, we of course, we have a lot of experience in organizing meetings and seminars. So we have a technical topic, we invite speakers, but from the Rio Brazil Water Week, we could see what was happening in the World Water Forum, and we also participated, ABES as an institution, and I was there as a participant. I was also in a work group talking about sewage systems. And we learned about this new way of working together. So first we invite organizations to work together. Then you set up working groups, and these working groups are organized having a coordinator. This group coordinator usually has an assistant, so we have two coordinators, in fact. And so, in fact, we had two coordinators by topic. So there is, work to bring these discussions to the 14 working groups. Right, so in fact, you begin to work months before the meeting. Oh yes, even with the contents, yes, the first step, the first task of these groups coordinators is to think about each topic. So what do we want to discuss about circular economy, for example? Because we just had this session on circular economy as we were talking about water reuse. So water reuse is part of this concept, of building a circular economy. In fact, it is the first time we're talking about circular economy in the Brazil Water Week. So the coordinator suggests a text limiting the goals. What are the objectives we have for each session or 3 sessions? And then after that is done, the group meets and calls strategic partners, and then we begin to discuss about the sessions. So the name of the sessions, the contents, what do we want to include? And then finally, we invite our speakers. It is a very participative process, productive and pleasant, as you can certainly see in our first day of the Brazil Water Week. So far, what would you say? I mean, what's your assessment compared to what you planned for? I mean, you planned for this and we are now already on the first day. So far, what would you say? Oh, well, I have to say that it has fully met my expectations. That's all I can say. Our team is great. Our coordinators are fantastic. The topics were very well organized for each session. And I think we will see that in all sessions these days. Yes, we can already see great results. Thank you, Marisa. And now, participating with us in BWW Connection, Ruben Silva, the National Coordinator of the program, Young People in Water and Sanitation. Welcome. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to you and our audience in the Brazil Water Week. It is for me a high honor to participate and talk about our plans. That's great. We will have a nice conversation. Now, what is it like to be a young person working in water and sanitation? Oh, well, it is a challenge because I also work at ABES. I also work with the JTPS, and I have my job with all of its, challenges. Now that we have a new legal framework, now that we have a new way of working together, I see it as a challenge, but a highly motivating challenge because we bring benefits to the population. We improve the infrastructure and the quality of life for people in my country. So I feel honored to do this, and I feel happy to be able to talk to engineers and public administrators and also colleagues that are, memorable colleagues that I am happy to work with. That's great, Yolta. Now tell me what you will be discussing in the environmental workshops. Oh, well, this is going to be the 4th edition of environmental education workshops. In the last edition of Brazil Water Week, we already had, this project with a number of people who were interested. It is important to say that our environmental workshops are a point of contact so that Brazil Water Week can come in contact with the population and professors and students, people who are studying about the Sustainable Development Objective number 6 that deals with water and sustainability. So it is great, to think about this classroom so that professors can be participating in our discussions regardless of where they are. So they can be in a remote territory, but they can still learn and then apply all the knowledge that we share in these workshops in their own classrooms. And what are the topics that you are discussing in the workshops? What are the main themes? Now, in this 4th edition, our workshops will discuss about water. That is our opening theme tomorrow, and then sewage. So we will be discussing about these topics, focusing on the Sustainable Development Goal number 6. And these workshops, we will have them all over Brazil. And so we will have volunteers, young professionals who work in water supply companies or who study at the university. And together we developed some materials in line with the Brazilian syllabus in the public education system, and also based on feedback with from a discussion we had with teachers, professors, and students. So in each workshop, we will provide suggestions and tips for their participation. We have seen that every new edition, we attract more professionals who want to participate in our workshops. People who are studying at a technical or vocational school and people who are taking their PhD, they all come together in our workshops that have become a reference for their classes and lectures. In the 1st edition, we had participants from 120 different cities in Brazil. In the 2nd edition, we more than doubled the number of participants. We had more than 250 people enrolled, from different cities. Actually, our workshops have reached 12,000 students and 500 teachers and professors in the whole Brazil. This is a project ABES has developed in partnership, working with our volunteers, and we provide materials. We create materials to be used in classrooms and lectures. So teachers and professors, they already receive these materials. So that is the big difference. Not only do we discuss about the SDGs, but we also build tools for educators to use in class. That's great. You need a lot of planning for these workshops, right? Oh, yes. For 2 years, we've been, planning for the contents of the workshops. We're now about to publish our second book. The first one was about SDG 6. The second is going to be about practical classes. And now we are going to talk about zero waste schools, which is a new project, and we are accepting new partners so that we can reach more schools, more teachers and professors. So do check the schedule of workshops. We will. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Thank you. Bye-bye. Now, let me remind you, the workshops will take place in ABES YouTube channel. Let me now say goodbye to Marisa Guimarães. She will be our mediator on Wednesday, talking about the role of regulatory agencies to reach Sustainable Development Goal number 6. Thank you, Marisa. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Now, let's watch Sabesp and Funasa videos. Next, we'll have today's final session, Challenges and Opportunities in the Transition of Regulatory Models and Operators in Water Management Systems and Sewage Services in Brazil. In 2013, Pinheiros River was contaminated. 80% of the river was sewage. In 2019, Sabesp and São Paulo state government faced the challenge to revitalize Pinheiros River. Sabesp, the São Paulo state government, connected more than 550 households to the sewage network. It's good for better quality of life. This is life coming back to Pinheiros River. Look at the fish. Now we do not have a bad smell, no more waste in the river. Sanitation is health and life. It's for all of us. Protect what is your resource. Life is coming back to Pinheiros River. Pinheiros River is coming back to life. São Paulo State Government and Sabesp. Now think about a blessed place. Brazil, so many different environments, such beauty. They say 12% of all fresh water in the world is here. 1 million colors and cultures need care and protection. So many territories to care for and different regions to clean. I'm happy we have so many people working together to reduce risk for our population. This is Funasa's mission: promote public health and social inclusion by taking action to improve sanitation and environmental health so people can have access to quality water, sewage treatment services, and dignity. Our project is a national reference and it will become an international reference. But we still have a lot of work ahead. There are many to be socially included. There are many who need sanitation and water supply. 35 million Brazilians still need to receive water supply and sewage treatment services. You cannot have such poverty behind our beauty. We want to improve this reality, improve water supply, improve water quality, improve the process of wastewater treatment from end to end. And for us to do that, Funasa finances the implementation of projects to avoid disease and improve the quality of water. We work together with the municipalities providing knowledge and resources for our children to have potable water according to our law and to improve sewage treatment services from end to end. So no one will have a disease because of that. We want to improve everyone's health, and that's why we have to take care of solid waste and provide a final disposition location to think about the next generations and to improve the lives of our farmers. We now have a broad program of sanitation for farmers. We have to take care of all Brazilians, no matter where they are. This is our duty, and that's how Funasa works. We work hard every day to provide more to those who have less, trying to improve everyone's lives, children, young people, grown-ups, senior people, because we have just one Brazil, a land of joy. Funasa wants our future to be beautiful, just like poetry.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas.
And good afternoon, everyone. Before I introduce myself, now those of you who would like to participate in this session in English, you can click on the top right side for simultaneous interpretation services into English. I'm Luiz Antônio de Oliveira Jr., Executive Secretary of ABES Theme Working Group on Rates, and I'm an accountant at ABES-SP, the regulatory agency in Sao Paulo State. I am happy to moderate one more session of Brazil Water Week. This event is promoted by ABES. It's the most important international event about water and sanitation conducted in Brazil. From today until Friday, we'll have 40 hours of online content, more than 100 experts from Brazil and other 19 countries discussing about water supply and sanitation. Now, those of you who have enrolled to participate in this event, our contents will be available for 90 days on our platform for all of you who have enrolled. So tomorrow, you will be able to watch today's sessions if you click on the Reveja or review button. We want to thank our sponsors, Sabesp, ANA, Copasa, Embasa, Funasa, Egea, Sanasa, and Sanepar, our sponsors who have been extremely important for us to organize this one-week program. Now, in this session, what are we going to talk about? Well, challenges and opportunities in the transition of regulatory frameworks and operators of water supply services and sewage treatment. Our goal in this session is to discuss about the main regulatory models we have in sanitation systems. So we will look basically at the differences, regulations, contracts, as we have clear objectives in our sanitation public policies, the new legal framework calls for universal services of water supply and sewage treatment services up until 2030 via concession or by the government itself. If it is a concession, then there is a need for a tender process. Despite we have this regulation, the existing reality is that most of the sanitation market in Brazil is operated by state-level government-owned utility companies, and they may face difficulties, in terms of their financial and economic capacity and the contracts that they have. That is why we want to discuss about challenges and opportunities in this transition of operational models. We will require clear financing mechanisms dependent not only on consumer rates, on the rates paid by consumers, but we also need other streams. So that is why we will be conducting these discussions. We also want to talk about how to select operators. We will have this discussion, who are the best, what are the best processes? I mean, to have a lower price or lower rates, and also how we shall format our tender process. So all of this represents a challenge for our industry. And that is why we need clarity to attract new market entrants so that they have clear rules to decide on their investments and the return on their investments. Now, for us to discuss about how to pay for non-amortized assets and other issues, we will need ANA to issue reference standards. ANA, which is Brazil's national authority, so they must issue these reference standards to provide more legal security, to provide a more favorable environment to attract investors. So we invited experts who will be discussing and presenting their considerations about this topic, and also they will be talking about international best practices, so that we will have a rich discussion about this topic. I know we could spend hours talking about this, but today we will look at the highlights. So what about this transition between different models, different ways of providing water supply and sewage treatment services? So I'll say your names, but then I'll invite each one of you. So Marcel Sanches, Superintendent of Regulatory Affairs at Sabesp, also representing National ABES. Cynthia Leão Marinho de Araújo, Superintendent of Regulation at ANA, the National Authority. Professor Rui Cunha Marques, Professor at the Technical Higher Institute of Lisbon University in Portugal. And Fernanda Rosmos, Senior Economist and Leader in Infrastructure at the World Bank. So we would have the House Representative Samuel Moreira talking about a bill of law about concessions, but unfortunately, our representative had he had to do something else. He was not able to be with us, and he apologized for that. So, but we have our expert speakers. Thank you for accepting our invitation. And to know a bit more about our guests, you have a button on the right top corner where you have information and a brief bio of each one of our speakers. If you have questions, you can send us your questions using the chat window, and after the presentations, we will have a round of Q&A. Let me tell you, we will also have the support of Banhalis de Miranda, who's going to provide support receiving the questions that come over the chat window. So thank you for your support. All right. So let's begin. I will invite Cynthia Leão Marinho de Araújo, ANA Regulation Superintendent, for her initial remarks. You have 15 minutes. for your presentation. And you have the floor. Thank you, Luiz. I want to thank ABES, and I want to thank you all for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here and to be able to share with you. I think this is a challenging topic and extremely current, because we now have the new regulatory framework. Let me share my screen with you. Can you see it? Yes. Great. So, I want to talk about what we have been discussing internally, in the agency about these topics and what we have developed in terms of new reference standards. We always begin from the diagnosis, which is important for us to understand the legal problem, the regulatory problem we wish to address. So we've had extensive discussions. We have a low coverage, and we have ambitious goals. So that represent a challenge. It's difficult for us to attain this goal up until 2033. So this is the data that we have for us to be able to meet these goals. Now, this is a study. We always talk about ABICO and KPMG. So that is a study that was published talking about 500 billion. It's the cost of providing universal services. So bringing externalities to this industry, so that we can provide services to all Brazilians and so that we can create more jobs on the way. I think that all of this diagnostic information helped us build the pillars of the new regulatory framework. Now, I am emphasizing 4 pillars on this slide because I think they are key for the reference standards.
But they summarize the challenges and what we try to create with the reform. The issue of clear metrics, clear goals. I think by going a little deeper into the debate already, the article is specific in saying that contracts in force will be respected, provided that they are following the goals, and the possibility of adjusting contracts with the contracts in this moment and contracts under tender should be carried forward or not. Additionally, the issue of attracting capital into the sector, checking the need to open up the sector for private investments as a result of an overview by checking that the public resources are not enough to reach these goals. Before the reform, we had the view that public companies that were responsible for providing for 70% of the municipalities. We had contracts that did not have measurable, clear rules, and the reform has the goal of changing the scenario, bringing metrics and clearer rules for it. The issue of the question of incentivizing scale economies, regionalization to provide sustainability for the service, and of course, an important point is that I bring up here, changing the term that we see in the legislation and the attribution of the ANA. We talk about regulatory standardization, but I like this word harmonization. And throughout the presentation, I will mention why we should have this harmonization and how what's the dialogue with other touch points and sensitive points. We look for uniform rules. We are trying to provide to improve governance, but we have to respect several specific issues that go from differences between service provision, the contracts in force and in the future. And we have a very differentiated situation. And we need to respect this and transition slowly until you get to this process to make it uniform, maybe in some time. Just to mention here, the issue of regulation is quite important. And I like this phrase by Tiroli that says we should not only mistrust the markets, but we need to know how to regulate them. And that's the idea. I think the framework also provides for it. Regardless of the type of provider, it has to look for a regulator to overview the service provision. And here just to show that among the topics listed, we have many topics that this new regulatory framework brings. So ANA to create reference standards, we go to tariff regulations, universalization, accounting, indemnification of assets, compliance with targets, standardization of contracts, governance of regulatory entities. We have many topics that have to be regulated in the scenario where you have over 80 international regulatory agencies that already are providing rules for these topics. And we have a level of clarity here on the sensitivity of this, because it's not overnight that we will have this change. And we need to respect the situations that are in force. So I believe that for each standard, or at least this is what we've been building, and I'll show you further ahead, particularly when it comes to the regulations that are being created in the economic regulation. We have been looking for identifying the touch points and how we can differentiate to guide everyone towards the same objective. Cynthia, you have just one more minute, okay? People can't see your presentation. I don't think it's on full screen. I think you're in presentation mode, maybe. Let's see if we can change that. Oh, maybe it was sharing the wrong screen. It was in the... It was splitting the screen. It was showing presenter mode. I'm sorry to stop you. No, you could even have done it sooner. Not a problem. Let's see. Share the full screen. Yeah, it's sharing the wrong screen, isn't it? Yeah, give me a second. Do you see the right screen now? All right, thank you, Cynthia. I'm sorry, everyone. I have to reverse when we have two screens, and I had this issue. Sorry. Just to mention, we were talking about this. The topics that ANA will regulate. But I'd like to emphasize that for each specific topic, we have to assess what are the points to be discussed, what are the differences between providers, how can we converge towards making it universal, but analyzing the peculiarities, the differences between each one. The legislation already mentions the regional particularities, that reference standards need to provide for adequate processes for regional particularities. I think we cannot only consider them as geographical issues, but it depends on the type of service provider, it depends on the type of characteristics in each region. We have cultural differences and regional differences that are quite significant in the country. So I think this is very important. It's important to highlight that the legislation is here to cooperate with the legal security. But it is important to highlight this main point that the contracts have to be preserved and the rules have to be considered in what I call clusters. How can we separate and identify what are the similarities between providers, regulators, and how can we identify and separate for each different characteristic for these providers and regulators? Of course, also the different geographic characteristics, and trying to contract regulations. We've been discussing this, and I think that one point of caution that we've had here at NA is to emphasize that we have types of providers that celebrate the contract and the rule in different ways. I have the tender, contract, direct provision, but I cannot say that contract regulation is simply a synonym to a tender contract, because often it is used as a synonym, but it's not always the case. I have situations where I have contracts under a bidding process, where I have a contract, and a lot of people say, oh, I have hybrid situations, because I have a contract with targets, both for contracts under bidding and specific programs, but I do have a discretionary regulation that will be adjusted with every cycle. And I think this has been maintained in a few situations in the transition of tender processes, particularly older processes. And I wanted to emphasize this because when we use the issue of contractual regulation as a synonym, I'm leaving some things behind, and I have to identify. We noticed this when preparing the reference framework for indemnification, and we still are doing that. When we look at the situation that has with Corsan, these are transitional processes where I have a tender process where I haven't ended the regulatory model. I have a continuity on the regulatory model. I think that this has to be considered and preserved. Just to emphasize, I think this is a very interesting point. We've been talking about proving financial activity in contractual targets, but we have to remember that this is for everyone, and it has to be provided depending on the type of provider. And this is very important. We also have the regulation has to check how this direct provision and we have to focus on this, because we cannot say, oh, I don't need to have a goal because I have direct. I need to go for it in the term of the legislation. I think this is very sensitive, and we cannot treat it differently. I think we need to have sanitation for all. So, just to show the flow, I think many people who discuss this with us, they know, they're familiar with it, but to try to show how we've been considering this when preparing the standards and try to address different solutions, starting from those who have a contract and looking to separate between what happens in the future. I think for the future, the rules are simpler to propose, and we don't have a pact and a sort of rulings. But for what already exists, I have to check several other issues. There are rules if it's a tender contract or a program contract, and we have to adapt and modulate the way we will propose the reference framework. And this goes through how it's being regulated, the type of contract, the rules that are set forth, and so on. When it comes to the regulation model, we had a concern when it comes to this, emphasizing that when identifying the problem, it is The issue that I've discussed previously is clear. The contract goals for universalization is in the law, and it's a synonym for contract goals. And we identified this, and we brought this question to go to the regulation model to see how it is incentivized, how we can create an incentive so that the rate is the real cost of the service provision, so that they can look for the same universalization goals. I think this is an important point, because they have to follow the same standards and the user cannot be penalized. Here, Luis, just a few last points. You added one before a question for us. I don't think we can. The goal is not to try to respond to everything, but to emphasize some points that are quite important. We have to be sensitive. We have to, they only apply to future contracts. I think we have to find a transitional process that is potential for enforced contracts. I think the discretionary regulation provides for a possibility for adaptation, particularly in regulatory cycles. I think we need to study how this can be brought in, of course, in a gradual manner, depending on the regulation, depending on if there is a regulation already. Everything has to be considered and discussed on a case-by-case basis. I think we need to be very careful with the contracts in force. I feel resistance to have an impact on contracts in force, but I think that the advantage on this type of regulation is the window for adaptation that can be used to absorb the reference standards. And I think that this is a possibility. So how to adapt these contracts? I emphasize that a few contracts, Amapá, for example, brings the possibility of incorporating the ANA rules. But even in these cases, the possibilities, and we will not be concerned on how this regulation can have an impact, because depending on the cost that this might bring into the contract, it's not just an issue of saying, oh, let's rebalance this, because this will have an impact in the rate that might not be absorbed by the population. So we have to be careful about this in this transition between regulatory models. I believe that the most important issue here, as you said at first, is predictability. When we talk about contract, what we want in the end is to have predictability. And I think the discretionary regulation comes, particularly when it comes to the program contracts, it comes to address the fact that there was no tender process at first, and then in each cycle, it will try to absorb the productivity gains that were not exhausted early in the process. So we will try to find this predictability, but always trying to understand that it is a part of the process, particularly in the program contract, to get these cycles for reassessment. And I think that this issue of what is the role of the regulator to attract new investments in the sector, I am biased, but I think the regulator is there to ensure that the balance in the regulatory process, we are in the granting power and user, we are there to maintain the balance. I know that last week we had a discussion on readjusting the rates. I don't know, the Getúlio Vargas School had a discussion on this to consider if in certain situations having frequent readjustments. I think that we have to respect, I think it's good to emphasize, we have to respect what is in the contract. But when we have a rule for readjustment, particularly now that we're going to be working soon with readjustments, we need to have in mind that we are not talking about one side only. We're not talking only about the operator, but we have to be careful with how will the population take in these readjustment. So it's not just a matter of pushing forward all the costs, but how can that be balanced to enable the payment in different rates? This is an important point to be discussed, so not to create a lack of balance in the future. And what are the best criteria to choose new operators? I think we've had a few alternatives, a few possibilities. I really like the way it was done in Amapá. Have a combination between lowest rate with greater grant. But even to go into the last question here, even if the regulatory agency, it has an important role, I wouldn't say just in defining and modeling the request for proposal, but the modeling for the request for proposal will have a dialogue with the regulation. It will consider how the regulation goes in that location. Here at ANA, we talk with ANS, and they emphasize that when they are creating it, they are considering how the regulation goes in the specific state. So there will always be some respect to the local regulation. So it will have an influence in the modeling and in the request for proposal. But the issue of the best criteria will always be a decision of the granting power, the holder, that will decide among a few possibilities that we can even try to ensure and create some incentives for improvement and to create a balance in the process. But I think that in the end, this will always be a decision by the granting authority, and we cannot move away from that. Here at ANA, we have a rule for contract models that we go through possibilities for better arrangements in requests for proposals, and we want to check possibilities because it's the granting power that will look at in the end. But I look for the combination between tariff and grant, but we still have to do a deep dive to try and create contracts that will be as stable as possible to ensure a long-term balance and better service provision. I think that was what I had to say to finish my 15 minutes here. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Cynthia. It's a major challenge indeed, what we have with this responsibility to having the reference standards with the context, with the start of our session, plus all the ingredients that you mentioned, that diagnosis. Luckily, we have noticed that ANA is quite open when it comes to respect the contracts in force and local legislation. So we could say that this process is moving forward well. We are in good hands, but it is an immense challenge. Thank you very much for providing a few answers when it comes to the questions. Cynthia has an issue with her schedule, so she might not be able to stay to the end. If you can, I will be very happy, but thank you for your opening statements. Now, moving forward, let's talk about the international experience with this topic, what we have throughout the world. So I invite Professor Rui Cunha Max, the professor of the University of Lisboa in Portugal. Professor Rui, thank you for joining us. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for the invitation. Thank you, ABES. And I'd like to congratulate the organization in this event for the session. Also to acknowledge Cynthia and my other colleagues in the panel. I will follow the presentation by Cynthia. I will discuss some of the topics that I see as both challenges and opportunities. The new regulatory framework, the new local regulatory framework, what can it bring for us? And I will always look, on the one hand, to the Brazilian situation, and of course at the same time try to bring on from the international experience. One of the main aspects in the framework is the strength of the regulation. As mentioned, to the role of the National Water Agency, the National Water and Sanitation Agency, particularly in preparing reference standards, and in the regulation of basic sanitation in Brazil. The fact that we're discussing this is a positive sign, and we owe that to the new regulatory framework. But I'd also like to highlight that the regulation will not make sure that there will be performance in the service and sanitation services provided. There are several cases that say, and empirical analysis show that without a significant change in the institutional environment, the typical regulatory tools may not be effective. That means we not only need good reference standards, but they need to be followed by what is needed in the institutional environment. And particularly, it is highlighted that the training of the international agencies and the entities that face this major challenge. We need to have reference standards in different areas. They need to be well designed, but they need to be implemented in an efficient way, in an effective way. And in its operations need to be improved, but as well as all the implementation and the agencies as well. Talking about the international scenario, in my country, Portugal, the regulatory agency, which is called ERSAR, was created in 1997. But it took years to take a relevant role and to be well accepted by all the regulation actors. Only after 2013 it has become more established, and all the actors in regulation in 2008, 2009. And it is also seen in other countries. For example, in the case of Australia, the regulations have gone through several stages. They started with the environment and services, and then they evolve to economic regulation. Another important aspect is that the international experience has shown it is important, on the one hand, to have good regulation, which is usually known as the substance, which is the what of the regulation, but also it is important to have the regulatory governance, that is, the how, to have, it is required to have good governance practices to their decisions to be accepted. The other aspect that the new regulatory framework can have is to improve the environment, making it more favorable to the participation of the private sector. The new sanitation framework stimulates the participation of the private sector so that the private sector can provide investments, it can work more effectively in the service provision of services, and it will be easier to reach the goals in the sector, in particular for universalization. As a result, for the participation of the private sector, one of the main innovations in the new framework is the need to have proposals and the signing of a new contract for the grant in the program. And particularly in this new form, it should be easier to get to the goals for universalization of the sanitation services. So together with the regulatory framework, the legal framework, the decree that was published to reach the universalization goals also says that service providers shall prove their economic and financial capability considering the regular contracts in force. Otherwise, they will have to due to bidding for provision services. We see that this is a favorable environment for the private sector, and this will depend on the effectiveness of several initiatives. And the initiatives with the legal framework is the creation of blocks to make the participation of private sector more attractive, promotion of projects incentivized by the investment banks and by the federal government, and the improvement in the regulation, particularly with the purpose of providing greater legal security and reduce the risks for the private sector. However, so that to create this environment, to have this favorable environment, the international experience in Europe and other regions in the world highlight the importance of other aspects that I'd like to bring up here. The design and the modeling of the contracts and the business model. This is important, not only having good, well-considered numbers, but the design of the provision of services that will be implemented. What is the size? If there's sewage water, if there are other services, what are the areas involved? What if everything is vertically integrated? All these topics are important to conduct the project. Once more, the preparation of the players involved, particularly the granting authorities, not only in the preparation and bidding stage, but also in managing the contract. We need to have part two in access to market in the tender process, in a new player entering the market that could undertake to do the process, but also be prepared for a long period. And there has to be not only have to do well the preparation before the contract for the tender of the project, but also have the later on follow the management of the contract. And this is different from the regulation. The contract management needs to be conducted by the entity, the holding entity, not the regulator.
We must try and avoid red tape and see if we can prevent dispute and litigation. It doesn't mean that we shall not consider the interests of all the participants, but we must try and reduce cost. Red tape may have a lot of cost, and the same thing about dispute or litigation. So that's why we must try and avoid that. And we must look at the project using a life cycle perspective, not only look at the tender and bidding phases. Since we're going to have a long-term private partner, it is important to think that for the project to be successful, it is important, of course, to look at the rate, but also to think about the 25, 30, 35 years of the project, that is the contract lifetime, because it is of no interest to have a lower service rate today if it is going to be higher in the future. We have to understand this is a long-term contract. So not only deal with direct management issues, but it is necessary for us to look at the concession contracts, that is the public-private partnership contract. These are long-term concessions, long-term partnerships, and we must be able to manage this contract. Now, with the new sanitation regulatory framework, according to Act of Law 14,026, it is mandatory to provide these services to all households. Now, this regulation is by contract. It's different from a general regulation. Of course, we may have both, because contracts are not complete, but it's important that the contracts try to consider the interests of all stakeholders, which change in time. And there are, of course, different particularities that have to be considered when designing this contract. Best practices for hybrid solutions, and so having regulations by agency, levied by the agency, and also regulations according to the contract, so that we have more symmetry between the regulatory authority and the parties to the contract. So we shall have both living together, trying to mitigate cost and dispute because of contracts. By nature, contracts are never complete or perfect. So this hybrid solution allows for us to overcome problems that may arise in the contract. And it is important because it will also try and ensure that the regulation levied by the agency is in line with the contract signed by the parties. Since one of the parties is the public authority, we must have these different provisions well aligned. These are important aspects. Worldwide, we do not see this hybrid approach. We usually have the regulator participating from one end to the other end of the process. But I think it is important to show you that these are the different pieces that we have in Portugal. So we have the regulations imposed by the agency, by the regulatory agency, but they also are in line with the provisions in the contracts. Another important aspect that I'd like to mention is related to rates and the promotion of financial sustainability for all service providers in the water supply and the sewage treatment services. So they have to be sustainable financially speaking. That is why it is important for the operators to recover cost. Otherwise, these projects will not be attractive for the private sector. So this is one of the key principles that is included in the new legal framework. It is part of the conceptual design of the legal framework, but it's also true that we have to learn from international experience from other European countries. So it also talks about financial capacity. So the rates and having the lower rates is important, but then we need different sources of financing. So financing may come from the federal government, or in the case of Brazil, it may come from the state or even municipal governments. And also it may come from taxes, taxes that can be used to finance these services. Now, most countries, especially countries that have a higher per capita income, they want the rates to be a mechanism of financing, to finance the sustainability of the services and also the investment in infrastructure. Now, it is important that all users in the country, it's important to have, traditional subsidies, and usually we work with cross subsidies where users that have a higher income pay higher to finance these services to users who are more vulnerable. So industrial users could finance the services provided to families and households. So we may have these different types of cross subsidies. In Europe, in some cases, we receive subsidies by the government to finance lower rates for more vulnerable populations. In Latin America, in Colombia, for example, there are very concrete financing streams to provide for the inclusion of more vulnerable social groups. I believe that in Brazil, it is not going to be needed to do this, not all over the country, but maybe in some municipalities, it may be necessary to provide direct subsidies. Now, when we talk about rates, we have to understand that a one-size-fits-all solution does not work in all cases. So it is important to have public policies to promote inclusion, to include the more vulnerable social groups. Now, we see that some users have less capacity to pay for the services, and that's why we must have different sources of financing. As I said, it may be necessary to provide direct subsidies, and there are different ways, different subsidy designs. In the case of Chile, for example, you can even provide services at no cost or at a lower rate, depending on the family income. Finally, my final point is something that is also very relevant in our new legal framework. It deals with sustainability in this service, considering the different regions of our country. We all know that as we provide regional water supply and sewage treatment services, and these regional services, they have advantages, they can make it easier for us to provide financial sustainability as we have smaller plants. We have more effectiveness in cross subsidies. So again, providing services to more users, and it allows for us to train our people and have more qualified labor. And as I said, it's easier to finance these regional systems. Also, in terms of making strategic decisions, we have more political and social power, which is decentralized. But of course, at the same time, there are cons, there are disadvantages. So the systems and infrastructure, although they are local, they don't have economy of scale. And so the cost savings may not be so significant. I mean, if you have services for 2 or 3 municipalities, you may have logistic cost. Also, there may be some difficulties because you have decision makers not so close to the population, not so close to the municipal government, and so we may lose part of the democratic local participation. And again, it is a complex political process and it may be slow. So of course it depends on the region, it depends on the municipality, because they are at different development levels. Some are more developed, some already provide the services, others do not. And so many times solidarity in practical terms is not as we would wish. So if we look at the European experience in different regions, we've had the example in Italy. It has been a long process. We also had the experience of Hungary and Portugal. In the case of Hungary, it was mandatory and it was a quick process, I mean, relatively speaking. In the case of Italy, well, it was very slow, as we mentioned. It's not concluded, and it has started over 28 years ago. I mean, part of the system has been concluded in some regions, but not all of the systems. Approximately 80% of the population already has services being provided by this regional system. And well, in the case of Portugal, this is a hybrid example. Here in Portugal, we have 70% of the country already receiving services of water supply and sewage treatment services. In the case of Portugal, in some municipalities, the process was very slow. Although, well, in some regions, it was more efficient. In the case of Portugal, for example, we had financing, we had national finance for municipalities that had more than 50,000 inhabitants, or more than one municipality could come together to reach this number. So this was the national policy, but it's been complicated to implement this policy in some regions of the country. Now we have built infrastructure, and in terms of regulation now with the new regulatory framework, it will add cost. We are expecting that, but this is a model that aims at reducing cost. Now, consolidation is also important. The process of having different regions has to be more than a group of local systems. That is, there have to be synergies because of the physical structure and the whole structure to provide the services. The governance model is also important. Local authorities should be represented in the different boards that make decisions, especially decisions about rates. Now, these were the topics that I wanted to mention here to you, and obviously I will be available to try and entertain your questions. Thank you one more time for inviting us to participate. Thank you, Rui. It is always great to hear from you and to learn from your experiences. Very interesting topics that you mentioned. The hybrid model, you know, having different streams of financing is safer to all stakeholders, you know, to private operators or public operators and users. I think that your structure using this hybrid approach is very interesting. Now, without further ado, let me invite Fernanda. She's senior economist, leader in infrastructure at the World Bank, and she will be talking about her experience with concessions in infrastructure services. Fernanda, welcome. Thank you for accepting our invitation. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. So I will be talking today about the regulatory framework to prepare, procure, and manage PPPs on concessions and the experience that we have of good international practice worldwide. I will use the term PPPs and concession interchangeable, but I know that for Brazil, they are quite different, but let me go in more general way. If you can see in this graph, the red bar is the water sector, and I am trying to show you the private sector participation in infrastructure in general and the share that water and sanitation had in the overall investments in infrastructure. And you can see that has not been such an important share until recently after the post-COVID, in which we see an increase on investments in the water and sanitation sector in Latin America. And this is an important sign because it means there will be more competition, and this has some consequences in terms of efficiency. Brazil, we know, is a very important player in Latin America, with half of the investment from private sector in infrastructure are allocated in Brazil. So this is a big sign of Brazil being an important market for Latin America, and therefore it means more suppliers, more private sector, more competition. And here, this is particular for Brazil. Again, the red bar is for the water and sanitation sector. And what we see is that in the last 2 years, 2020, 2021, Brazil has come up again with water and sanitation concessions particularly. And this is important because if you see as the share is even as big as the transport sector and has surpassed the energy sector, is very big news for Brazil. And of course, this has to do, especially in 2021, with the Brazil Rio de Janeiro state, the water and sanitation project, which is $5.6 billion. So it's a big part of Brazil investments with private sector participation. So having given you this overview of the investments for the sector, I want to go back to why we do concessions in general. And why should we consider concessions is because of the efficiency gains that they bring. And I think we don't have to forget that, because we need a regulatory framework that help us to realize those efficiency gains. And when I say efficient gains, I mean, can we do projects faster and therefore provide to the consumers the service faster at a lower cost? Can we design projects with performance improvement, output-based contracts that actually bring better quality, maybe at the same price, but better quality? And of course, concessions shift construction and operation risk to the private operator, who is in a better position to mitigate those risks. And also, of course, when in those concessions, we bring access to capital markets and commercial lenders, which means another sources of financing. But again, we do all of this to realize efficiency gains. If there are not efficiency gains, then there is not much purpose for the concession. So, and this means an effective allocation of risks. So there are many risks in these long-term contracts, and we have to remember that these are really long-term contracts. And so there are many things that we cannot predict, which means we may have imperfect contracts. And so the risk allocation is essential, but also has cost implications. The more risk we put in the private sector, the higher the price they will charge us. So, and there are many risks that are hard to assess, many uncertainty and variables that needs to be considered. So this is why it's important that in addition to regulate through the contract, that contract is within a regulatory framework that has the quality to prepare, procure, and manage those projects. So not only on the tendering process itself, but what do we do before, what we do after we sign the contract. And of course, this means regulatory oversight of the contract. Extremely important. We have been talking about this, but it's important to highlight. So let me bring what we consider international recognized good practices during this process of preparing, procuring, and manage those projects. So again, when we prepare the projects, it's everything, all the work and the activities that are done before we enter in the tendering process. So it's extremely important, because everything that we don't do when we prepare the project, we will pay it after when we manage the project later, usually through renegotiations, a topic that is important to understand and to regulate. Because then we will not obtain the efficiency gains if these concessions are renegotiated later in the process. And when we say preparation of contracts, what we will see in this slide is that, of course, we require a lot of assessments to guarantee that the projects are in good quality and well prepared. Actually, most of the private sector will say is that they don't find well prepared projects ready for them to bid. So it's very important to prepare a project. If you see, most of the countries require those assessments. What we see that there are some areas in which there is still room for improvement in is having a procurement strategy. Very important that the procurement authority can strategize what are the options of procurement. Many times may not be concession the ideal one, or there may be some hybrid model, and to understand that they need a procurement strategy. And in this case, usually most of the countries do not have that, and it's extremely important. The other point is when we see only 6% of the countries have is this market sounding. Market sounding is try to understand the appetite from the private sector to invest in those projects. Extremely important to guarantee competition during the tendering process. And what we have here is that while 28% of the countries actually require some market sounding, what we find in general is that those market sounding do not necessarily bring the identification of new technologies and innovation. Very important, because there is where the private sector can have a better role and may have the knowledge to bring a solution that is cheaper for the consumer at the end. And I think this is something that is important to regulate in the sense of having everything. And I think something that we spoke before is this idea of harmonization. So at least in every project, we see this happening. On terms of procurement itself, the tendering process, most of the countries use the public procurement laws to regulate. And of course, there are many, usually tend to be very well regulated in that sense. Where do we see areas of improvement? And I put it here 3 to give you an example, is the standstill period. For the private sector, it's very important to have enough time after the contract has been awarded to contest that award, and it gives security and a level playing field for the private sector, because the private sector has to invest basically it's costly for them to invest and bid in a project, so therefore they need some security. And the other is how to deal with sole proposals. It's important also to regulate that in the sense of what happens if we receive only one bid. Will there be a process? It will be canceled and we start from zero again? Or do we have a process to guarantee that the price is fair and transparent, of course? And another point where there is a significant area of improvement is these debriefing meetings, which is important for the private sector to understand that there is a transparent process for the discussions about the tendering process, and very few countries actually do so. So in particular to this question about what is the best, what is the best procurement method, there is not one solution for all, depends on the characteristics specific of the project. What we find as a best practice is that there is the availability of different procurement methods. If you see the higher the income, more developed the country, the more procurement methods are available. Some of them may be by default, but at the end, the important is that they are available and the procurement authority can use them depending on the characteristic of the projects. I show here 2 examples. One for Peru, Obras de Cabecera, where they use a 2-envelope system with a final decision based on price. There is an Angola aftermath in Cabinda province in which they use a quality cost-based selection, a combination of price and technical proposal 50-50%. So, and both of them work perfectly fine. There are issues in when they use competitive dialogue, especially when the technology is difficult to address. So bottom line, the importance here is the availability of different procurement methods. The last issue is contract management. Contract management is very important. It's what happened after we sign the contract, and we don't need to forget that. Of course, this is the role that we have been talking about, the regulator entering and having basically enforcement of what has been signed in the contract, which is extremely important. What we find in general is that there is a problem in terms of performance information of the projects. The project may have it, the regulator may have it, but there is lack of disclosure, public disclosure of this information. And this is very important for third parties to have a role and ensure accountability. And still we see in a very few countries doing that. The other is the contract management team, very different from the regulator as our previous presenters mentioned. The important is that those in the contract management team have a minimum skills to supervise the project. And also important that they have participated also in the preparation and the procurement of the contract to understand certain decisions that have been made. Not all members, but some members, and to guarantee a minimum skills that they need to have to supervise those contracts. Very, very important. To finalize in general and give you an idea is disclosure and information. And I don't want to say underestimate the importance of disclosure of information in everything, during the preparation, the procurement, and contract management. For preparation is a disclosure of assessment, tendering documents, standards of PPP contracts. Procurement, during procurement phase, the publication of procurement notice, award notice, contracts, and amendments to the contracts, very important. And in contract management, of course, the publication of all the information regarding the construction performance and the performance during implementation of the project. Very important to have all that transparency, because this will guarantee that actually the efficiency gains of this type of contracts that were conceived from the very beginning are actually realized and obtained at the end. So let me stop here and thank you very much. And if you need more information, you can go to our website, and I try to be fast because I know we are very late on time, but you can visit our website for more information. Let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, Fernanda, pela apresentação. Fernanda contribuiu aí
Thank
com o
you,
nosso...
Fernanda, for your presentation. And thank you. You spoke a little fast, but you helped us come back to our agenda timing. So, but thank you. We could understand you very well. And in fact, I was thinking about what we are discussing here in Brazil, you know, how to make the concession process. And I really enjoyed looking at the information you provided. Some of the investment we see here, you know, was paid by the operators, but many times these proceeds are not channeled to building infrastructure. This is also one of the challenges that we are facing in Brazil, you know, after we began to organize these tender processes in Brazil. So, but thank you very much for your contribution.
As apresentações. Já convido o Marcel Sanches, superintendente de assuntos regulatórios da Sabesp.
Marcel Sanches is our regulatory supervisor for Sabesp and the supervisor of ABES. So Marcel, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Luiz, for inviting me. I'd like to say hi to my colleagues, Cynthia, Fernando, Rui, for their great presentations. I'll try to be as brief as I can so we can take our time and move forward to the debate. Luiz, just tell me, can you see everything all right, or is it reversed? Everything all right? Okay, great. Well, everyone, thank you for your invitation. Luiz has discussed it, and our other panels have discussed the issues that have guided this panel. I bring here the experience from an operator. I have the pleasure of being in the lead of the regulation area in Sabesp since 2016. So we have a lot of experience when it comes to ordinary rate review conducted by the agency, which in practice already provides a condition for the regional service provision, which was already instituted, and the regional challenge, although the new framework has brought it, but regional legislation also respected the contracts in force and the model that was already considering the services becoming regional, to consider the balance in the service provision with the set of municipalities that Sabesp works in. We've been doing that since 28. Our Sabesp has been doing that with a regulation model with price cap regulation with a maximum price, where every 4 years you have a reset on the rate. You have an approach where you can reassess the costs and the prudential investments. so that the company can always be incentivized to look for efficiency in reducing costs. So this average rate that is set is a price that has on the top the revenue required, all the revenue that the provider needs to have to be able to remain at a balance, over the projected volume, which will be analyzed over 4 years. So this is the mechanism for the regulation model implemented, and it has brought to you an important regulation to this line. Our required revenue has the OPEX and CAPEX, that are the operating expenses and the investments to be considered to make the service universal. I will not go into detail, but I want to draw attention to the first part of this equation that covers exactly our asset basis. You have here the amortization of investments that have already been made. They were considered prudent by the regulator, so they are eligible to be part of the rate, and they have been going through amortization over the years as defined by our CESP, in a condition for pricing already in the first, and it's the depreciated, optimized, replaced cost is used to see how much these assets are valuable in the first and second review. And from the third review, in the 12th year of regulation, the agency understood that the accounting costs, the original accounting cost, could already be added and be validated to create the asset basis. So here in the state of São Paulo, in the Sabesp environment, we do not have a discussion of what is the price of these assets that are implemented. All of them have been exclusively implemented with the rate resources. So we have an important condition to be highlighted, that this is an important point here that I will discuss, the differences between regulatory models. But here we can draw attention to the process that is considered for the amortization of this asset basis. Today it is considered about the useful life that is longer than the term of the contracts. So this provides an even greater challenge in a transitional condition, because you have a residual value at the end of these concessions that has still not been gone through amortization. So there need to be an indemnification, but also to equalize these amounts before any type of transfer between operators. So I'd like to highlight this and say that in the condition that we have every 4 years, this reset, the required revenue is reassessed, and during the periods the price is defined. The price defined on the first year is considered on the cycle by the regulator, and then inflation rate index is applied, which in our case is IPCA. You also deduce an efficiency that comes from the X factor from the Margaret Thatcher model, which has been, it's a standard already in the United Kingdom. And here in São Paulo, in Sabesp's regulation, we have the Q factor, which is the quality factor, which could be negative or positive, depending on the performance set by the regulator. There are operating standards, so complaints about lack of water or water shortage, of terms for repairing the roads, and the advances in the sewage system. So we have an economic signal imposed by the regulator, and you can have an onus or a bonus depending on the results that comes from the discretionary regulation model. I wouldn't say we're 100% in that model, but we have some contractual basis. We're 90% discretionary and 10% contract, which leads us to a hybrid status. So I'll bring our view here, my view. What are the distinctions between regulatory models? This panel has created this provocation. What would be the main differences? How we can have that transition? So just to remember, here in the model that was in force in most of the market, operated by companies controlled by the state, so the contract programs that were now prohibited in the regulation. We do not have new contract programs that are being signed without a tender process. This is now the new standard. And these contracts, in our case, they are supported by a discretionary regulation. What does that mean? That the efficiency conditions are imposed by the regulator. It goes exactly along these lines. The role of regulators to get this efficiency throughout the contracts. So ex post the signature of the contract. In future concessions and in the model that we are establishing according to the new law, you have a different scenario. The efficiency conditions come in the tender process. So it's ex ante. So this is an important first condition. We need to be clear on this in the role of the holder and the regulator for these two models in a very important scenario. The difference here with the regulatory standard, the service did not depend on a tender process. That is, it was contracted directly. In the concession model, you now need to have a competitive bid and based on the request for proposals. So you need to have greater preparation, both from the regulators, from the holders to model. We have seen the National Development Bank, BNDES, being the model for it in the sanitation segment. But I think we'll have a complex challenge here to have this preparation for the holders who have the granting power for the services, and these conditions that will be in the request for proposal will be very important because they will guide the service provision throughout the contract. In this case, as I said, the regulator in the discretionary regulation imposes the efficiency conditions over time. And in the contract regulation, we basically can have two types to capture this efficiency, either with greater granting, which is the tender process, the largest bid to operate the set of municipalities for the time establishing the agreement, or a smaller price, have the lower rate, or hybrid models, as Cynthia mentioned with Amapá recently. It is important to say that the rates here are connected to the specific contract in an efficiency scenario, which will be the object of a commercial proposal of the players. Here's an important point that is connected to investments. Not only planned investments, and when it comes to the discretionary regulation, we have a period, we have the 4-year period where you have the limitation for the mobility of the rates. So we have this discussion with the regulator, which is always very important. When it comes to complying with the contracts, we went to the financial economic proof. We should have more investments in the next few years, starting from 2024, in the total amount to reach the universalization. We consider that every 4 years when the required revenue is calculated. Different from when we have a contract regulation, you already have the investments that are projected for the entire period of the contract. You have the goals that will already be established with a mandatory. Now with the program contracts went through this adjustments in law 14026, and you also have this follow-up, and you need to reach the goals and investments supporting this. I think the major difference here between the models that I would like to highlight once more is the issue of recovering the investments. In the discretionary model, a large part is of companies, and if not all sanitation companies, state sanitation companies that represent 80% of the market, the rates look at the conditions of the investments, and the amortization happens according to the useful life of the assets. This has advantages in the ability to change the rate. You have a condition where wastewater treatment station will be there for 50, 60 years, so they can have a little less pressure in the rates. On the other hand, this has an additional risk to the provider in the condition we have here at the end of the contract with the residual amount, as it's not in the equation. and the risk of so this is the main point to be addressed in the ANA status and the reference standards, and also the transition of the contracts. And every contract will have to equate this translation, which was a major challenge. When we were talking about the pure contract with a concession, you know that all investments that will be made it does not have a residual value at the end of the contract. This is a starting rule. I'd also like to highlight, Luis, the issue of the shared structures, the use of shared structures. You know that in metropolitan regions, we have facilities that are for more than one city. So eventually you might have, throughout a process, some reversals that will involve facilities that provide services to more than one city. This is also something that needs to be discussed in details. Is this reverted to the state, to a group of cities? There's an important discussion there, including the question of how can you recoup on these investments. If we do not have the extension of the term of the contract, the only way is to increase the rate. So I think we still have to have important discussions there when it comes to the sanitation segment, which will be guided by the ANA standard references and the regional regulators such as our ABES-SP, which have the full expertise to discuss this topic. So to end here and not to repeat myself, this is the difference between the models. I'd like to highlight here that this condition, the discretionary condition, can also be alongside the contractual model in a hybrid model. I think that the beauty of this discussion will be the reference standards will be able to deal with this in different ways. So you will have a full menu of options, a whole range of options, not a one-size-fits-all condition, not a single solution. What happens here and works here for Sabesp will not necessarily work in Amazonas or other states in the country, in other locations. So it's important to have this flexibility, to look to this condition. I liked what Rui said, I liked what Fernanda said in this sense, and even Cynthia, when it comes to respecting contracts and the assessment of the common path when you're looking for universalization. We need to avoid litigations. We need to avoid judicial issues. The regulation is here to provide more legal security to the process, and that's what we're getting in the dialogues we have. I tried to speed up here, Luis, so we could have a couple minutes for our conversation. I hope I delivered on what you asked. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Thank you, Marcel. This was also a great presentation. To end on a high note, the presentations we had today, they were great presentations. And even if we have tried to do a combination to have this schedule, but the presentations add up to each other and that into each other, and we see that the challenges and the opportunities are well interconnected. And the discussion by Marcel, among the challenges of the transitional model, the issue of program agreements with the recovery of investments on the useful life, how to turn that into recovery during the contract period. So if we start this way, it's easier than to try to have the transition while the contract is ongoing. We have a few questions here. Sadly, we won't have time to go through them all, but I'm looking here to the ones we have. We have one from Rony Antônio de Azevedo. I'll ask this to Rui. Maybe Fernanda, who has an international view, maybe you would like to go into it, but I will ask you to try to be as brief as you can so we can also have everyone's final word. We are in this incentive of private capital concessions, and we listen about the renationalization in Europe and in other countries as well. Is it true? Is it a fact? Rui, Fernanda, is this something that's truly going on? Are concessions being reviewed? Let's take it back into the state. What could you add in a few words, in like a tweet on this topic? What is the trend in those regions? What is the participation? Public, private, what went wrong? Fernanda, would you like to start or may I take it? Go ahead, Rui, then Fernanda can complete. In fact, in Europe, particularly in continental Europe, there is this remunicipalization of some services, and this happens not with a, in most cases, it's because that the investments are ended with the level that they've done, and the services become very efficient with low loss levels, with high productivity, which led contracts, long-term contracts, 25, 30 years. In the last few years, this happened in France and Spain and Portugal. These contracts were showing very high profit percentages. So politically, talking about essential utilities such water and sanitation, these were complex scenarios, and due to political issues, not because the contracts were not working, but quite the opposite. A few of these services were brought back into the state's control, or when the concession ended, they were reverted back to the public sector, to the municipalities in most cases. In terms of a trend in Europe, it depends on the countries we're talking, in the countries. There is still some growth in service provision contracts and performance contract. There has been a major work for it, particularly with digitization, smart cities. The private sector has provided technology and know-how and some capital to develop these topics. But the reality is different when we're talking about that it's being universalized. Interesting, Rui. It is a restatization. It's been going back to the public power because the private sector has completed its role. Sadly, we're still far from it in Brazil. We still have a lot to do. Fernanda, would you like to add something? Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, I think Ruiz is right. I mean, there is a mix of things going and overall. So when you take a country in particular, of course, it's very different when you see. In Latin America, we see a trend of increasing water concessions. It's something that we see. We have mainly data for developing countries, so I am not sure about developed European countries, but in developing countries we see a trend going back. But of course, there is a mix of experiences. And let's go back to what everybody is saying here. Is more about how do we prepare those projects, how do we manage those projects. This is what really define the success of these things. Each one is very particular, and I think yes, we can learn from overall experience, but it's how do we manage and our own projects, I think. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Obrigado, Fernanda. Acho que vai na linha.
Thank you, Fernanda. I think this goes along the line of what we said in governance, how to stipulate the project, if it's public or private. I think the governance, the planning is a topic of our session and also very important, and this makes a major difference. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is over. I don't know if Cynthia managed to get back to join us, but Rui has provided his contribution, participated in the debate. Fernanda, Marcel, the million-dollar question, with all of these challenges and opportunities, everything, will we be able to have a universal sanitation till 2033? It can be your personal opinion. It's difficult to make a commitment in this scenario. I'm sure that everyone will be working, and every time we can advance with the implementation of the new framework, What is their perception? This is truly the million-dollar question. Actually, many million that we need to invest to be able to get to the universalization that we dream so much of. The question is so hard, I made you choke, huh? But I think we are on the right path. I think that this reform of the regulatory environment with the new regulatory framework and legal framework provides some pillars. The regionalization, for example, in the case of São Paulo, we have proven that the cross subsidies was an important idea to bring this condition forward. I think there is the issue of the payment of investment payment has to be considered, as Rui mentioned, how much the users can actually indeed pay. We might need to subsidize the rate. Maybe it will not be efficient enough in some cases, depending on the level of investments we need to make to get the figures to work. I think we have this challenge, but we are addressing it. The idea of strengthening the regulation. I'm sorry, just a moment. The idea of strengthening the regulation at the federal level is good for me, this guidelines, so we can have an harmonization of rules. This is quite important. I think that the process that ANA has been building in terms of dialogue with national, internet, and supranational regulators is going towards the right direction. And I think that's it. There is no easy way. There's no magic. There is a lot of work. Everyone imbued with the same purpose, and that's how we see it. ABES, Sabesp is in its DNA with this whole condition. Now we have a new setup. We have new players coming into the scenario, which is great. It forces us to be more efficient. So I think only time will tell how we'll move from here. But I think this is an important movement that we've had, and that is starting, and we need to bring efforts together to move ahead. So thank you. I think we are on the right path. If it will be successful, we'll see in a few years, but I hope so. Thank you, Marcel, for your comments. I think that in the end, after the participation of the private sector, the issue of granting or concessions, if this is in fact directed to the industry, to the sector, we would have gains in terms of the resources to be invested to get to universal service. This is not the scenario we've been seeing so far, but we see that this is being questioned. We see efforts to create the next concessions, and they are being directed in this way so that this will be used in the segment itself, reducing the issue of the impact on the rate. We have a sector that is paid for by rates, by the user. Sadly, our time is over. I'd like to thank everyone who sent their questions in. Sadly, we were not able to answer all of them, but the presentations here certainly have allowed us to end better than we started. Thank you, Marcel, Cynthia, Rui, Fernanda, for your participation. And we'll follow the schedule with everything that's to come. We'll continue. Thank you very much, Luiz. Thank you. This was the first day of Brazil Water Week 2022. Thank you very much for joining us and staying with us so far. We'll see you tomorrow.
Em 2013, o Rio Pinheiros foi declarado rio morto. 80% do rio era esgoto.
Era horrível, era vergonhoso.
Em 2019, a Sabesp e o governo de São Paulo encararam um desafio que parecia impossível: trazer a vida de volta para o Rio Pinheiros.
E olha que bonita essa imagem.
Ó, que beleza, é a vida voltando no Rio Pinheiros.
Olha o tamanho das tilápias que tem aqui.
A Sabesp e o governo de São Paulo foram na raiz do problema e ligaram mais de 550 mil imóveis à rede de coleta e tratamento de esgoto.
Eles trabalharam muito, não foi fácil. Graças a Deus, agora eu posso chamar minha família para almoçar. Hoje a vila não é vila, tá parecendo mais bairro.
Essa conquista é de todos nós. Por isso, preserve o que é seu. Não jogue lixo nas ruas. A vida está voltando ao Pinheiros e o Pinheiros está voltando à vida. Sabesp, Governo de São Paulo.
A água é o recurso natural mais importante que existe no planeta Terra e também funciona como um motor para o desenvolvimento do Brasil. A água está presente na produção de alimentos, nos produtos industriais, na natureza, na geração de energia, nos momentos de diversão e no processo produtivo de quase tudo que compramos e utilizamos. Da nascente à foz, a água é compartilhada por todos nós e o nosso compromisso com ela é simples: cuidar para que não falte a ninguém e a nenhuma atividade econômica. Afinal, a água é uma só. A Agência Nacional de Águas e Saneamento Básico, a ANA, está aqui para ajudar nesta missão, trabalhando diariamente na regulação a fim de que todos e todas tenham acesso à água de qualidade e na quantidade necessária. É ela que faz as regras de referência para o setor de saneamento básico. Assim, contribui para a nossa população ter água nas torneiras e esgoto tratado, além de ruas limpas e sem enchentes. A agência também realiza ações de prevenção de crises, especialmente em relação a secas e inundações. Além de ser a entidade central de consulta de dados sobre a segurança das nossas barragens, a ANA também produz várias informações técnicas que ajudam estrategicamente a nossa sociedade. E a ANA não está sozinha. Ela atua em cooperação com várias instituições de forma integrada e participativa, e é a sua contribuição para o país que desejamos às atuais e às futuras gerações. Acompanhe a ANA nas redes sociais e fique por dentro das atividades da agência, que é referência em cuidar das águas do Brasil.
Cuidar da água que chega até a sua casa é o dia a dia da Copasa. A companhia se espelha na água e acompanha as mudanças e inovações, como o marco regulatório do saneamento básico e o cenário imposto pela pandemia do coronavírus. Fazemos o melhor dos serviços de abastecimento de água e esgotamento sanitário de Minas Gerais. Trabalhamos em equipe e atendemos mais de 11 milhões de clientes. Somos movidos por investimento, tecnologia, qualidade e agilidade. Ser assim todos os dias é ter compromisso com o desenvolvimento sustentável do saneamento básico. Copasa, cuidar da água e gerar valor para as pessoas.
Incrível como a água é capaz de dar forma aos sonhos das pessoas, como fez com Baraúna.
Antes tinha aquele receio de vir, né? Por conta do saneamento que não tinha, esgoto a céu aberto. Agora, mora onde, já mando já a localização, que a gente já chega rapidinho. Então, alegria, agora é só alegria.
Com o maior investimento da história, a Bahia dá forma ao sonho de cada vez mais baianos. Embasa e Governo do Estado. Bahia, no orgulho.
Pense em um lugar abençoado que é o Brasil. Com tantos ambientes diferentes e belezas diversas, dizem que 12% da água de todo mundo está aqui. Um mundão de cores e culturas tão bonito assim precisa de cuidados, de proteção. São tantos territórios para cuidar e ambientes para sanear. Ainda bem que tem gente trabalhando com muita dedicação para diminuir os riscos à saúde da população. Essa é a missão da Funasa: promover a saúde pública e a inclusão social por meio de ações de saneamento e saúde ambiental, levando às pessoas o direito ao acesso à água de qualidade, ao esgotamento sanitário, a ambientes saudáveis e à dignidade. Um trabalho que é referência nacional e se tornando referência internacional. Mas ainda temos muito trabalho pela frente, porque são muitos a incluir socialmente, com o direito ao saneamento e à saúde ambiental. São quase 35 milhões de brasileiros sem água tratada, 100 milhões sem esgotamento sanitário. Não é possível tanta pobreza por trás de tanta beleza. É para melhorar essa realidade que a Funasa trabalha. Melhora o abastecimento, melhora a qualidade da água, melhora o esgotamento do início ao fim e melhora a coleta e o destino das coisas não aproveitadas. Para melhorar o sistema de abastecimento, a Funasa financia sua implantação e ampliação, que é para evitar as doenças que atingem a população. Para melhorar a qualidade da água, a Funasa fortalece os municípios com conhecimento e com recursos, que é para as nossas crianças terem água boa para o consumo, como manda a legislação. Para melhorar o esgotamento, a Funasa fomenta a coleta e o tratamento até o destino, que é para ninguém passar desgosto, sofrimento ou adoecimento. Para melhorar a saúde de todos, a Funasa também cuida dos resíduos sólidos e para eles dá um destino final, porque é nosso dever moral pensar na próxima geração. Para melhorar a vida de quem está nos campos ou nas florestas, a Funasa lançou o mais transformador programa de saneamento rural da história. Porque cuidar de todos os brasileiros, não importa onde eles estejam, é a nossa obrigação. E assim a Funasa vai seguindo, trabalhando firme todo dia, oferecendo mais a quem menos tem, buscando sempre a melhoria, na condição de vida de todos, criança, jovem, adulto ou idoso, mas também da economia. Porque nosso Brasil é um só, é terra da alegria. No que depender da Funasa, o futuro será formoso, feito poesia.
Ao mesmo tempo que existem dias de fartura e dias de compartilhar a felicidade, existem dias em que algo importante pode faltar. Nessas horas, procuramos alguém que possa ficar ao nosso lado e nos ajudar. A vontade de fazer o bem é a nossa natureza. Esse comprometimento com os lugares que passamos é o legado que queremos deixar. A Egea, nossa natureza, movimenta a vida.
Puxe uma linha de 213 quilômetros a partir de Campinas. Dá para chegar até Ribeirão Preto. Isso te dá a dimensão do tamanho da obra que a Sanasa está fazendo debaixo da terra. São 213 quilômetros de troca de redes para diminuir as perdas de água e economizar energia. Hoje, a Sanasa tem um dos melhores índices de economia do país. Em tempos de poucas chuvas, evite desperdício e use água com consciência. Sanasa, a vida em primeiro lugar.
Amor, que horror, que beleza, que tristeza. Tem gente que joga de tudo nos ralos e vasos sanitários. Óleo de cozinha, cabelo, fio dental, brinquedo, papel, cigarro, fralda, camisinha, absorvente e até máscara. Isso pode fazer o esgoto voltar para sua casa ou mesmo romper as tubulações da Sanepar, causando custos adicionais na sua conta. Faça bonito, lugar de lixo é no lixo. Sanepar, Paraná, terra de gente que trabalha e cuida.